flesh out our process and our training to make sure that the system is adept and adaptable to anybody and everybody that can come and try and make the spaceflight experience as comfortable and enjoyable for as many people as we can. So I came to the role as a mission specialist as an engineer, but using my engineer brain to really be think critically and take into account all pieces of information and see how and critique it, evaluate it, see how it can be made better, see how we can elevate the highs and go and seek opportunities for improvement, things of that nature.
Yes, so you have made it to what we call the astronaut category. I'm still in the analog astronaut category, and I haven't even gone on my first analog mission. But the fact is, just knowing that, seeing that somebody, an engineer who, as you say, didn't go through the military realm, is a commercial person as well, who comes out of a Caribbean background, is also very exciting. And we all know, well, I certainly know, people don't know, that Keisha Shahaf, who is from Antigua, won one of the prizes. And I believe her and her daughter will actually be two civilians also going up on one of the first, quote unquote, commercial flights that you are testing, because you're an insider going up. So you're an insider mission specialist, behaving as if you're a customer, even though you worked on the product itself, and was so delighted. So question, so within the company, did you have to compete for that slot to be chosen to be the customer experience tester? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Are we all here? Getting ready to
yes, we
about 5 minutes or so.
Yes, so I think a lot of the participants, they should be joining anytime soon. And then we have the ASF team currently joining. So it's very lovely being here. It's very lovely meeting us all here. We start in exactly 4 minutes, T-minus 4 minutes. So I'm very excited about this.
So am I, so am I, so am I. I really am.
Okay, so I think Dr. Claire, please quickly make Africa, Ayo Fasonya, he's on this call. So please quickly make him an admin, because all the presentations, all the sharing of the screen, he would be the one doing that, please.
Who is that?
Ayotunde Fasonya.
Okay.
Ayotunde Fasonya, yes, just quickly make him a co-host too, because he'll be the one sharing screens. Okay, thank you very much. T-minus 3 minutes. I'm sorry, very quickly, Dr. Claire, please, can I have the email of the other lady, please? I want to quickly send them the other information to her, please. Thank you.
Which other email?
The LinkedIn that you sent to me. I would need her email, please.
She'll be joining the call. She'll be on the call. She's starting at 10 o'clock. So just go ahead and send her in the chat.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. T-minus 2 minutes.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Dr.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam. How you
Thank you so
doing?
much. We're doing very fine, thank you. Thank you so much for joining. We're starting in the next 1 minute, please.
Sure.
And blast off. We are here. We're here. We are here. It is our time to shine. We are here celebrating together from all across the world. The UN Space Flight Day, UN International Space Flight Day, and it's also known to some of us as Uri's Night, in honor of the first person to be in a manned space flight. These days, I've been looking for another word beside manned. I'm trying to see if I may say a human space flight to make it less just specific. But whatever, we are just grateful that on April 12th, 1961, Yuri Gagarin, who is a Russian cosmonaut in this case, became the first human in space. And so today across the world, remember that bold leap for humanity, and we say, then what's next? Well, today we're joined by people to celebrate this by asking a foundational question as the world speeds up its exploration into space. How will we share space? And so in this particular day, we'll be going from launching our hackathon in this hour to talking about satellites the next hour. Then we'll go and talk about analog astronauts. From there, we are going to go to the education system, and then we come back at 11 o'clock and hear from our bold adventurers who are going to be doing something fabulous to help us imagine what it would be like to have our village, Kijiji Kilimia, the Pan-African village on the moon. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce my two co-collaborators. We've been spending many hours on the phone preparing for this. And I'm talking to no other than, let me see if I can get her name right, Oluwarantimi Bukola. All right, I know I messed it up, otherwise known as Timmy. And of course, Ilya Daniel Gashinbaki, who is the Executive Director of Africa Space Foundation. Timmy's responsibility is international partnerships. And I believe we've gone beyond partners to almost like auntie and niece, because she and I have been like snapping at each other as if we're family. So that's a good thing, I'm sure. So, Timmy, I'm going to say thank you so much for the hard work you have done. And I want you to help us understand exactly what we have in store on our hackathon about Moonbase 2035, otherwise known as the Moonbase Cafe. And this, of course, is now going to be our little PlayStation, our sandbox for all things Oasis. And Oasis, for those of you who don't know, is the Omni Africa Space Exploration Analog Simulation. And we're preparing for our first mission in October in the Chalbi Desert in northern Kenya. We'll be hearing more on that later. But for right now, I want to turn things over to Timmy and Daniel from the Africa Space Foundation. Take it away.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Oluwarantimi Bukola. I am a Nigerian from Nigeria. Yes, so this hackathon is one. This event is one where we have come to celebrate the human space flights, also known as Yuri Gagarin's Day, and we are using this avenue, to get bright minds all over Africa to come provide a solution to if we are preparing for the analog astronaut program, as Dr. Claire said. So this is an avenue for you to you're the astronaut on the mission. So you think of, okay, if I'm going to be on the mission to the moon, what am I going to eat? How is everything going to be? What would I want to eat? So this is your chance to decide what astronauts are going to eat on the moon. But yes, I'm going to let Daniel Gashimbaki do the next part of the talk. Please, Daniel, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone, from wherever you're connecting in the world, or good afternoon. So first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Claire for this amazing opportunity. It's always a pleasure when we get to work with our partners when we're organizing events like this. So as Femi said, we are organizing the Moon Base Cafe Hackathon today. So it's essentially a Pan-African event where we bring people from across the continent to work together to solve a potential problem that an analog astronaut or an actual astronaut would face in space. And I remember when we were talking with Dr. Claire about this yesterday, and I see this as truly a wonderful opportunity to see what these young minds can come up with and what they can do when they're faced with such challenges, because I believe it's the stepping stone for greater things. Every single space program in the world has had its roots in such programs, and I believe that this is a first for Africa, and it's really going to be a wonderful event today. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I'm not sure, but I think the Director General of Africa Space Foundation is on the call. So hello, Mr. Ayo. Kindly say a few words for us. Then I think we can go ahead.
Okay, good morning, good day, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here once again. The story of our organization in aligning with space science and tech started from the story of Daniel himself, who became our first ambassador, space ambassador. And we've done quite a number of projects in the past couple of years. And to mark the 30th anniversary of the African Union, of course, the coalition of African nations has proposed the One mission, a human expedition to the moon scheduled for the launch on the 4th of April. And then the crew will remain on surface of the moon for about 30 days, 30 Earth days. And with the conclusion of the cruise stay on the moon and the return. So we're excited, for this historic mission, and the Africa Space Foundation has been tasked with we joined in tasking to the food and water preparation for the mission. And we're excited about these because the hackathon is one of the core areas where we challenge young minds through competitiveness to be able to come up with solutions and innovations that leads to space development of space science and technology in Africa. So we're excited, and the rest of my team, and Dr. Claire, thank you for bringing us on board. I'm glad to have you, and it's going to be a wonderful event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayo. So, Dr. Claire, over to you, please. Tell us about the whole. Just go ahead. What OSCE does and everything, and I think we would kickstart. Immediately after that, we would kickstart. So we are kickstarting by exactly in the next about 15 in the next 15 minutes we should be kickstarting. So with that, we then have the Africa Space Foundation Director General who just spoke. Give us a few more things about Africa Space Foundation and what we do at the foundation. So Dr. Claire, please take it away.
All right. So let's see. We are going to be sharing more about what the rules are going to be in a couple of minutes. But just to talk about the Omni-Africa Space Exploration Analog Simulation, this began with an idea that really got straight into my head at the Analog Astronaut Conference. There's an Analog Astronaut Foundation, which was founded in, well, the formal organization was founded in 2022, but the actual grouping, they started to meet as a group, I think, in 2021 during the COVID-19 process. And they were meeting online. And then in 2022, I believe they had the first in-person session in Arizona. And so I showed up there because I was just really curious. I felt as if maybe analog research is a space in how African countries and Caribbean countries and other non-space actors, as they like to say, but these are countries who probably have signed on to the Outer Space Treaty, which was signed in 1967. And how they might begin to build foundational capacity. That's a term that you hear a lot in these space economy spaces, the space ecosystem spaces. Of course, by that time, we knew that Nigeria and I believe Angola had already signed the Artemis Accords. I was very passionate about ensuring that if we have an Artemis Accord signed by Nigeria, Angola, and I know now Rwanda as well, as three of the non-active, let's say, spacefaring countries. They're active in terms of having space agencies, but they don't as yet have rockets and shuttles and those things of their own, that I felt we have to have an opportunity for these countries to participate. And so with that, on hearing about the plans for something called the world's biggest analog, which will take place in October of this year, after 2 years of preparation, I realized that all the other habitats, they had a habitat in Poland, they've had analog astronauts obviously here in the US for a very long time. They've had them doing, and those have been mostly, let's say, government owned, but they've also had private sector owned, NGO owned, like the Mars Research Desert Station is owned by an organization. High Seas in Hawaii is owned by a network of individual organizations called International Moon Alliance. And I believe there's also Lunaris, which was in Poland. And we have Habitat Marte in Brazil. And he from Brazil will come and join us hopefully later today to talk about his habitat. And there were people around the world basically, doing this research in other small ways. There already been a habitat mission in Jordan. And I believe there's also one that's coming out of Austria. And that's not necessarily a permanent space, but they go around the world and do their programs. There's a woman in South Africa that has been doing on and off adventure type, let's pretend we're in an extreme environmental space kind of things. But there was really no permanent open presence, if you will, that would allow young Africans, and certainly not Nigerians, Rwandans, and Angolans that had signed the Artemis Accords to participate. And so that's where the idea of OASIS was born, Omni-Africa Space Exploration Analog Simulation Research Center. And we then decided to, well, we've got to start somewhere, because Kenya was very active in my mind at that time. We went to Kenya in 2023 and basically launched the idea and the concept at a conference we called Space Ungana. And I'm happy to say Space Ungana, Ungana is a Swahili word for gathering, will take place in Nigeria this year, July 20th to 27th. To July 20th be International Moon Day, and we're going to be partnering with the Cosmopolitan University in Abuja to do that. So lots of exciting things are happening. And so really OASIS is about us finding an opportunity to bring African universities, African startups, African NGOs, African advocates outside of the government space. That's not to say the government couldn't eventually even also utilize the space, but we certainly, having partnered with a community of North Hor in Kenya, we have been assigned long-term use of 5 acres of land for the specific, let's say, village, as we call it, Kijiji Kilimia, which is in Swahili, the village of the 7 stars. And the Pleiades star system was named the Kilimia in the Swahili language by the peoples along that coast of Africa. And so also honoring the fact that the AU have recently, I believe in 2024, named Swahili an official language of the African Union as well. I felt it was also important to begin to name some of the things we're doing in the space economy with Swahili words as far as we can, so that we can also build up capability in an African language around things which are emerging in the space agenda. So that's a short story of how we got here. There's a lot of things happening. I'm delighted to say that we were able to have our team from Machakos University visit the potential site in North Hor. Now that's about a 9.5-hour drive from Nairobi. And I must say, being very proud of the fact that I have been where many Kenyans have never been before, in the north of Kenya. So I feel very good about that. And it's really an opportunity, I think, for all of us to begin to see, how do we partner? How do we collaborate, do things a different way, so that this network of space advocates and enthusiasts who are in the private sector or in civil society can really begin to use the opportunity afforded us by the African Union and the vision of the African Union 2063 process to begin to do what we have to do now if we are to make those milestone dates that they have set for us. And so that's another reason why we have picked for this event. The Students Hackathon will be focused on 2032. Our cafe goes out to 2035 because we certainly are planning as a group to start to talk about 2035. But for today in particular, the hackathon rules have the students using 2032 as a key date for the major event that they are going to be doing the hackathon around, because 2032 is indeed 30 years since the formation of the African Union. Of course, for those of you who are younger than 30 years, before that there was something else, the Organization of African Unity. It's not that they were never talking together before, but the Organization of African Unity became the African Union in 2000. Someone do the math for me. Anyway, it's 30 years. So that I'll turn the floor back over to Timmy. Everybody wants to hear the rules. What are the students expected to do and why?
Okay, the rules for the session. I think before I say the rules, first and foremost, welcome everyone to this session once again, because we've had a couple of more people joining. So for the rules for the hackathon, I'm going to read the rules for the hackathon, and then I think after which I'll just read the rules for hackathon first and foremost. So for the participants, the first rule that we put there is to participate in this hackathon, you must be available for the entire 4-hour duration. So the hackathon is a 4-hour hackathon, and every participant that will be participating will be available for the entire 4 hours. And all your internet connectivities, kindly troubleshoot them all. Cameras for the participants during the hackathon, cameras must be switched on always. Yes, you must log into the Zoom meeting with the same email that you used to register. Reason is we have pre-assigned people to their respective teams, and then you're required to join the session within 15 minutes of the session commencing as they have. And participant must register for the deadline. Ensure that you respect all participants, judges, and organizers. The required software is Zoom. Submissions must be original, completed with the allotted time. So what's going to happen is the submissions, that's the presentations from all the participants, they're going to send it to us within the allotted 4 hours time. If you can't send it within the allotted 4 hours time, then that's automatic disqualification. Then yes, we are going to have our team on standby all through. They'll be moving through the rooms, ensuring in case there's any issue, any technical issue, any issue with the questions, whatsoever it may be, ensuring that we would answer it. And yes, please kindly read the questions and the rules very carefully. The rules have been sent to all the participants. Read them, read in between the lines, because you'll be judged based on every rule you see. You're going to also be judged based on the way you answer the questions. And yes, the event is currently being recorded. And for the participants, you are advised not to use AI. You are advised not to use AI. And the participants are to do their presentation with the Ignite format. I think if for the participants, if you check the rules, you would see the Ignite in bold and in uppercase for reference purposes. And this.
Your sound went. Your sound went. I'm not hearing your sound.
Well, I can't hear you any longer.
I'm not hearing your sound. I don't know what happened.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you now. Don't unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I would take it again. You're advised not to use AI, and then all participants are required to present their ideas using the Ignite format. Now, if you receive them, for the participants, you receive the guidelines. you see that the Ignite is in bold and in caps lock and in uppercase rather. So ensure to follow the Ignite format. And all submissions must be made to the Africa Space Foundation email, because we would be the one sharing your slides for you to present. So they must be made, they must be submitted to the Africa Space Foundation email. And yes, kindly follow us all, Oasis on the social media platform, Africa Space Foundation on the social media platforms. I think Dr. Claire, you can kindly drop the Oasis social media handles in the chat box, and I'll do the same for Africa Space Foundation. So thank you so much. Those are the rules.
So
Yes.
I think on the call, I don't know, I'm hearing somebody has their thing open. All right. All right. So we didn't hear exactly what the hackathon rules are, but for those of us who are not going to be at the hackathon, do you want to share a little bit, or you want me to share a little bit what they're expected to do in a broad brush? So in a broad brush, they're being asked to prepare food for a mission, and that judging, by the way, will take place at 11. So obviously they would have to submit their slides before 11 and be prepared to be back in this room at 11 for the presentation. They'll be going off to another Zoom room and using that to work together. And you may want to, in case this people on the line, hopefully they have not lost their rules that you sent them, so maybe want to send it. We also going to have judges. We have one judge from Caribbean Space Society, Alana Ali, has joined us. She'll be speaking later about, or helping us to moderate later about what's happening in the Caribbean Space Society. And I believe also as judge, who else are going to be the judges from your side?
Okay, so we are having the Africa Space Foundation Director General, Mr. Ayo, as the judge. And then we are having, I think I'll just introduce the next person, and then Daniel, you introduce the last person. But yes, we're having a very good friend of ours, a very good friend of ours. Thank you so much. His name is Mr. Lasisi, and he would also be a judge for this session. And then the final judge for this session, I think Daniel, you go ahead and introduce him.
Yeah, and the final judge will be Mr. Manuel Pimenta, the founder of Virtual Moon.
Okay, so thank you so much. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Claire.
All right, so I think you're having some sound challenges on your end. Whenever you're open, we're hearing a feedback, so there's something happening there. But we're really excited that we have gotten support from these experts who are coming to judge, and really I'm looking forward to this event. So they have to prepare food, and this is not just a spurious exercise. We've been thinking about this for a long time. One of the things we certainly are working on right now, for real, is what are we going to give our astronauts in October? As you may know, and our next guest coming up at 7:30 will be Alma Okpelefe. She is the executive director of the World Space Week Association. It's the first time we've had an African in that position, so we're very excited about that. And World Space Week, for those of you who don't know, is October 4th to the 10th, and the theme of it this year is living in space. So we have set ourselves a bold and audacious goal of having our Chalbi Desert location active, and we are going to be preparing for that. And this is why I'm so excited to have people on this call like Ishmael El Omari, who is from Morocco, and Marufa Buyan, who are both analog astronauts who have expertise, because one of the things you'll be working and trying to work with them is to develop an analog astronaut training seminar or webinar that we'll be able to make available to young or maybe even old African scientists, researchers who believe that they want to become analog astronauts. One of the most famous analog astronauts that we have in our community is Dr. Sian Proctor. And I say famous because she became the first African-American woman to pilot a spacecraft. And she was in the mission that went up by SpaceX called the Inspiration Mission. back, I think, in 2021 or 2022. Again, this was happening in COVID. But I mean, and she was an analog astronaut for years. She learned to dive, she learned to fly. And so when the opportunity arose for commercial space flight and she submitted her bid to really go to space, she was able to make it because she had actually done all of this training. So yes, I want to specify that space tourism for me and for those of us at Oasis is not the same as being an astronaut. And so if you want to become not just a space tourist, but an analog astronaut and prepare yourself for the era of commercial space flight, definitely those of you who are under 30 are going to have opportunities in the next 10 to 15 years as the race for space heats up. And so we're going to get ready to go over now to the other room and get ready. We started with our session. So any closing words, Daniel and Timmy, about what's going to happen in the Moonbase Cafe?
Okay, I think the closing words from me now would be the questions are going to be posted in the chat right now alongside the link for the next session, for the hackathon session. So all the participants, you've already been pre-assigned to your room, kindly join in right away. It's dropping in the chat session right now. So Daniel, any words from you?
Okay, I'd say best of luck to all of our participants, and I wish everyone a wonderful day.
All right.
Okay.
So with that, the rules are set. We are really excited about the project. The students' rules are very clear. It's and let me just say this for those of you who are not going to be actually in the hackathon, in case you're not going to be able to stay until 11 o'clock, their rule is they have to prepare food for a moon mission, and that will be 30 days on the moon, and they have some other guidelines, and they need to be sure to upload their slides in the Ignite format, and the Ignite format is a specific format, so you have to go and research that, and then also they have to upload and send their presentations to the Africa Space Foundation email ahead of time so it can be prepared for presentation. So at 11 o'clock, we are going to have them come back and present, and the judges will do their thing, and we hope to get some really exciting news. So with that, we are now going to invite our special guest, Alma Okpalefe, who is the Executive Director of the World Space Week Association. Say thank you to Daniel and Timmy, who will be dropping in and out, I believe, to keep us up to date as to what's going on over in their world. So I expect to see you back here to tell us something around 8:55. All right. We want to hear a check-in from you guys. Come back and tell us what's happening over there in the hackathon. We're going to be joined by Alma Okpalefe, who is the Executive Director of the World Space Week Association. I'm so proud of my sister. So nice to have her here, and a key partner in helping us to get the Cosmopolitan University to serve as the co-host of Space Ungana, which will take place in Nigeria this year, moving from Kenya year one to Ghana last year, now to Nigeria this year. So welcome everybody. Thank you all for being here again. And in case you don't know where you are at the Space Futures Forum celebration of UN International Space Flight Day, just in case you got this link by accident. All right. So
so sorry, Dr. Claire. A gentle reminder, all the participants move to the new Zoom link. It's in the chat. It's in the chat, please. Move to the new Zoom link. Dr. Claire, go ahead, please.
Yes, you see in the chat and a text that says Ayotunde Fasani has invited you to the Moonbase Cafe Hackathon. There's a joint Zoom meeting there that says Clemson, zoom.us. Please, if you are here for the hackathon, could you click on that and go over to that room, right? And the rules are there. You have already been assigned your teams and all of that. You need to be there in 15 minutes. Otherwise, you will not be able to join. So I'll repeat it again in maybe 50 minutes in case somebody walked away and didn't hear. I'll repeat it again. So all contestants, if you're here, all participants in the hackathon, please use the Zoom link in the chat, which says clemsonzoom.us, Moonbase Cafe Hackathon. That's where you are going to be assigned to your teams. All right. So we are going to just spend the rest of this first half hour talking with Miss Alma Okpalefe about the World Space Week, World Space Week Association, World Space Week, and her work in getting to this space law arena. She is a lawyer by profession. And so welcome, good morning, good afternoon for you, I believe, over there, not quite afternoon. Well, yes, afternoon, over there in Abuja, Nigeria. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you, Dr. Claire, for putting this together. Good afternoon, good morning to everybody else who's on the platform and taking out the time to be here.
Yeah, so
yes.
All right, so we want to spend this morning a little bit of time just really honing in on your work at the World Space Week. But before we get to that, just when you hear the term, the whole theme of today's session is about building foundational capacity. And so as somebody who is from the global south, from one of the leading space nations in the African context, Nigeria has had a space agency for quite some time, compared to, say, you know, a Cote d'Ivoire or Rwanda, which are just starting. What does the term foundational capacity mean in your context?
Well, in my context, I would say foundational is just as the word suggests, you know, right from the very beginning. And for me, that begins in the classroom, right? You build up from there, building the necessary capacity, whether it's from a primary level, secondary to tertiary level. I believe the foundation of any innovative pyramid must start with education in the classroom, in and outside of the classroom, because there's also a part to be played in the wider society, whether it's encouragement from parents or peers, and that's a separate talking point. So I would say it is definitely about building that academic knowledge and positioning for a real appreciation and ability to participate in innovation. So that's what I would say the foundational capacity would be. And these are some of the things that we target with World Space Week. On the face of it, it appears like just a general celebration. And we're very liberal with the manner in which you celebrate World Space Week. But we ensure that the messaging is still being passed. It's often very shocking to us that World Space Week is actually celebrated more in the global South than anywhere else. You'd expect that in the US or Russia that they really run with it, but it's actually appreciated more in the global South because it allows you to contextualize your own journeys of innovation within that celebration. But I can talk more about that in a bit.
All right. So when I first heard the term for me, which is, I think, again, in about 2021, and I was beginning to kind of track what was happening, right in the middle of there's a USA Africa summit that happened in December. I think it's December 2021. And that was the first time there was a conversation, if you will, at the Pan-African level between the US government, NASA, and the African countries. That's the time I became aware of this concept of foundational capacity. Being an engineer, of course, I had to go back and look at what that meant. But it meant that before Africa could have ambitions to say, talk about having a space program, you have to have the regulations, you have to have the rules, you have to have the law, and as you say, you have to have the education, you have to have the infrastructure, you have to have the labs to teach basic concepts around one of the most important tools that we all need today, the satellite. And that's why we are really wanted to continue to talk about what's happening in that space. We all know that without a satellite, we all won't be able to be on this call, you know, our smartphones. The satellite does that. The satellite helps us with communications, GIS positioning, climate change. Everything actually comes from a satellite. And so one of the first things I think countries and governments have to do is get into this, get across to the average citizen that for Africa, countries saying they're going to be doing satellites, etc., it's not a frivolous use of resources, right? It's very challenging because sometimes people say, well, Africa doesn't even have, they can't even feed people. So why are they going to talk about satellites? They must get to the basics. But you cannot really, you know, continue to operate as if you are in the 19th century, when indeed you are or the 20th century, and when indeed you are in the 21st century. And so as we see how Africa leapfrogged and Kenya was very early adopter of fintech, people are saying, well, maybe Africa ingenuity could allow it to leapfrog some of the kind of technical things that might normally hold them back. What are your thoughts about that, being there in Nigeria, being so close to what's happening on the ground as you see new people take over leadership of the organization, new agreements being signed, new startups being formed in Abuja? What are you feeling about this idea of maybe these young people that we're grooming can actually leapfrog and come up with some ideas that can help Africa accelerate its path?
Well, if we go back to your initial point, which was about, you know, foundational capacity, that definitely has to be in place. Before I took up this position with World Space Week, my background was in satellite communications. So I worked with a national satellite operator. I have my good colleague here, Dr. Lasisi. But that was launched, our first communication satellite was launched in 2007. And so if you think back, that's like almost 20 years ago. And if you think back, what was the thinking? What was the purpose of doing that at that time? And how this communications satellite program actually came about was when the then President Obasanjo visited China at the time, and he was just in awe of how much that country had developed in such a short span of time. And he asked what would be the best way to replicate that in Nigeria. And he was told to launch a communication satellite. And so that was the birth of the project here in Nigeria. But of course, yes, that's an infrastructure. A satellite on its own is not going to change your entire economy. There are so many other things that have to go hand in hand, which is why that was a turnkey project where we had know-how technology transfer with over 50 Nigerian engineers being trained on satellite operations and management at that time. And of course, putting up the other infrastructure that would allow the satellite to actually perform and deliver services. So when we look at all these things, we realize that there's a lot that has to happen, or almost simultaneously, whether it's social development, public awareness, right? Having the right policies and regulations in place as well. All of this, there has to be an ecosystem approach that allows the formation of this base for leapfrogging. For you to leapfrog, you must have a base to bounce off, right? And this base, I believe, is formed by things that have to be in place, if not for it to make sense. So yes, we've seen a lot of leapfrogging, especially in the area of telecoms, like you noted, fintech with in Kenya with M-Pesa and all of that. And we've seen a lot of innovations in the tech sector here in Nigeria as well. I believe it's only just a matter of time for the space sector to follow suit. And that the reason being is because it's just so expensive. Of course, with new space, the barriers to entry have been substantially reduced, but notwithstanding, they still could be reduced further. That would allow more participation and allow for a lot more of the innovation that leads to leapfrogging.
Yes. Now, so let me hear, I'd love to go a little deeper into the World Space Week Association history and like, how did it come about?
World Space Week. Well, World Space Week is a UN declared week. As of last year, it celebrated its 25th year. So it was declared by the UN General Assembly from the 4th to the 10th of October. And those two dates are significant because of the 4th of October being the Sputnik 1 launch, and the 10th of October is when we as lawyers have called the outer space treaties came into force. Those are the ground norm for the space sector. And those laws are still in existence and being utilized till today. So that's the significance of those 2 days. And so what's supposed to happen during that period is that there's a global focus on the space sector. Because as we rightly noted in my previous comments, is awareness has to go hand in hand with infrastructure development and, capacity development as well, because people, stakeholders have to understand why you are interested, and this period allows you as participants in this sector to communicate that to your respective audiences in your various nations. And so it's a time to celebrate space, to highlight the achievements of space, and also, of course, highlight the challenges as well. And every year we have a theme, because as you know, space is vast. If we didn't have a theme, we'd have all sorts of celebrations, and that would detract from the idea of focus. So every year we have a theme, and that guides the general thread of the celebrations across the world. So last year we did space and climate change. This year we're doing living in space. So we'll be expecting that a lot of awareness about what living in space means to various audiences will be highlighted during that period.
Well, we certainly are excited about the opportunity to talk about living in space. This is why we're pedaling very fast to try and get our habitat in the north or region of the Chalbi Desert ready. And we're hoping that by having this event and beginning to launch the Analog Astronaut Space Corps for Africa, this is going to be, I can officially declare that launch today. We now will have the seminars and the webinars to begin to train young people. We are definitely looking for partners. If any of you here would like to support us in that process, if any of you here would like to, who are interested in either learning more or figuring out how your organization can partner, then we definitely want to hear from you. So it says World Space Week Association. Can regular people join? Who is a member of the World Space Week Association? Because actually, I jumped into space in 2018, October, doing a World Space Week event and launching the Caribbean Space Society. So does that mean I'm a part of the association, or I'm just like a supporter? What exactly? How do you become a member of the association?
Well, what we do, first of all, World Space Week in terms of participation is open to everybody. Everybody, there's no age limit, no gender bias, no, nothing like that, no locational bias at all. Anybody can participate in World Space Week by putting on an event and registering it through our website. Now, in terms of being a part of our association, of course, all the participants are a part by extension, but we operate through national coordinators at the national level. And I think we've had this discussion before, Dr. Claire, about you not only, pioneering this in Jamaica, but in that general Caribbean area as well. So you can always sign up with us as a national coordinator and coordinate for your country and even perhaps even for your region as well, and ensure that these events get registered and properly spotlighted as well.
All right, so Caribbean Space Society people, if you're on the call, then please let's make this an official thing where we not only just sign up to be quote unquote do an event, but let's also sign up to actually get this going. Now, people, if you again, I'll be placing in the chat, if you're here on the call, it's taking a short advertising break. If you're here on the call and you are supposed to be actually participating in the hackathon, if you're here to become an active participant in the hackathon, we're going to ask that you move to the Moonbase Cafe. I have, again, put this in the chat. Let me put it again, because if you joined late, you will not be able to see it. So if you could put it in the chat again for me, to me or Ayotunde, just do it again, because when you join a meeting late, you don't get to actually see the chats that went ahead of you. So just put it there again. All right. You should not be stuck here. You need to just go to the chat and click on a link. That link in the chat. It's right there. It says Moonbase, and it's a Zoom room that starts off with Clemson.Zoom. All right. So to come back to this, so I'm very excited to hear that there's this open framework for people to get involved, and that World Space Week is just a place for people to become aware, because I think that people are not aware of just how much space impacts their daily lives. That's number one. So that's what we call the space for the SDGs angle of things. But also, one of the things that I want people to aware of is that while we were sleeping in COVID, a lot of things happened in space. Right? There was a big, because everybody was stuck inside and we were feeling miserable. Some of us were just like, when will we be over this? But the acceleration of the space industry really happened in those 3 years in a way that was almost unbelievable. And so when we think about things like overcrowding in space, about who will control the orbits, how we're going to make, if new rules are going to be made to create space debris, if there's issues around space settlement, rights to use the moon, how will the moon be used? These conversations are happening now. And one of the things I think this particular theme, Living in Space, is going to do, hopefully, is really allow this to surface in a more broader way, to open the conversation to people who are not necessarily ever planning to be in space, but certainly as observers and part of the human society. All of us look up at the moon and we can see it with our naked eye. So my impetus for getting to space was a conversation in which I heard somebody in a meeting say, well, the moon is up there just doing nothing. And I'm like, did I hear right? The moon is not up there doing nothing. Without the moon, we would not have an Earth. So there's this sort of a excitement about the idea of going to space that sometimes people lose their minds. And I'm really hoping by democratizing the information, right, we can have a broader conversation, and where I think for sure, maybe we have something to offer the world as African countries that have had to marry traditional land ownership and rights, for example, with Western ideas about land ownership and property rights, because those conversations are being held right now. How are we going to share the moon? If there's mining on the moon, who's going to approve it? Who makes this decision? So I think it's important that the citizens of all the countries of the world understand that while we have strife, we have hunger, we have floods, we have starvation, we have climate refugees, all of which acquiring data, sovereignty of what is out there is important for all countries of the world. Humans, regular people, should have the feeling that when we look up at the moon, we're now not looking at something that's owned by a corporation. And that, I think, is a fundamental question that has to be addressed. And I think having a program, the theme being living in space this year. There's so much that can be brought to the focus by this. So is anything off the table in terms of somebody organizing an event?
Absolutely not. I know that's one of the beautiful things about World Space Week. It really meets you wherever you are. One of the questions I had initially when we announced the theme for this year was, what does it really relate to us in Africa? I mean, living in space, it's a bit ahead of our time or perhaps far-fetched, but far from it. Because like you've just said, these conversations, whether you like it or not, are happening, right? There are several, of course, space flight is not new. You know, it's been happening, perhaps not just on the continent, but these things are happening and decisions are being made, plans are being made as well. And you have to be at the table. You know, you might not have a national program, your national program may not be considering space flight. They might be just thinking of purely the socioeconomic benefits right now, you know, the low-hanging fruits. But notwithstanding, space is the province of all mankind. It should be accessible to all and free to be utilized by all. So whether you're thinking about it or not, somebody else, other nations are, and they will make decisions on your behalf if you're not available. So World Space Week is very, it's very universal in its application, and it allows you, like I said, to celebrate space in a way that is contextually relevant to your situation, to your, you know, to your geography, etc. So even in a country that may have space ambitions, but not necessarily have a program, you can interpret that celebration in any way possible. It's like, for instance, in the present South African Space Agency was actually birthed out of a World Space Week celebration. It was after the celebration that they saw, okay, actually the public seemed to be quite interested in this. Perhaps we should formalize our structures concerning how we want to participate in space. So that's what we really strive to do, to start local and global conversations about space that go beyond just speaking. They actually inform concerted action afterwards.
Wow, I just really I think just having you there as executive director is going to make more people from the global south believe that they need to be at the table. One of the things of having the UN Pact for the Future last year, there was one paragraph about space, not a lot of paragraphs. And so I recognize that I was one of the few people attending these events that had any interest in space. And the way the UN Pact for Summits of the Future was organized last year, they decided not to have any major outcome document, but to form outcome impact groups. So
Okay.
I registered something called the Space Impact Group because I figured that, okay, maybe, and I had to at least get 6 groups to sign up. So I think I got SJC to sign on. I got Moonbridge Association. Maybe like, I can't forget the other 3 groups, but I got enough groups to kind of make it into the official document. So we have an opportunity as the Space Impact Coalition to now follow up on the outcome document of the Pact for the Future. So I'm definitely going to ask the World Space Week Association to join us, and definitely think maybe you guys can help us become the secretariat. Okay, I can't be the secretary, we're too small. I was just trying to make sure the space was there, because if we didn't make it into the document, then to add it afterward is always a problem. And so, yes, as we talk about this global realization that as we become a spacefaring civilization, right, there is still no planet B as far as we know. So we still have to maintain a safe and just and secure Earth planet. And that means that, as some people like to say, if we solve for space, we solve for Earth. Certainly at the Oasis mission that we're doing in Northern Kenya, again, we're going to be working with Juhudi Mashiani, which is the NGO for that region, and Machakos University. Those are our partners to get this done. And we're going to hopefully have other groups from across the world partnering to do the actual mission and work and those things. But the setting up and the running, the day-to-day running are these three organizations, my organization and those two organizations. And so when you think about this reality that this is still part of the foundational capacity that we're talking about, that having a research place to go and setting it up such that in our case, we're deliberately saying, when we solve for space, we're solving for the nomads who live in the desert. We're solving for people who live in remote parts of Africa who need telehealth services. We're solving for arid parts of the desert in Niger and Sudan that need to figure out how are we going to grow food, because all of these things which help to create conflict, we have to begin to solve for in practical ways. And so we believe that having this facility and having satellite facilities in Nigeria, like having something in a cave in Nigeria or having something in a desert in northern Ghana, having something in at least, I would like to see at least 4 countries in Africa have at least one such analog station run by civil society, not by the governments. Governments can do whatever they want to do. But I believe it's important that civil society come together, and we have organizations that already have some assets. We have to get away from this idea where we don't have any money, we don't have this. Yes, but we have intellectual capital, and we have what we call emotional capital or passion capital that can drive us. None of us are being paid to sit here today and talk about this. So clearly, this is something that we're doing because we have the intellectual and passion capital and the hope capital to invest in a vision for a future we want. So as we come to close, I'd like you to kind of sum up with, what is your vision then? If we talk about 2032 as 30 years, and we know the Africa Space Agency is going to be launched in Egypt.
Yeah.
We're so excited about that. What is your hope for what capacity in Africa will look like in 2032? That's only 7 years, I know, but a lot can happen in 7 years if we work well together, if we play well together. What's your big vision?
Well, I have always been a Pan-African advocate. So anything, I'm very pro collective action, right? Projects that involve, that are regional or if not continental. Now, in terms of the broader sector, I would really like to see the space sector being at the point where the average African, right, can feel the impact of it, recognizes, understands, and feels the impact of the space sector. Now, I feel that the driving force for that will be new space, which is primarily private sector driven. And maybe that's my bias from having been in government for almost 2 decades. I feel the driving force for the space sector in Africa is the private sector. And like you mentioned, there is a fundamental role to be played by the civil society, which I believe is the glue that puts everything together. So why I say new space is because of its ability, its agility, and its ability to innovate quickly. And also the innovation that comes with the business models. Because ultimately, until the space sector is able to address social economic issues on the continent in a very tangible way, until that happens, it's not going to be widely appreciated. It's not going to be appreciated in the manner that it should be. So my vision for 7 years is seeing more participation of the private sector, driving innovation on the continent, and the importance and value propositions of this sector being communicated through the civil society to the wider audience, the wider continent, who now not only appreciate it, but can actually derive the economic benefits of this sector at a very, very micro level. So that's my vision.
Well, thank you so much. We'll leave it at that. Okpalete, thank you so much for joining us, for sharing some time with us, and definitely helping us get a better view of what is the World Space Week Association, what is World Space Week, and how all of us can be a part of it. I want to thank you for joining us. And folks, stay tuned. We're going to move to our satellite session. We have most of our speakers here for that. And in the meantime, again, if you're here and you're supposed to be in the hackathon, if you're going to be actually actively participating, competing in the hackathon, you need to click on the link in the chat. It says, and it was just posted again by Precious. So look in the link. Participants, if you're just joining, please use the link to join the Moonbase Cafe, which says clemson.zoom.us. That's where you're supposed to be. And we wish you good luck. And Precious, I invite you to stay here just in case other people are late. But again, if you're here and you plan to participate as a competitor in the hackathon, then you need to go there. If you're just here to observe and get to see what the people actually do, then you're welcome to stay here and join us as we get ready for our next session. And our next session is going to be about the issue of Yuri's the Africa's Small Site Revolution, Africa's Small Satellite Revolution. We have a fabulous lineup. Hopefully they'll all make it, but I know I saw Timothy Ashong here, who is a critical person in the international government sector. That is Director General of RASCOM, which is a Regional African Satellite Communication. He is going to be with us. We have also joining us Eldridge DeMelo, who is the founder of SharpNav, which is a technology company that has to do with the navigation on the satellite. And Florent Mutuka, he's with the government of Tanzania. He is responsible for the Emerging Tanzania Space Program. Exciting news there. Both himself and Dr. Edward Mensah were granted the opportunity to build their first CubeSats. So that's Cote d'Ivoire and Tanzania will be building their first CubeSats, and they're doing it at the same time. So they're working together, learning together, which is a very good prerequisite for our work we're trying to do as a private sector, which is have something called AFCONSAT, a constellation of satellites, which will be built by universities. And that vision and dream came out of All Nations University in Ghana. And we should have with us Ernest Cheye Mate, who is the coordinator for the Space Science and Technology Lab at All Nations University. So that's our lineup for this session, and we are going to jump right in. We are going to jump right in. So if you're here and for that session, if you could turn on your cameras. I see Timothy is here. I'm going to bring him up on stage. Let me see who else is here. Who else is here? Is Ernest here? Eldridge is here. Let me admit him and bring him up on stage. Ernest, if you're here for this session, if you could turn on your camera so I can see you and I can bring you up on stage, that would be fantastic. Let me see who else is here before I get started. Eldridge, if you could turn on your camera, Eldridge, we're about to start your session. So turn on your camera so that I can see that you are ready to go, and I will spotlight you and bring you. Oh, here you go. Let me bring you up on stage. I'm going to add you to the spotlight. There you are. I am not seeing either Ernest at this time, or I am also not seeing Edward. So I'm going to go ahead and start because these two gentlemen alone can give us a lot of information. They are very active in their space, and we're hoping the others will join as they come. So welcome, 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 welcome. I would say my brother Timothy Ashong, who joined us last year in Ghana for Space on Ghana. We got to spend some time together. And Eldridge, we've never met in person, but I feel like I know you because I think you were there from the first time I did this back in 2019. So we've been around this mulberry bush for a long time. I remember being excited to know that we had somebody in the technology space trying to build something unique and special to allow countries that only can do small sats to do something different. So thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's get started. We're talking about foundational capacity, but we're talking about African small sat revolution. I'm going to start with Timothy Ashong, who is the coordinator for RASCOM, which is a regional body. So let's start off with saying, what is RASCOM? Because many people don't even know that RASCOM exists. What is it? Tell us a bit more about the history of RASCOM.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clara, and good morning, good afternoon to all participants. My name is Timothy Ashon, the Director General for RASCOM. So RASCOM is a regional Africa satellite communications organization formed in 1992 under the auspices of the then Organization of African Union, currently known as the AU, in 1992. RASCOM is to champion satellite communications connectivity in Africa and is to help bridge the digital gap between Africa and the rest of the world. Now, RASCOM is headquarters in Cote d'Ivoire, West Africa, and has its office there, and it incorporates 45 African countries at the moment, and two other institutions, ASECNA and also BOAD, the Bank of West Africa.
All right, so that's about RASCOM. So what does RASCOM actually do? Is it just a policy institution? Does it actually operate any satellites? Is it a scientific? What is it? Because it just sounds like a satellite company, but is it a government-owned satellite company? What is it exactly?
So RASCOM is a government-owned institution. It's an intergovernmental institution. So just like we have the ITSO, okay, let me not go into deep on that. So let me be specific. RASCOM is an intergovernmental organization. So all the governments came together to establish one institution that will help to champion satellite communications connectivity, okay, in Africa. Now, aside RASCOM, in RASCOM, another company was formed. Okay, that company was where the investment from all the member states' contributions went to form a private company to launch and operate a satellite. Okay, and that is called RASCOM StarCAF. So currently, RASCOM has one satellite in space, which the shareholders incorporates other private institutions like Thales Alenia Space, and also LIBE, a Libya investment firm. So they operate one satellite, taking into recognition broadcasting satellite services and also fixed satellite services, both in the C and also in the KU bands.
Okay, so does your satellite provide communications support?
Yes, it provides communication support and both broadband services and also for broadcasting services.
Okay, so now we're talking about when you were formed and when you were launched and where things are today. Before I bring up Eldridge, I want to get a sense of, this is obviously not a low Earth satellite. It's up so long. So it's not, right? So it's a higher stationary one. Could you explain more about that? Yeah.
It's a geo satellite.
So could you explain for those of us who are new to this, what does that mean versus what a low Earth is?
So the lower Earth satellites, and let me give specific example, like lower Earth satellites are satellites between, let me say 700 kilometers above the Earth and also to 1,200 kilometers above the Earth. Now, these specific examples are SpaceX satellites, Amazon satellites that we all know about now as NGSOs. Okay, yeah, that non-synchronized geostationary satellites. But geostationary satellites are based up above 36,000 kilometers above the Earth, and those are the traditional satellites, and that is where RASCOM satellites is also based. It's a geo satellite, and the current crop of satellites that we see is mainly of NGSO satellites, and those are LEO satellites, and the RASCOM satellite is a geo satellite system.
So with that in mind, are plans to add more or get new low Earth where things are? Because we know, even from just being on this call, that there needs to be a lot more communications in Africa. We need a huge number of communications. So where do you see things going? Where are the gaps? What are the things that Africa needs to be thinking about now that the capacity to do small sats is much cheaper, and countries, as we heard, are like in Ghana, they built a CubeSat. I know those are mostly for research, but given the issues with connectivity, right? Where do you see some of the gaps, and how do you see organizations and universities and startups like what Eldridge has? We're going to bring him up next. Startups like what Eldridge has being a part of this conversation and doing actually helping to solve this problem.
So with the current small satellite system, and it has become very easy for the African member states to also jump into it. And then I will say that this is a new technology that has come, and we have other companies that are taking like they're taking the lead in such technologies. Now, when you look at the specifics, for example, we used to have the CubeSats. Okay, we used to have the CubeSats, and this CubeSats, that is what mainly has developed in Africa, because we had different countries have launched CubeSats, and mostly when you look at the services, it's mainly based on the Earth observations. Okay, now we have Ghana with the GhanaSat-1. We have Botswana, BOSSAT-1. We have Djibouti. Botswana launched theirs in 2025. Djibouti launched theirs in 2023. We have Kenya. We have Uganda. We have Zimbabwe and others also launching the CubeSats, and it's estimated that more than 15 African countries will also be launching additional satellites, and other investment will go into it by 2026. So this is a trend. But now, specifically on the question you asked, there are some small satellites currently that are not the traditional satellites that we know, that are also providing similar services, just like the traditional satellites, with minimal footprints. And with companies like Astranis, I think Swiss 2Sats, they've taken the lead in that, and I think Astranis have even started launching. And these satellites becomes very handy, and it's not as expensive as the traditional satellites. Therefore, it provides the means for Africa to also enter or re-enter into the space race by providing similar applications. We can collaborate and have more of those satellites. And specifically, what we need to think about is building those satellites. How do we come together to build those satellites right here? Because it's like we are always at the third end of the technology. Okay, that's the receiving end. Okay, but how do we get to the at the beginning of those technologies? And that is one of the problems that we have as Africa. And that's where I have to start to advocate where we have to take RASCOM to the next level for the member states to have that trust, to have some serious capacity building and not the ordinary capacity building. We've had a lot of capacity building in Africa, but what is the impact? So capacity building that are not practical is never going to help the continent. And that is what we see. A lot of institutions build capacity. Then after they build the capacity, the people that are trained, they don't have access to things to work with. They have never seen the components before with their eyes. Okay, therefore it becomes very difficult. But when we start to realign ourselves with reality and be able to practically teach our students, because most of them have to start from the university stage or the tertiary. Let me put it the tertiary. I was a student of a tertiary institution, and before university, I went to tertiary institute, and I did electronics and telecom technician course. At my first year in school, I was building rectifiers, building amplifiers, but I was supposed to build on what I was doing from year one and build bigger things as I go ahead. But the system to build those things were not in place. But in Africa, I think we have to reorient our mind to focus on our technical expertise. And I think that will help our people, and that will also help to build the continent in terms of the practical trainings that we need in the area of space.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to bring in Eldridge here to talk about building, because I believe, Eldridge, you have been at it as a startup for some time. I'm not sure exactly where you are now in this space, but I know when we first met, you were trying to either build a new model of something on a satellite. Where is this the same thing you're doing? Did you have to abandon ship on that one and start something else? Because there are very few startups I know that have been actually trying to build. There is Jessin Darby in South Africa, who at one point was trying to build a satellite. I know that what All Nations did, their satellite has come down, right? But again, they had to go to Japan to actually do the building. They were trained, but there's no clean room in Africa, as far as I know, that could actually build. So those expenses will have to be apportioned to different spaces. So Eldridge, jump in and let us know where you are, where you see things, and what is your company? I know you have a startup called SharpNav. Where is it? What happened to the original startup that I think we met? And I think you are originally from Angola, if I'm correct, which already also has signed the Artemis Accord. So welcome, we have Angola in the house.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here in this panel today. I really appreciate everyone that's here taking this time for us to discuss a bit about science, a bit about the future for Africa, and what we can do in terms of space technology development. You are totally correct, Dr. Claire. I think we have met 5-6 years ago, and at that time I was trying to launch a startup to build satellites to harness space solar power, and then sort of beam that down back to Earth and provide more affordable electricity in many different regions. Unfortunately, at that stage, the technology was not matured enough to convince people to fund that initiative. So we did a lot of good work, but at some point, due to lack of funding, we had to abandon that ship.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah. For now, and actually, if you have been following up the advancements in terms of like space technology development, there are now companies that are getting funded to develop this technology that we were initially trying to develop. But now what I'm focused at, and as you said correctly, I'm one of the co-founders of a Finnish company called SharpNav, And we are currently building a satellite constellation. So it's going to be constellation satellites in low Earth orbit for positioning, navigation, and timing. We want to use this constellation to complement GPS, Beidou, Galileo, GLONASS, all the different constellations that are part of the GNSS system. As we know, the GNSS system has a lot of vulnerabilities, and sort of what my company is trying to fix is provide more accurate positioning services and also unlock the potential for indoor positioning, which is something that's quite not possible at the moment with the GNSS system.
So when you say positioning and GPS, are we talking about positioning in terms of GPS in Africa, or is this global, or in Finland? Where exactly will you be doing this constellation? Who will it serve?
Great question. So it's going to be global. Aside from running this startup, I'm also I've been a PhD doctoral researcher on internationalization of space companies. So I focus a lot on studying how space companies internationalize. And of course, when you are building a space company, you want to have a more focused approach for a specific market. But unfortunately, it's not very sustainable economically for space companies to only focus in one region. And the reason for that is because you need to go after your customers. You need to go after different sources of revenue. And if you are sort of just focused in one specific region, you can, in a way, limit yourself. And that's why we are building this constellation to serve globally, so to have a global capacity.
Well, some of the people will say, and I have to say this without tongue in cheek, is that half of the roads in Africa don't have no name anyway. So how are you going to find it? You know, how are you going to find it? That's a good question. I have to say that because when I go home to Jamaica, my road where I live is not on the GPS, right? It's there, but you can't see it. Like, well, when I look from Google Earth, I don't see the name of my road because I think it was never put on the official map or something. I don't know what happened, but it's kind of weird because now you actually have some version of Uber in Jamaica, and it's not really Uber, but some version of Uber. And, you know, they have to kind of tell them where to go because it's not exactly called that on the map. So it's interesting to see what some of the young people will do now to leapfrog the challenges that translate what the traditional market is able to do with what the needs are in Africa, which are not quite the same. So we've been joined by Florent Maurice Matuka. I hope he can get his camera on, or he can let us know if it is that his bandwidth is low. But I'm going to ask him to unmute and talk us a bit more about what's happening in Tanzania. As I said, he's one of the people who just got approved to have a CubeSat, I believe, or a small sat that will be supported by JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency. So welcome. Tell us a little bit more about what's happening in Tanzania in your neck of the woods before we open the floor to a broader discussion.
Oh, thank you, and sorry for late joining. It's just I had a challenge. I thought it's also supposed to be morning here in Tanzania, so it was a challenge of timing. Maybe I'm Florent Maurice Matuka. I'm working with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Basically, we are ICT and the postal responsible, as well as issue of digital economy in our country. In very brief, we started our program as a necessity to provide the basic communication services to rural areas. And that was the directive from the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan. So our focus actually was providing basic services to rural areas. However, when we took out the task, we had also other missions, other strategy on how we are going to provide similar service in areas. So down the line, we say, okay, let us, instead of concentrating of providing only services via the satellite, let us look at what the space can offer. So we started a national program because currently in our country we don't have a space agency. So I was assigned as a coordinator for the space program. And within the space program, we have our steering committee and a technical committee, as well as working groups, defense working groups that are supporting our program. One of the working group is current member from the research institute and academia. And when we are working on that, we on our program, we thought that we needed to have collaboration with the defense partners, and that's why we first attended the UNOSA program meeting or conference in the Baku, and where it was an eye-opening to us. We thought, okay, there's this kind of a competition that is run by the UNOSA. And one of the very, very important message was from the director of UNOSA, responsible for okay, yeah, the madam, she's madam, what they call him, okay, I don't know how to call him in. He said that supporting countries like Tanzania is vital for ensuring the equitable access to the benefit of space exploration through international cooperation and the knowledge sharing. We can empower these emerging countries significantly low in the global space arena. So that was a very supporting statement from the high level of the UN. So when we came back, it was very late for us to participate because it was
Madam Ati, hold up. Madam Ati from the United Nations.
Exactly. Yes, exactly that. Yes. Actually, it was we are supposed to start on June, and that was September. Just 1 week the deadline to submit our application. But I just organized a team of experts, and we worked together with a friend from Ivory Coast, whom we met in the same conference, and we submitted our intention to participate. However, through that effort, we are able last year in July 30, we are announced as the winner of the 8th round of the Cube. And now come back to our country, then our program now is not focused anymore on only providing basic communication services, because now we have a lot of initiatives which have a solution, a similar solution, a better solution to rural communication services. One is providing, now we have extended our backbone fibers, and through the government, we are providing incentive to telecom operators to go to unsaved areas and the non-profitable areas. As of now, we have more than 90% of population coverage and more than 80% of geographical coverage of our country through terrestrial communication services. So when it comes to satellite service, it's now we don't need any more, maybe for various specific areas that they are very, very challenging. But providing services via satellite, no, it's not our main target. However, the coming of the big giant like Elon Musk also provided another opportunity to provide the same service to that kind of area. So what are we focusing now? One is to do the capacity building. As the emerging countries, we don't have enough capacity. We are working with the member of academics as well as the partners outside our country. The other thing is, which is very important, having no agency, no policy, no legal and regulatory framework. Now we are working on the legal and the regulatory framework. Already we have in place our 5-year strategic framework with 5 main pillars, like legal and regulatory framework, capacity building our own infrastructure to ensure that people can have access to space services and applications. That's what we are currently doing. The other thing is we wanted to ratify international treaties. Because of, government have got its own machinery, how it works. So out of 5, we have selected 2 to start with, to ratify. And this we are going to ratify this year. There is the registration and the application. Those 2, the basic one that we're going to start. The other one we are going to do later. The other thing that we've got is we have now we've got we are going to do we are starting with the drafting our own policy, space policy, and maybe we have got approval from the Prime Minister office. That is how we do in our country. Prime Minister office. We have already drafted the first paper, and maybe later we are going to submit it to approving machinery. The other thing we are going to do to participate in this kind of conference and a meeting to make sure that we have the knowledge and the skills to handle our program. We have already done working with the UNISEC. UNISEC is a Japanese consortium, the global consortium of universities, engineering universities specialized in space. And we have already opened our local chapter, and most of our universities are part of that. And we are going to participate in a program where through UNISEC, we are going to launch a constellation of satellite for universities. We've already submitted our proposal for missions and proposal for the framework of the CubeSat, the type of CubeSat is going to be, and that's how we are doing. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we get a really good feel of what's happening in Tanzania. And if Edward was here, Dr. Mensah was here, he's the person that he mentioned from Cote d'Ivoire. He also was approved at the same time. So as I said, they're building together at the same time and learning from each other. Which brings me to the question then from a RASCOM perspective and also from Eldridge. I mean, Eldridge, I know you're doing something in Finland for global, but as somebody from a country that also has signed the Artemis Accords, also has needs, and Lusophone Africa between Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, etc., and Sao Tome, you probably could do something also just with those the Lusophone countries, which tend to be sort of almost isolated in a different way. Not to mention the small island nations of, Mauritius and Madagascar, they're in a whole different level of isolation. So as we think about this, I want to also ask Alma Okpele, if she's still here, to kind of come back on, turn on her and come back on, because she's a space lawyer. I know she doesn't really practice space law per se anymore, but she still keeps her fingers in the space. And I'm thinking about this idea of data sovereignty and the need then for these gaps, and they need to move faster. We have a space agency being launched. Alma, perhaps you can join us on the screen and talk a little bit about from a policy perspective. And while you get here, I just want people to start thinking about that question. There are gaps in the policy framework and the legal framework that would allow us, for example, to talk about having a constellation of CubeSat, let's say, that's owned by different countries, but they're launched together, right? So that we can have this sort of a domestic, homegrown, AU, RASCOM related. I'm saying bringing in RASCOM back here because RASCOM is regional to, I think, West Africa, but already having tested this, right? And maybe it's not, but—
No, it's not. RASCOM is not regional.
Okay,
it's not West Africa. It's Africa.
Okay, perfect. So you already have, let's say, experience
East
in
Africa, yeah.
Collective ownership. What is to stop from our legal and policy framework? What would need to happen for us to accelerate uptake of, let's say, RASCOM operating constellation now, even if the constellation is built by CubeSat centers in East, West, South, Central Africa, right? Maybe 2 per region. So now we have like a test bed for a constellation that's owned, LEO owned. Is there a policy problem or and gaps, and how would we move to fix that so the technical people, because it can be done. The issue is, can we do it because, are we stopped because of policy? What needs to happen?
Well, okay, let's look at it from a regulatory point of view. The model has already, it's not new. RASCOM is in existence. It's been demonstrated that nations can come together and secure an orbital slot in a nation's name and pool resources to launch a satellite and then go on to operate it to deliver services across nations. So the model exists. So the only difference was that was in geostationary orbit. So we're now looking at perhaps a LEO constellation. And what would it take for that to happen? Exactly the same model. Firstly, secure the orbital resources and the frequencies to be able to launch that constellation of satellites. Then at an operational level, you look at, okay, which nations are going to be in participation and to what extent. Of course, not all nations are equal in terms of size and also financial capacity to contribute to this sort of initiative. So you determine what's the shareholding going to be, what positions are various nations going to have representatives on in order to make this a functional body. And you don't want a body that's constantly at loggerheads. You want something that's fluid, that actually works. So you look at it from an operational point of view, okay, what nations are going to contribute? How is this going to work? I believe RASCOM was originally an African Union initiative, which provided a good, bedrock for that sort of cooperation to actually exist. So once again, you could turn to the African Union, especially now with the space agency, to be that unifying agency that pulls, like maybe gets the level of participation they might be able to bring people, nation states together to participate. And I wouldn't say necessarily regulated, but at least form a platform for cooperation towards that sort of a project. But then you must also ask the fundamental question, why are you launching this constellation, right? Are you trying to provide communication services in various countries? And if so, what is the financial sustainability of that, of being able to deliver those services in those various countries? Because sometimes you're driven by the idea of something and how it sounds really nice and bring everybody together, but until you understand the fundamentals of the business of space, right, and whether it works financially, makes financial sense, then you can decide, fine, this is something that we want to pursue. But in terms of actually having a framework that works, RASCOM is an indication that this can and has been done. The only difference is the orbital positioning now and getting those resources to put towards launching a constellation in LEO, which is quite expensive. And also LEO, RASCOM was several years ago. And of course, now you have more participation on the African continent. So you're going to have, oh, she's very cute. You're going to have a lot more countries that will be interested in participating in one way or the other. So you have to be able to accommodate as many nations that are willing and financially able to participate.
Thank you so much for sounding that, because I'm just curious in terms of this issue of data sovereignty. But before I ask that question of Rascom and Timothy to respond, Eldridge, from your perspective, when you launch this constellation, is that orbit going to be in finished space?
Well, it's going to have global coverage, of course. So it's going to be low Earth orbit, and we aim to have global coverage. If you see into how orbit
No,
works,
there was no question. The question was because she mentioned something about a country has an orbital right or something like that. My understanding was that not SpaceX, the other company, had already bought up all the rights in Africa. So does that mean so I'm asking you, Eldridge, when you launch your constellation, is that going to
Space.
finish orbit?
yeah, I think you are your question is more focused for geostationary satellites, where you have this orbital slot constraint.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So for my case, which is a LEO constellation,
You don't have those constraints for low Earth orbit.
no, not so much. My main constraint is more on the frequency allocation for my constellation.
So what are the challenges then in terms, because some people, I've heard this thing about, well, what if these big companies, Amazon and Cooper, etc., use up all the bandwidth of low? Is there a challenge of possible running out, if you will? Because what's the point of us being able to afford to do something, but if we have given up all of that space to the big countries, how is Africa going to now get space in the whatever to be able to put up any constellation? Somebody please help me here, because
Okay, so
Okay,
let
go.
me come in with this based on my former experience working as a vice chair of the ITU satellite regulatory team. Now, currently there's constraints in terms of spectrum and orbital resources. Okay, both in the geo and also in the NGS, so that's the geospace and also the LEO space, because we have one company alone building about 30,000 satellites, okay, into the LEO. And we know that previously space, when you mention space, it was the government institution that runs space, but currently it's more of the private sector, and they also added some aggressiveness into the space race. That means not only one company building 30,000 satellites in LEO, we have additional other companies also building less or similar constellations in space. Now, what happens is that there's going to be difficulties for other countries. Let me put a continent, for example, Africa. Africa is not part of the race currently for NGO, although companies like eSpace have used, they use Rwanda as a filing authorization, notifying authorization administration to file those satellites. But that company is not for Rwanda. It's for Greg, who started OneWeb, and also later is a very good startup person. So he started up a lot of companies and later sold it out. So its origin is from the United States. Okay, now what is left to Africa? Now, that is why currently you hear of more people talking about space sustainability. Because if care is not taken, one member state will take over the whole orbit with their satellite services, and that is going to leave other countries wanted or to lack ability to also enter into the race in future. Now we have some Chinese institutions also coming up strongly in order to launch services to also focus on similar things, similar services like what SpaceX is doing, like a counter service providers from the East. So these are aggressive systems that are coming up but nothing from Africa. And I think it's high time Africa we delve specifically into the space sustainability so that we have limitations. Because currently in the ITU, in the UN rules, there are no number of satellites that you have to a country can file. There's no limit to that. So that's what the space sustainability is trying to deal with, and look at the other aspect of the continent that they are currently not up to scale, that in future, if they also wakes up, what is there for them? So we also have to be included in the discussion in the space sustainability and see how best we can also secure some aspect of the space environment for ourselves for the future, in case Africa also wanted to start an NGSO company, what we can also be able to use in terms of orbital slots and also its associated spectrum resources.
Yeah, that's a key question. Does Tanzania, would you like to add anything there to what he said? Because I guess the concern is that because space is so critical now for life, you have to have access to communication for everything. I mean, what can we can't live, we can't go back to living without a phone, an internet, digital transformation, fintech, everything depends on having communication. So if you are at the mercy of a private sector external force, you really are leaving yourself up to being eaten alive. If we don't even understand what the thing is, this is why even if we don't own it, you should understand what goes into building it. And then if you end up, yes, you know how to build it, but you don't own any, then how are you going to ensure that you have human security? So I'd love to get some feedback on that.
Maybe I can add it from what my fellows just stated. Maybe I can cite some few examples where there are some regional initiative starting from the African Union, but within also as well as from the regional blocks. For example, the Southern African Development Community has various related space initiatives, including developing a shared satellite data framework, promoting regional cooperation in space technology, and fostering collaboration on space-related projects. We are working on supporting each other when it comes to orbital slot or orbital resources, as well as spectrum. We are working together. For example, now a number of African countries have acquired space, spectrum resources recently, including Tanzania and WRC25, and the last year
WRC 23.
Yes,
WRC
thank you.
23.
Yes, I didn't attend that, but we acquired that from a number of African countries, South African countries that acquired that, including Tanzania as well. But also we are looking at having a common framework when it comes to constellation. And what we are doing, we have a team of, we are formulating a team of experts, and my ministry have appointed me to be part of the expert. They have submitted them to that one. The other thing that we are doing together, we have agreed that I think that will be formal very soon, but Angola has advanced very further in terms of space as well as South Africa. So I think within the few time to come, days to come, Angola will be our notifying administrator when it comes to spectrum, to orbital resources for the SADC members. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been joined by Ernest.
If I may,
from
yes, I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
yes, I don't know. This is a very interesting. Yes, thank you. Lasisi Salami is my name. This is actually a very interesting topic. I just want to add my voice to it. Also, as current vice chair, international telecommunication, or international ITU radio communication vice chair, satellite study group. Orbital resources and spectrum is a very big issue, which also forms almost about more than 80% of the agenda item in WRC 2027 is about satellite. it's extremely becoming very difficult to actually lay hands on resources concerning orbital home and spectrum. So I think now that we have a continental space agency, this is the right time for regional satellite operators, the continental space agency domiciled in Egypt, then of course regional blocks, then of course RASCOM in particular, because the head of the organization is somebody who has also participated actively in ITU FES to begin to actually hold our stake, canvas for equity. Let me put it this way: equity, especially when it comes to reviewing some of the aspects that talks about first come, first serve. There should be some kind of equity in these resources, and also, with this side, some of the things we should put on table to see how we can come together and fight for this. Otherwise, you get it. The truth of the matter is, it is unsustainable, and that's why sustainability also comes in, which is one issue we're looking at, to space sustainability, debris, issue of debris, and how to control that, including traffic, monitoring effectiveness, and all of that. So we must put our hands together and assert our firmness in how to have slots reserved for us, even though we don't have the resource at the moment, because part of the challenge is actually resource to build the infrastructure required, because otherwise, even when you have the slot again, which is what we call paper satellite, after some few years or so, you get it. Of course, you have to be relieved of those resources. This is very good. We had that issue currently with Nigerian communication satellite. We had some slots that have not been able to fill, and of course, we may lose them. So it is a very germane topic. You get it, because without these resources, you can't even build satellite. You can't go about building stuff. Why will you throw them into? So all of the slots, MEO, GEO, and LEO, MEO, GEO, the NGS, they are all limited in terms of acquiring them. So let's be very assertive in this and see what we can do at continental level and at regional bodies. We must come together to fight for this in terms of equity and fairness in getting that resource. Thank you.
Thank you so much for jumping in. I'm really happy you joined us and happy you jumped in. I would have never known you were there if you didn't start speaking, and I didn't recognize the name. Ernest is here. He's actually in the field, but I just asked him because as a small, under-resourced university that nobody thought could ever accomplish anything, All Nations in Ghana, I know you said you can't turn your camera on, but if you could unmute and just say very quickly, we don't have much time left. I know you unfortunately joined us late, but just say very quickly, what are some lessons learned? You're a small university, you're able to build the first satellite, now you're trying to find resources for a second one. But beyond that, All Nations has been talking about this AFCONSAT model of universities building together. Now we have 2 universities in Tanzania and Cote d'Ivoire. Is Ghana ready to build again? And where would we get the support from to have even one clean room somewhere on the African continent, given that there are so many, let's say, space experts of African origin outside of the continent? What are your thoughts about how we might accelerate this coming together, certainly at the university level, to maybe build even a 5 small constellation test bed for the larger one in the future? What are your thoughts?
That was great. Thank you, Doc, for bringing me on board, and also my co-panelist. Like Doc said, I'm actually on the field doing some work, but then I wanted to still be on this meeting. And Dr. Salami spoke about paper sats, which I believe that even if we are not able for now to pull resources together for manufacturing a satellite, then we should begin to having joint programs like a constellation of PaperSat. I really understand what the PaperSat is, but then we can work together, like Salami was talking about. Now, from my view as an under-resourced university, having developed the first satellites for the country, which was solely funded by the university, one of the challenges that we face is brain drain, where we have the expertise migrating to Europe and other countries. But then I believe that as a university, we can still drive a lot in space in our countries. We can still drive as much as we can. There are some projects that do not need very huge budgets, like the project that All Nations recently started. Like the project is called Space for Underserved or Unusual Communities Project, where we are going out to educate non-classroom people about space science. And
Wow, I think he got dropped off. As he said, he was in the field. You got dropped off, Ernest. Your sound has gone. You're probably in a bad patch. I'm sorry that he dropped off. He got dropped off. He's in a bad patch. Wherever he is in the field, somewhere in the rural parts of Ghana, doing his work. So we're gonna probably wrap up now. We have come to the point where we want to get some final words, certainly from our panelists, Elridge, Florent, and Timothy. You think about the future, right? We are talking about space futures here. What is the one, and I'm going to ask Alma and Lasisi as well, Salami as well. What is the one thing you would most like to see? Let's work with the same 2032 that the students are working with, right? They have a hackathon, they have to come up with something. And the backstory to the hackathon, by the way, let me just share that since it's okay now, is that the AU has agreed going to be launching a mission to the moon. Because as you know, Artemis will already be in play by 2028, more than likely. And China and Russia will also have their thing ready by 2020. They're both racing furiously to get there first. But I thought, let's do something where we also somehow have gotten the billionaires in Africa. They have some money there sitting down in Swiss banks. We've gotten them to figure out that they too want to be in the game. And they now have supported the startups across Africa. We now actually have a rocket. I think it's feasible to say we can build a rocket in 7 years and satellites and more we need to go to the moon. So with that assumption holding as feasible, given the talent we have and the money in other people's accounts, right? What are some things you'd like to see by 2032? What is it would you most like to see in terms of the satellite agenda? Where would you like to see? So each of you, rapid, 30-second, go around. I'm going to start with Eldridge, because you live outside of Africa. What would you like to see for Africa?
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to summarize what Timothy said in the beginning. I think we have seen enough capacity building programs. I've been seeing those for the last 6-7 years. And I think it's time that we actually invest on people putting their hands on what will actually create value. So funding initiatives, this might be an unpopular opinion, but building satellites is not that difficult anymore. There is tons and tons of knowledge. And the last thing that we need at this stage is just putting money in more capacity building programs, sending people to other countries to read books on how to build satellites. No, we need to go into the universities, laboratories, give student money and let people take risks. Build something, launch as fast as you can. If it does not work that well, you are going to learn and then iterate again. And that's how we get there. That's going to be what I wish for for Africa. And I'm sure that that's going to become a reality because a lot of people are thinking like that already. It's just really a matter of us then making sure that the decision makers can put money into these initiatives and in people's hand, people that are actually thinking about taking risks and building things. Thank you.
Alma, I know you spoke before, but very quickly, because you already spoke a long time before. What are your thoughts in terms of the satellite agenda?
Well, I would really like to see Africa play a more active role in space sustainability in relation to satellites. And I believe that that firstly starts with improving the capacity when it comes to frequency coordination and really understanding the ins and outs of the ITU and how all the frequency coordination spectrum management works in order to access it favorably for nations and for the continent. Then, of course, also participating in what happens at the end of life, you know, what processes, procedures are being put in place for deorbiting satellites. I know that there's some codes of conduct from the Global Satellite Operators Association, but beyond that, what active steps are being taken to lessen space debris so that it doesn't become an impediment for nations that want to launch in the future. So
Thank you. 30 seconds. You took more than 30 seconds. Florent Maurice Matuka, 30 seconds in and out. We are already at 8:59. What are your hopes for Africa?
Okay, if I may add,
Yes,
as
jump
somebody
in.
who participated.
Jump in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Okay. If I must say this, as somebody who's in the academia, associate professor, space system, and also an industry practitioner, what we need at the moment in African continent, if I must say the same thing I said in African Middle East Space Conference that took place early this year. It's not enough to go out and study and all of that. There's a huge nexus and that gap, that knowledge skill gap between industry and academia. And this is a time now for Africa and regional blocs to begin to invest in assembly, integration test center, up to 1 ton capacity design, satellite design, assembly, integration test, where you have all of the softwares for what we call all of the reverse engineering that has to be done. You know, you have the engineering softwares to simulate what you must have designed using also public softwares that are meant to design a lot, because all of these things are enabled. It's all about concurrent engineering. So, and we've seen that happening in Egypt. You can see the kind of
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yes.
I'm going to wrap you up. We get it.
Thank you.
Last word.
Thank you.
People say you have the last word. We're 1 minute over time. We're going to close out. Let's hear from you and we close out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you to all the panelists. It will be, I'll appreciate to see in future the African continent using more of African satellite communication service providers to solve our connectivity needs. Our member states are doing very well, and in RASCOM strategy, not only focusing on the satellite we have, but every country that within Africa that comes along with satellite communications programs, RASCOM is going to support, and RASCOM is also going to help market within the continent, because we need to take over the satellite communication market of Africa, because it belongs to Africa. Thank you
so much. Thank you. All right. So thank you all, Florent. I think I'm going to have to skip over you. Only you have 2 words. Sorry, 3 words. All right, 5 words.
Okay. I don't see blend drain as a challenge. I see it as an opportunity, and we need to put space into economy. That's where people want.
All right. So we have Eldridge. There's no reason why, although Eldridge is in Finland, he cannot support with his space-based solar power agenda to support the program. So which means that the AU agenda and RASCOM agenda has to combine, where this 6 region, the diaspora, like Eldridge, is able to participate and support. And I really love this idea of building these things going. So friends, folks, thanks. You give her a round of applause. Thank you.
I need the
so much.
contacts for all of them. How can I get the contacts? I need to keep.
Well, let me
contact
just
with-
say one thing. We're going to have a conference in Nigeria. And the last is not really a conference, because it's like what I call a gathering. The Space in Ghana is different from regular conference because it's a futures conference. We're going to spend 3 days on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of July talking about issues with more detail, hearing from experts and academicians who actually have capacity to build things. And the last 2 days, we're going to actually have a design lab. So you're all invited to show up, and one of the design labs is AFCONSAT, or as a holding space for a constellation. And we really hope that we can attract some of the diaspora, like an Eldridge, to show up, to sit in a room with 20, 30 other people and actually design the thing. So we can actually go to the African Development Bank or Afro-Exim Bank or somebody and say, here's the project. I really believe if we do almost like a simulated hackathon of this design of a real project, with the right people in the room, we can leave there after a 4-day meeting with a document almost ready to be handed over to the funders. And who are they? Afro-Exim Bank, African Development Bank. I think there are 2 institutions that are ready right now to look at new ways of thinking about this problem. But I gotta run. My other people are here. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us. We are grateful. We are grateful. We are grateful. Folk, we are saying au revoir. Now I wouldn't say goodbye because it's just one stop on our way to this this journey we're taking around the world. And we're going to get ready now for our next session, which will talk about the analog industry, where we're going to call that, we're calling that the issue of what we say. The issue is Earth Labs for Space Futures, Advancing Exploration through Analog Research. We have a packed session. If everybody comes, we're going to be moving very fast because we want to talk about lessons learned from some of our guests from around the world. Ishmael from Morocco, Marufa, who has worked with HiC. She has her own program in Hawaii. Jess also doing work in user experience. Mary Patience, who's actually a young African who's actually experienced being an analog astronaut. Because as I said, we're launching our own analog astronaut academy core. And so people like Mary, as Patience and Ishmael, who are on the African continent, definitely will have to be part of that because of the experience that they have. And so we're going to bring them on and asking them to please turn on your cameras so that I can see you and I can bring you live. And we're going to be joined in the second half. They'll be joined by Dr. Andrew Murden, Dr. Margaret Ngano, and Dub Goya, who are working with us, and Toby Thomas on the Oasis project in Northern Kenya. And they're here to learn from what has happened before and also talk about where they are in terms of the design and the work that they're doing to get us started. So without further ado, let's bring them on. And let me see who is here. So let me bring up Marufa. Let me bring her up because she is here. Let me see who else is here. Welcome, Marufa. And you are here from Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii. I think I also saw, all right, Jesse's here. I met them at the Analog Astronaut Conference, which happens every May in Arizona. Mary Patience is here. And let me see who else is here. I'm going to bring up a couple minutes after I get started, I'll bring on Anshu, Dub, and Margaret, who are also here. But let me just start with this first session, talking a little bit about Analog Astronauts Earth Lab. So for those of you who don't know, an analog astronaut is somebody like these 3 people here who actually practice being astronauts. They study, they work, they go out and do missions. They pretend as if they are literally in space, and they do research experiments. And the Analog Astronaut Foundation, which was established to kind of bring these disparate groups together, is trying to professionalize this program. Now that commercial space exists, the issue is how can we, as civil society, prepare an astronaut corps, right? It's no longer the purview of the military only. Before you had to be ex-military, ex-Air Force from Europe, America, wherever to join. But now we have another pathway because the commercial space flight does not, and the space tourism that they have in mind does not require military experience, but there is interest, obviously, in getting people ready for flying. And so I see also Ishmael is here, and I'll bring it up and we can get started. So here we are. So let's get started. Welcome. So I am going to start in Morocco because you actually have a physical presence in Africa and you have an institute. Welcome. Could you tell me a little bit more about how did you get started in analog astronaut space and where is Morocco at now? Very short because I want to get everybody in. We're moving very fast. Think of this like a TV show, not a long expedition, not an academic expedition. I really want to get people to hear as much as possible. So make your answers 1 minute answers, no more, and we can get more conversational style going and not so much an academic style conversation. So Ishmael El Amari from Morocco Space. I think you're a Space Research Institute. The floor is yours. Tell me more about how you got into space and what is your organization doing?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Professor Claire, for this great event. And I'm glad to be here with you all. So basically in Morocco and in Agadir city, which is my native city, which is in southern Morocco, we're trying to work as an association, which is called the Moroccan Association for Space Studies that I founded like, I think 3 years ago. And we're trying to work on three main aspects, actually. Space architecture, as I'm a Moroccan space architect. So I'm trying to bring space architecture students from Morocco and I hope for the next years from all Africa to work on a space architecture workshop. Regarding also kids, we're having a program called Astro Kids for children to try to democratize access to space for children in my country. And also as an analog astronaut, actually I am the second one. The first one was a lady. I went there in Spain, so I'm trying to bring an analog mission to Morocco. As we know, we have the Sahara Desert. We have like a lot of extreme environments in Morocco where we can like put one of them, of these missions. And yes, Professor Claire, I would be like delighted and I would be honored to work with you for the first analog African station, actually, as a space architect. So I can help you design the habitat or even on the MCC team. So definitely, I would be more than glad to work with you on that project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mary Patience, I'm not sure if you're in Africa or you're just an African living somewhere else. Talk to us about your astronaut journey, analog astronaut journey.
Hello. Like finally to be here. I'm a Ugandan, but I left Uganda in September 2023 to come and do my master's in Ireland in space science and technology. And it's from my master's that the university sponsored me being able to attend my very first analog astronaut training. I actually joked about how I never knew about analog astronauts, like it was a very new concept to me. But once I knew about it and shared with the university, because I didn't have the funds to pay for the program, I was able to attend my very, very first mission. It was very eye-opening. I got to actually see what astronauts do in space. I don't know, as a young girl, when you want to go to space, you think it's just you are in space. You don't get to know how many experiments have to go on. Every time you're doing tests, you're being tested, the different occupations you have to do in space, all the work that you have to do, living with these different people that you don't really know in this small contained area. So it was such an interesting experience for me. And that's when it hit me that Africa actually does not have any analog astronaut training center, at least none that I know of. And I've tried to make my research before coming here to say this. And I'm really happy to know that there is something being planned in line with that. And I'm very much willing to contribute to bringing it to life and seeing that we have such things happening on ground back home. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now to bring on Marufa and Jess, they are my friends. I would say my space family, part of my analog space family. I see them for the last couple of years, almost every year. I think I've seen you in the conference in Arizona. Marufa, you are founder of Everest Labs, and you have experience doing missions, but you're from Nepal. So people are always interested. Are you doing work in Nepal, or is all your work in Hawaii? And Nepal being so high up and so cold, I'm sure provides an awesome opportunity to look at the cold side of space. We always think about the hot side of space, the deserts, etc. But could you tell us a little more about what Everest Labs does, and if you're doing it in Nepal and not in Hawaii, what has been the experience of getting that started in such a small country, but such an important country, having the highest peak in the world?
Wow, thank you for the introduction. Good to see you, Claire. Dr. Claire, you're such an inspiring person. Thank you for inviting us. I'm originally from Bangladesh, which is opposite of Nepal. So you just do the world upside down. But born and raised in Bangladesh, but I lived in Hawaii for 12 years. So I learned about world and geopolitics and the ocean. We have Bay of Bengal in Bangladesh, and here we have Pacific Ocean. So I was in Nepal as a visiting scientist in like few years ago. It was like 6-7 years ago. Visiting scientists in Tribhuvan University. So there was a physics conference, and I met with a group of astronauts, analog astronauts, and there was a conference in the basement, analog astronaut panel. And then the commander says, "You will be good addition to our team. We are looking for an astronomer." So then I fly to Utah and joined my first training. But I founded this company, Everest Innovation Lab. It was 2020 in Hawaii, working with University of Hawaii and student programs, and basically building analog astronaut program too, because I have now so many friends from around the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So where did I get Nepal from? Because I saw Everest.
Yes.
Yes. I was sure you were going to be telling me you have a lab up in the highest peak that is supposed to mimic life on the dark side of the moon or the south pole of the moon. All right, so I was wrong. But anyway, Bangladesh is an ocean-based country. That interests me as a Caribbean person trying to do space in the Caribbean. But let me bring up Jess Caleb. Your partner in not crime. Where am I saying partner in crime? Your partner in doing good things. Just tell me about your user experience program and what it is that you have been doing in terms of the analog astronaut space.
Aloha. Thank you, Claire, for inviting us. I started out building a wearable shirt. I patented and designed a wearable shirt. And then I met Marufa. And then she got me into the analog astronaut training stuff. And now I'm halfway through an analog astronaut training. So my focus is actually on the health aspect of it. I have the website astronaut.health. And I'm using that wearable that I designed to improve space travel. One of those aspects is that they now say that dialysis will be needed for kidneys on the way back from Mars. So I'm working on integrating that with what I have. So.
All right. So as I hear this, I'm hearing healthcare sector. I'm hearing. Set up my meeting for customers. Turn that down, please. I'm hearing healthcare sector is one angle. We're hearing architecture as one angle. I'm not sure, Mayor Patience, what the experiment that you were working on is. If you could share that, but we think about this idea now of Africa being green space, the Caribbean being green space, the Pacific region being green space. We're talking about over 100 countries that do not have currently active analog astronaut research programs, which really, as we have heard said, if you solve for space, you solve for Earth. So from your perspective, actually having done at least one analog or having gone through the training, what are some lessons learned that you can think, okay, if you're starting from scratch because you are near enough to the beginning to remember what the beginning is, right? Sometimes if you ask someone who is very experienced, they're so far, they don't even remember how hard it was to get going. So because you're so near to where we are in Africa, I thought you'd be a good group to bring on to talk about, help us understand, in the last, say, 2 to 3 years since you've gone off the ground, what are some key things we ought to be thinking about? And then I'm going to bring up, Dr. Margaret and Dub Goyo and Anshu, who are working with me as part of the team to develop the project that we are going to launch in October in Kenya. All right. So who wants to go first? Mayor Patience, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. During my time as an analog astronaut, I was more on the engineering side, and I worked with the EVA team. We handled the extravehicular activities of the moon base that we're staying in. And I'm more into the engineering side of things. And I think for us to kickstart this program, we first of all need the funding. I think that's one of the things that crossed my mind when I thought about if we were to do something similar back home, the funding would be key. And then secondly, the ingenuity, how to mimic the conditions in space on Earth. Luckily, there are already some locations that have close to similar conditions. So we could work with that and then just modify it further into what we would want to have. Yes.
Yeah. So, Ishmael, I'm going to go to you next.
Great. So for me, actually, I was participating in a cave-based analog mission as the sub-commander of the mission, and it was my first experience. This experience actually allowed me to understand especially more about the mental and physical isolation astronauts may face on the Red Planet, as we trying to do a simulation that for astronauts went on Mars. So just for one example, it's like time delay for our contact with the MCC was 8 minutes back and forth. So we needed to be sure that we have the right message to send them. Also, one other lesson I learned very much on my mission is how the team dynamics can shift under stress actually. So if we encountered a challenging situation navigating on a complex cave system and not seeing the light for 1 week and stuff. So it was a hard and challenging situation. And it reminded me that in real missions, psychological resilience and group cohesion are just as critical as technical performance. So as a space architect, I think that the habitat must help astronauts to be well, psychologically and physically speaking. And that's what I'm trying to bring space psychology and space architecture in one actually subject to make African space analog stations way more, how can I say, naturally fit for astronauts than our counterparts in the US or in Europe or in other locations.
Well, I was going to say, the thing why I think Africa is perfect for, in many ways, for this kind of a research, more even so than the West. Number one, more people in Africa are used to living in extreme conditions and hardship anyway. Number two, exactly. More people in Africa are used to living in situations where they're deprived of water or they're deprived of food. They're also used to living in close quarters. So they have another emotional resilience and psychological resilience for this work. So I think this is where perhaps doing research in Africa and then flipping the script where Africa can teach the West, here is how you actually live in harsh conditions, and here is how you actually live in isolation, far away from people. And that is what I think, why I think having this project in the Chabe Desert is going to be such a beautiful way to talk about first landing. Just talked about healthcare, and I want to bring that in because we understand, for example, you might definitely want to do research in Kenya because the nomads of Kenya have a different level of kidney function than regular Kenyans. That is something I want to say, do a research of maybe the desert people in Morocco, and maybe want to bring some people from Kenya, the desert in Kenya, the desert in Southern Africa, along with some people from the global north, and have them be in a habitat like the one we're doing in Kenya, and look at the issue of water management and kidney function, because you're going to get really different results than what you can get now with the standard people who have grown up having access to water and a lot of water and can drink a gallon of water every day if they so choose. So I think there's a lot that we can offer. So I'd love to hear also from you, Marufa. Think about the kind of research that you have been doing. What are some of the lessons learned that you could say, okay, you just started doing this thing, Hawaii, you've been doing trainings. What are some things we ought to be thinking about as we build out our capacity to do astronaut training, analog astronaut training, at the same time we're building out the facility to get started in October?
That's a great question on this special day, the UN Spaceflight Day. I've been working on several projects past 5 years. Number one was digital STEM engagement in Hawaii and International Space Station. I had phase 1 and phase 2. And then amateur radio on the International Space Station, where school kids, like local rural children in Lanai Island, talked with astronaut in space in real time, with astronaut Udi Hoberg. His name is Warren Hoberg. And school kids were so inspired. They set up like evening astronomy club. They prepared questions. They understand the communication platform, and they worked on it. And it made a news in Hawaii. We were the 9th school in whole America. So that's the second project. Third project was world's biggest analog, you heard, right? So we've been training virtually. That's not my project, but I have spent significant amount of time virtually. Now we are in stage 4. We'll be going on-site training on the May 5th. But parallelly, I've been also doing the developing curriculum with University of Hawaii, like for teaching space economy and various space projects. So if I summarize all these, like Africa and even Bangladesh, we have extreme environment. We can really use those environment to develop our analog sites, because basically analog is something mimicking the space environment. We create physical, psychological, and operations aspects of space flight, how people can survive. So a village in Namibia or Uganda or village in Bangladesh, in like mangrove forest, people live in extreme environment. They have so much resilience and so much strength and philosophy. They will be like really good environment over there, but it takes a lot of coordination. For example, Mary Patience mentioned about funding, it would be one issue, and then coordination. But nowadays, I think we are growing. Space sector is getting so integrated. So I think we can make it happen.
Yes, definitely. Well, I for sure am not putting funding first, Mary Patience. We don't talk about funding. One thing is banned in any conversation I have with anybody in Africa. Please do not tell me we need funding, because it's very annoying, and that is not going to be how things get done. The first person who built, a tool did not say, I need funding to build a hammer, right? He looked around and said, what do I have at hand that I can get started with? And that's the first mindset shift. So just as you think about this healthcare tool that you're developing, and you hear what our plans are, how do you see a possibility for such experimentation? For example, maybe you should consider, in terms of your innovation lab and testing, working with a university in Kenya, for example, that may have an engineering school that actually your cost of development might cost you 1/10 of what's going to cost you in Hawaii, right? And they themselves would benefit, you would benefit, because you're now nearer to a new type of a kidney put in function. Because the people in the desert we're talking about, they're nomads. You have to run them down. They're not trying to be where we are. So we have to go to them. But it's going to give you a different kind of a resource in which you do an analog research to really bring new information that is not currently at the table. What are your thoughts as you hear that? And I want to say to Dr. Andrew Murdon, get ready to join us. I'm going to bring you up next, because I want you to talk about the research that we're doing to get ready for our project in Kenya. So just Caleb, the floor is yours.
Yes, well, I believe it starts with awareness. Awareness is the number one way to improve anything. And so then people would understand, and people could. So I like the idea of building awareness in Kenya and utilizing the resources for everyone. Yes, that's what I believe.
All right. So Dr. Andrew Murden is the University of Mauritius. He is on our team. We did apply for the world's biggest analog. We have not 100% been accepted. We applied in 2 categories. We applied as independent, well, we haven't actually for the paperwork yet, but we applied to do a research project for the existing habitats to work and he'll talk about that. And we also applied to be an independent habitat. And what we've decided is that for those astronauts who did not make the cut for the extended habitat that are already experienced, if you want to come and hang out with us in Kenya in October and be the first landing mission of OASIS, you are going to be quite welcome, because we feel like our habitat will provide you a much more close experience as what it will be for those people who land the first time, right? When there's almost nothing physically there other than a few structures. So Andrew Murden, the floor is yours. Tell us a little bit more about you at the University of Mauritius and what you're doing in terms of the research that we're working on, hopefully to be finally approved on May 5th as the experiment to be done on the world's biggest analog, which will take place, I believe, October 14th to October 30th. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on wherever you are. I am Andrew Murden, and I'm an academic at the University of Mauritius. I'm also an electrical electronic engineer, and my specialization is in Internet of Things. So I build things. I'm very honored to be on this project with Claire. So there we are building a smart environmental monitoring system for the habitat, right? And also we will put the solar panels, and we are developing a self-cleaning solar system, self-cleaning solar technology. We put a robotic arm to clean the solar panels so that the yield, energy yield, is bigger. So this is our starting point, right? So it's the first time I'm here on this type of forum for the. I hope we get accepted for the WBA, World Biggest Analog, and hopefully next time we can build something bigger, like even rovers. We can try to start with this. And the thing is that with Internet of Things, whatever was very expensive earlier, right? Like rovers, like very many automatic systems that were quite expensive earlier, now the cost is diminishing, right? And with Internet of Things, we can sort of use microcontrollers, microprocessors, right? To create the prototype and eventually put stronger, more robust microprocessors to actually do the things that earlier, so industrial robots were doing. We can sort of build these things. And so this is what we are doing for this project. And right, I'm very happy to be there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Andrew. I'm going to ask Dr. Margaret to kind of join us. She's at the Machakos University, who is our partner in this process. Machakos has launched a Center for Sustainable Futures as part of the build out of the university. They consider themselves an underdog university. It's a they're not really deep rural, but they're an hour and a half from Nairobi, so they don't even get the same attention as the ones who are in Nairobi. So this project, I believe, is considered one of the transformational projects that the Center for Sustainable Futures is doing now. Dr. Margaret, you are the project manager for the Machakos team. We'd love to hear from you, your perspective in terms of how you see the analog research program really educating a broad swath of the university around space, because There's an assumption that space is only about the engineers, right? But as you heard Jesse, we're going to need people to deal with the healthcare of the astronauts. The hackathon is dealing with the food that the astronauts will need. There's Ishmael is talking about the architecture of the space, how we're going to actually have, you know, oxygen, those things, cleaning systems, the chemicals that have to be very different from what we use right now. There's a lot of pieces that go into this thing, and all of this tends to help us to solve for Earth, because we know that on Earth we have to deal with things like the 9 planetary boundaries. So from your perspective, having been kind of thrown into the space, well, you volunteered, you kind of volunteered, but still, you didn't think I would ever do anything in space. As a program manager for the team at the university, talk to me about how it has been, first of all, trying to convince your peers in different departments to come on board to support this kind of transdisciplinary approach to doing research and development. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Claire. Greetings to all. I'm very, very excited. And believe you me, I've learned a lot from the rest who have spoken before us. And Machakos University, we have taken it like we want to do it like yesterday, starting the research center at Marsabit. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Joyce Agallo, she's very, very committed to seeing it happen. A very great team has been put in place, having representatives from different faculties, all the engineering, all the sciences, including hospitality, people to take care of foods, people to think about how people will be sleeping there, people in the water departments, people in electrical, people in solar, amongst others. The great team is working day and night to ensure that by the time we are getting to October, our visitors will come and find a place where they can be able to enjoy themselves and also find a real analog space where they can call home, that is Home Africa. And Machakos University, we are feeling that we need to do it and do it well. Great appreciation go to Dr. Claire, who has been in the forefront, pushing us to doing things right and making sure that things happen. And another appreciation goes to our team in Marsabit, the MP, the elders there. We had a visit to identify a site there. They really welcomed us to the place, and we were meant to be part of that community by use of the traditions that take place in that given community. And they showed us land. I wish I could project and show you this, how the land looks like. It's fantastic. And we are looking forward to having something get started there. The beauty of the community is that their willingness, their hearts are willing to host this given project. And we were very, very excited to see such community with a very great heart of even telling us, the choice is yours, the much land that you want. It is you to make a choice. Make a choice of the much land that you want to do this thing. And we feel we need to do good service to our country, Kenya, and to our continent, Africa, and make a difference to the entire world. We are putting things in place. We are doing the best that we can be able to do to incorporate our students, who we believe they are also excited the way we are excited. The many times I meet them, creating a lot of awareness on the same project. We are nearly forming a club on the same analog club, so that the engineering students in different faculties in the same area, they are eager to join and even to learn and even to stay ahead this project. I have one who does not sleep without calling me, called Stanley, who keeps me on my toes, ask me, what have you done and what next? Those two questions, they always trigger my thinking, what next? What have we done? Which is very, very important. And as we visited Marsabit, we were able to partner with or to visit 3 schools. We talked to the learners, we sensitized them about the analog space, and even getting to start thinking the space, because being a remote area and the space thinking, those are 2 things that were very new to them, and we left them sensitized about the analog and space research. We were able to have the pleasure of donating a computer to all the students. And that is to all the 3 schools, 1 computer to each school. And we are designing a curriculum for them. A process is in place to design a curriculum so that they can start being taught about analog things and the importance of getting to know about the space. And we are really looking forward to working with the science students in the schools so that we sensitize them the way we are sensitizing the ones in Machakos University. And we believe the sky will be our limit. We are getting there, and we believe all shall be well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Margaret. So, as I said earlier, the Futures Forum, which is where the Space Futures Forum is a practice of, has a relationship with Machakos University as a technical partner, and with the Juhudi Mashiani community as our location partner. So Mr. Dub Goya has joined us. He's the project manager on the ground there in Marsabit, and I think it's a matter, again, we talked about not having funding. We certainly don't have any external funding, but what we're doing is put together what we have to make it happen. And so the value system of the OASIS project, the Omni Africa Space Exploration Analog Simulation, which is to be considered like not just one location, but a network of locations across Africa, beginning with Kenya as the first location, out there in the Chalabi Desert. And if you have the slides, Margaret, perhaps you can show even 1 or 2 if you have it, because I made you co-host, you have. But I'd love for Mr. Dub Guyo, who is from that community, to give a sense of, first of all, from the perspective of where you are in comparison to Nairobi, how far away you are, how extremely hostile a place it is. Why is it perfect for an analog space research mission? Could you start us off with just addressing those questions? Mr. Dub, I will be the facilities manager once it is designed, and I'm very lucky that he's there because he actually is trained in project management. How cool, right? So he actually knows what to do. So that's a lot of work that I didn't have to think about because he already knows how to do that. But what he's here to do and to learn from those of you here is that we know that because Ishmael is a space architect, maybe he'll be able to talk to him about, okay, so we can build huts in the sand and huts with rocks, etc. What could this look like as a starting point? Again, it's a starting point. We have to start somewhere. We cannot look at what other people have and say we have to get from here to there in one fell swoop, but we just have to start. So Dub, the floor is yours. Tell us a little more about where you are in relation to Nairobi and what it feels like, the temperature, the desert. What is life like in the desert in North Horr? You are unmuted. What's happened to your sound? Oh, you may have to go out and come back in. If you try again, let me hear you. Okay, your mic is off, but we're not hearing you. So you may need to go out and come back in. So why don't you do that in the meantime? Because well, you may have to go out and come back in order to get your sound fixed. So in the meantime, let me tell you about the world's biggest analog, and I'd love to get some feedback certainly from Marufa and Jess who know about it, to find out how are they a part of it, if they're part of it, and then also to hear from Ishmael in terms of the work that you have done, hearing about this Morocco also having a desert, but the fact that you did a cave analog. We're talking to people in Nigeria about doing a cave analog in Nigeria because there's a lot of caves, and the desert region of Nigeria is not safe, so we can't do anything out there, but we can certainly do something in a cave. So I'd love to hear from each of you. As you think about the world's biggest analog, which is happening this October, and you think about the fact that for World Space Week this year, the theme is living in space. How are you seeing countries in the global south that are emerging, maybe benefiting from partnerships and collaboration that allow us to even do small things, small, teeny weeny things that can get them started thinking about analog space research as a tool to getting awareness and building the capacity of young people? Let me start with Ishmael.
Thank you. So to begin with, actually in Morocco, we do have like very different extreme environments. We have like snow in the Atlas Mountains, and we also have the Sahara, and we do have like also some caves in the mountains. So we can try different extreme environments in Morocco. And I think it's the same case for a lot of African countries. But for me personally, you've said a very important thing is baby steps. We have to go baby steps in order to do big things. And I always tell people about the story of the Indian space program, how like they became small and now they're like having a very flourishing space program. For me also, I would take it would take, excuse me, a shared commitment to open science collaboration and inclusion. We need a platform where analog stations, existing or emerging ones, can share data protocols, lesson learned, and ever personal. So we can learn from other countries, other analog stations, and make our own. And it could be even better if each space station in Africa would have specific research, how can I say, subjects to work on. I envision like an Earth-based international analog network where African, Asian, Latin American teams can co-develop missions and co-own the knowledge. So just a network would it would help us decentralize innovation and prepare us better as one species for space.
Yeah, definitely. So over there in Hawaii, you were talking a lot about the work you've been doing with students, but I'm not sure if you actually are going to participate in the World Biggest Analog, because you're part of that group, Marufa. Have you applied? Did you apply to be an astronaut, or did you submit a research program? How are you being a part of the World Biggest Analog, and what are your beginning plans for this year's Living in Space theme? Because I think every analog astronaut ought to be doing something this year, October.
Great question. I remember we came to this idea, World's Biggest Analog, when I was in the conference in 2022. I was speaker there, and my talk was, you were there, right? You asked me after my talk. My talk was virtual moon base and Mars base for 1 million people. And being a founder and CEO, I'm like kind of practicing so much visionary, work and like seeing far in the future. So like imagine like if I am like Isaac Asimov of my generation writing science fiction for the future generation. That's who I want to be. But for now, World's Biggest Analog, we were sitting in a group. I remember we came to these ideas. Now, after how many years? 3 years. Within 3 years, it has been like so big, like virtually in our group, we have people from NASA, from private industry, and it was like very competitive. So I applied, but before that I had also experienced at high seas, because in Big Island, we also have snow. Hawaii is very tropical, but Big Island has snow sometimes. So I have some experience in high seas. I have some experience in Hanksville in Utah at the Mars Desert Research Station. So combining all this experience, I was very confident when I applied. But when I came to all meeting with other people and learn myself more, basically human factors, like psychology, how you deal, like leadership and collaboration and conflict management, those issues are important, as well as also scientific. If you're trained as a scientist or engineer, I'm sure you'll do a good job, like a small project in analog habitat. But like psychological factors are the main issues, and personalities. And for analog habitat in Africa or any other new country, for even Bangladesh, I imagine a Mars dome, like small dome on the planet Mars, and small dome in Africa or Bangladesh, like similar kind of extreme environment we can create. Definitely, we have those environments. But basically, I think leadership and cooperation will be main thing to go forward to start something.
Mayor Patience, you're from Uganda, but you live in Ireland, but you're not there that long to forget what life is like.
Definitely.
So talk to me about what, as a young person trying to get young people your age involved something is going to happen this year. What do you think is possible in terms of a project that we could actually think about? One of the things I said is that, first of all, for the next couple of months, we want to do some kind of online virtual training seminars for those young people in Africa who want to think about being analog astronauts, and we eventually will have a formal analog astronaut academy process, but we have to start somewhere. And so with the World Space Week theme in living in space, we want to at least have them use that as a jump off point. And maybe, Marufa, what you said, a virtual habitat might be actually what we can do for our living in space thing while we're actually doing the physical one over in Kenya. We can have a hybrid. But Mayor Patience, as you sit here listening, you're an engineer. You did an engineering work. What are some small steps you think we can take so we don't leave here thinking, well, we had a nice conversation, but nothing's going to come of it? Because that drives me crazy. And please don't tell me we need funding. So what can we do with no funding? What do we have?
Yeah.
Right now, what do universities have? What do we have? What do the Girl Scouts have? The Boy Scouts have? Lions, Rotary Club, Kiwanis, the different home associations. There are lots of things we have. We just have to come out of this box. So what do we have that we can use to get started, to not just have the 6 astronauts in a habitat in Kenya that nobody ever knows about, but we can get 6,000 or even 60,000 young people in Africa tuning in this year and being aware of the fact that there is such a thing as an analog research process by which they can get engaged in STEM and therefore also get involved in solving problems for Earth as well as space. What are your thoughts?
I think the main thing is partnerships. Let's partner with those who are already on ground. As a student, I organized the very first official space hackathon in Uganda. I was a student. I didn't have money. I was still studying, but I heavily leveraged my network. I approached companies, I approached the university, and I convinced them that, listen, you should put your money in this space hackathon. Virtual sounds good. A virtual mission sounds good. But now, speaking as a Ugandan youth, the internet is not as common as it is in these first world countries. Internet is very expensive for us. It's a beautiful idea, but I don't think very many of the youth will be able to actually attend a virtual mission. But if we work with partnerships and convince these big companies with big money to sponsor some of these youth into attending this mission, it bridges the gap, which you told me not to talk about, the financial gap, but it does bridge the gap because some people have the money and then some people have the dream and the desire, but they lack the money. Now, our role will be to convince those with the money to sponsor those who actually have the dream and the desire. I have done it before and I left the country, but the legacy still goes on. There was another youth who was inspired to continue hosting the NASA Space Apps Challenge in Uganda. And the numbers are becoming more and more. More of them are believing that, hey, I can actually also solve a problem in space. But it all began with a student who didn't have money, but believed in partnerships, networking, collaborations, and then convinced the organizations that had the money to fund that. And I think for my year, I had 200 participants from different universities. And last year, I think it was 400 or 500, and the numbers are increasing. So we could use the same technique on the analog astronaut missions.
Right. I think something like yes, I think virtual mission, I think someone on the chat is saying you can pre-record, but you cannot pre-record a mission. A mission has to happen in real time. So it may have to be a mission on WhatsApp, or as you said, get a company to give us some space. Julio's late, but at least we'll bring him in. Maybe he can say something to close out, because he actually runs a habitat in Brazil. I'm bringing him up. But the question is, if that's the case, then what? Let me bring Julio up. But before I do that, I wanted to go back, I think, to something that Anshu said about his experiment, because as we're thinking about the fact that we do have an experiment, even if it's not selected for the world's biggest analog experiment, we still want to go ahead and do the experiment. So if we're already going to do this small one location experiment, how is there a way that we can use the Living in Space platform of the World Space Week to actually push out something? And let me bring up Julio in the meantime while Anshu, if you could please answer that question.
Yes, Claire. So the project that we have initiated, we are looking at only two aspects. So the environmental senses, right? Because we expect that in these types of in these types of environments, there might be dust, right? Heavy dust, or it might also be very, very cold or very, very hot, right? So we don't know. But assuming that we will power our equipment with solar panels, right? The dusting level can significantly diminish the energy yield. So we are starting with collecting data for environmental monitoring. So we will collect very many pieces of data like irradiance, temperature, humidity, dusting level, and then we are trying to we have developing a robot that will clean the panels depending on the amount of dust, right? And also it will be automatic, and also timing will be there. Say we will time it so that it will clean it at specific times, but also on the dusting levels. So this is the experiment. But as I said, this is only a small experiment, the first one for these types of missions. And we are using IoT, so Internet of Things, with very cheap microcontrollers, cheap devices, cheap sensors, but we can scale up eventually to go beyond this and also make sort of robots that astronauts can use to sort of collect rocks or samples or any other things, right? So whatever is engineering, we can delve into this much more, yeah. Right? Yeah. So this is the power of IoT, and we are trying to go, of course, with partnership with other universities and other firms and other, say, even private sector, right? And even veteran astronauts. We try to network and also get some ideas on what is really needed for these types of missions, right? And then we can have a dialogue and say what we can feel, because right now at my university we are looking at the full engineering part. If we can fill this gap, this gap, can bridge this, and also as Jess mentioned, is looking into the wearables, right? And others may look at other aspects like human psychology. Yes. So we can consolidate this team, right?
Yes. So quick question. So Job, I hope you can talk. Let me see if I can hear you. No, we can't hear you. Something is wrong with your microphone. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if I can speak for you. Type in the chat and I can see if I can say it right. So Dub Goyo is the project manager for the Oasis project in North Horr. North Horr is and he's going to type it in the chat, hopefully, is a village, really small village in the Marsabit County. Marsabit County is one of the most undeveloped part of Kenya. It's to the north. It has a border with Ethiopia. It's very dry, and it has the only true desert in Kenya. And it's very isolated. But most recently, they have been gifted with a fiber optic network. And so that helps us a lot. At first, when we first went there 2 years ago, they never had it. So it was like, okay, we don't know what's going to happen. Out here, we have to put in some microwave dishes or something to get access to communications. But the beauty of the project from, and Dobby can correct me if I say anything wrong, is that they're about 500 kilometers from Nairobi, and Dr. Margaret can attest that it takes about maybe 9 hours in total, 8 hours to the town of Marsabit and another hour on the tarmac road to this place. So in terms of a habitat and the psychological stress of being away from home. I think that location will be a very good location for people who have done many analog astronaut missions before. They kind of gotten comfortable because they're not really in any serious risk if you really think about it. I mean, if you're in Utah, you're not really no serious risk in Utah because you're just down the road from, a big town or city. But if you're in 8-10 hours drive from Nairobi, and rains used to be twice a year, but now they're erratic because of climate change. But still, most of the rain comes between March, April, and I think they're done instead of rain in October. So we have a good length of time when we can have some robust opportunities for analog research to take place. And the desert is such that they have different types of rocks and places to go, that even though we only have 5 acres specifically, the community has said, really anywhere we want to use. So if we wanted to have, let's say, an extended mission to another location, we could have the base being where we are and then send them out to spend 2 nights elsewhere and test maybe equipment, space-based solar power, for example, we were talking about. These are the kind of things we can test out there because there are very few people. The beauty also, temperatures can get very hot and they also get cool at night. We had an opportunity when I was there in 2023, we had an opportunity to spend 3 nights in the desert, going from place to place to kind of get a sense of where we could have this location. And what struck me is the fact that in terms of meeting the challenge of convincing people in Africa to believe in this, that it also offers an opportunity for us to test space for Earth in a very real way. Because right now we have a situation, for example, in the desert, which gets very cold at night, that sometimes people's animals frost over and they die. So having an opportunity to work with the community, Juhudi Mashiani, to participate in a project, to work with the elementary school, the boys' high school, the girls' high school, also is a really, we're starting from day one with the way we mean to go on, which is to have the different levels of participation. So we're grooming the desert people who are also always considered, okay, they're pastoralists, they're nomads, they have nothing to offer the country, blah, 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 blah. We're also trying to get a mindset shift for countries like that, where these people tend to be excluded from being seen as assets to be used in scientific research. And so we intend to use them in our research, have them participate in maybe monitoring the climate, monitoring things, being able to learn how to do long-term longitudinal research. And so this is kind of how we're imagining the project. But I want to give the floor, because we're really over time, to Julio Rezende, who's joined us. I'm glad you could drop in, Julio. We're actually over time, but I'm going to sneak 5 minutes from the last group that's coming up, that are waiting to come on, and have Julio close us out by talking about the real life habitat that he started with his own hands and his own money in Brazil, because Brazil is in a developing country, kind of-ish. I would say kind of, because they're better off than many of other smaller countries. But still, Brazil is not exactly the most wealthy country in the world. So having someone like him talk about a little bit about his habitat and the experience. So Julio, I'm going to give you Dr. Julio Rezende from Habitat Martech to formally introduce you. I'm going to give you the floor to talk a little bit about, you only have about 2 minutes, so we can end with you. As you think about the work you have done, start with what you have done and then end on what do you hope to do next? And are you going to be part of the world's biggest analog? Because that's what we kind of focus in our conversation around. The floor is yours.
Yes, thanks so much, Claire, for the introduction, also for the invitation to be during this important day. We start the Habitat Mart in Brazilian semi-arid during the end of 2017, and now we are operating during 7 years, more than 200 missions. And also we just created a methodology of virtual missions since the pandemics. In that moment, it was difficult to have all crew inside of the station, and we created a methodology of virtual missions. And for example, next April 14th, we'll be starting a virtual mission, and also part of the members here are invited, are welcome to take part of one of these virtual missions. We are one of our challenges is operate as a self-sustaining habitat. This is connected with the use of solar panels, the production of food in a protected environment and controlled environment. Water management. The water management is a very important topic with applications to our daily lives because many areas in the world is under a threat of lack of water. And we try to think how to manage water and treat water and also the reuse of sewage. And this is one of the important topics. In this case, the important thing is water, energy, and food supply in our from our greenhouse. And these can bring a lot of learnings and applications for their lives, for sustainability, and also the training of astronauts. We will be one of the sites for the world's biggest analog. One very important topic in terms of analog astronaut training is related to well-being and psychology issues, how to have very good in terms of emotional management during this mission. Yes, and also we are based in a very beautiful area. It's a semi-arid with a very beautiful sunset. Part of our activities is connected with how the space analog missions can bring more connectedness of participants with Cosmos, because we imagine this can bring very interesting learnings about how to live better and then how to have a better quality of life. And now, just to complete, we have more than 200 protocols and surveys operating in the analog station, also open to collaborations and partnerships. And also everybody are welcome for an in-person mission or a virtual mission, also collaborating with research that can be applied in our space analog station. Okay, a little bit about us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, we are over time. We could go on for days. This is just the beginning. As I said, we want to leave here with hopefully new friends and family member. I'm going to be harassing my patients and Ishmael in particular to help us with the development of the rules for our analog astronaut training and help us develop that. We have, as you heard from Dr. Margaret, students eager to know what next. We're certainly going to see if we can get even some of the students, the boys or the girls that are in the high schools in Marsabit, to begin to see themselves as junior astronauts and think about their lives a little bit different than what they can offer, those of us who don't live in those extreme environments every day. And so I want to thank you all for being here. I'm going to ask each person to just say literally one word about how you feel about the prospects of the world's biggest analog, which is October, being a game changer, and how you feel about the Oasis African Lab being a game changer in that process to begin to expand access to space. I am going to begin with maybe Mayor Patience.
I feel excited. Very, very, very excited. It's literally a dream. Well, excited.
Just Caleb, one word, your word. I'm just going on my screen, from my screen.
Hopeful. I just want to say it doesn't take money. It takes inspiration and perseverance. There are no shopping centers on Mars or the moon.
One word. Marufo, one word.
Thank you.
Marufo, one word.
I'm looking for a word. I'm out of word.
All right, come back to you afterwards. Ishmael, one word.
I will use 3. Africa to space. I'm sorry.
All right. Dr. Anshu, one word.
I would say yes, go for it.
All right. Dr. Margaret, one word.
Yes, we thank God for the opportunity and we believe
One
we are going to
word.
make things happen.
You see, now if we actually did an analog astronaut and we only had 30 seconds to convey that we actually were needed help and you're taking up 6 words, we have to have this one word. You know, we think it's a joke, but you heard earlier that in a Mars analog, somebody talked about that you have 8 minutes delay, and so you have to think about how to be very judicious with the use of your words. So, Marufa, one word.
I would say amazing, all these ideas and everything.
All right. Dr. Julio, one word.
Sustainability.
Excellent. And Dove, I know your mic isn't working, but what is your word? All right. All right. Sustainability. All right. So there you have it. Thank you all for joining us. I am excited. You'll be hearing from me again, each and every one of you. We're getting a lot of help, a lot of intellectual investment in this process. And I just want to, first of all, just say thank you so much to Dove Guyo and his team in Marsabit for believing in a dream and joining so wholeheartedly and giving us the space, 5 acres, to do whatever we would like to do that will bring help and hope and sustainability engineering to Marsabit, Northern Kenya. With that, thank you all. Stay tuned for our next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go into our next session, and which is going to deal with the education from classrooms to orbit. And so stay tuned. We have our speakers here, and you see that we have coming up the Enanga Fali, Rudy Page is already here. I think Hashika Raj is already here. She will Shaktisat India. We have Gilala Berhanu, who is Shaktisat Ethiopia. And Dominic Campbell also with Shaktisat. Alana Ali was here earlier. I hope she's back. And hopefully we will be joined by Ken Ruffin from National Space Society. And we are going to go right through to our next session. And here we are. All right. So who do we have? Who do we have? Who do we have? Let's see. All right. I'm going to bring up the next group. I just want to say, again, thank you to my previous speakers for joining us. And I'm just so excited about what is possible when we work together to do something new. All right. So who do we have? We have Rudy Page here. I'm going to ask him to join us. Ask him to join us on the stage. Let me add him to the spotlight. Let me see who else is here. Hashka Raj is here. I'm going to ask her to join us. Hashka Raj is with Space Kids India and the engine behind the project in Shaktisat, which is a global women's project she'll tell you about. Alana Ali, if you could turn on your camera so I make sure that you're here. Alana Ali, please turn on your camera so I can make sure you're here. Let me see who else we have. And we'll start with who we have. 3 people are in the waiting room. Let me see who is here and bring them on if they are a part of it. So Inanga is joining us and Precious is joining us. And all speakers for this session, could you please turn on your camera? Dominic Campbell, please turn on your camera. We're about ready to start the session. If you could turn on your camera so I can bring you up. Alana, again, once you turn on your camera, I'll be able to bring you up. Dominic Campbell is here from Shaktisat, Jamaica, also the Caribbean Space Society. In Nangafali, there's something wrong with your camera. Something is not working so well. Maybe you want to fix it. It's kind of a very warped, you know, what's happening there. Ken Ruffin has joined us. So Ken, if you are, once you come on, if you could turn on your camera so I could bring you up, that would be fantastic. All right, so Ken is here. Let me add him to our spotlight. And as we say, hey, the gang's all here. And let me know if you want to go without a camera or if you're going to try and fix it. But we are going to get started with our session. Alana, I'm not seeing her camera, so she might have stepped away. We're going to go ahead and get started until she gets back. So, folk, we've had a fantastic morning. I'm so fired up. We started out with the hackathon launch, and they're away working on the hackathon. They join us in another 45 minutes or so. We went from there to foundational capacity, speaking with Alma Okpalefe, who is from the World Space Week Association. She's based in Nigeria. We then moved over to the question of the satellites and what's going on with South Africa satellites, liftoff, Africa's small sat revolution. We just had a fantastic session talking about how do we learn from analog space research, what's possible. And we had real life people who are actually doing this. This is not people who are just theoretically thinking about doing it, they're actually engaged. And now we come to the education space and what we're doing to embrace the pipeline development. And so I'm excited to introduce, first of all, let me begin with the person who is furthest away from me, that is Hashika Raj, Space Kids India. That means they are now at about 8:30 p.m. in the evening. So good evening to you, Hashika Raj. I spent 3 weeks in India, and Hashika was, I don't know if she was my handbag or I was her handbag, but she certainly was taking me around and showing me around. And I'm gonna open the floor with her, talking about her programs. Then we go to Ken Ruffin, who is National Space Society. National Space Society is one of the oldest and most experienced space organizations in America. I hear from Inanga when she wants to join. And then we go to Dominique Campbell, who wears two hats here. She actually also operates as a representative for Space Generation and also as the representative of Caribbean Space Society in Jamaica and Shaktisat ambassador for Jamaica. Gelila was here. I'm not seeing her anymore. Hopefully she will come back. She is the space ambassador for Ethiopia. So I'm hoping she comes back. She was here earlier. Let's hope she comes back. And then we go to Rudy Page, who has just begun to dip his foot in the ecosystem, but he's in the UK and he's very focused on getting young people in UK who are not engaged in space. And so we'll talk about where he is. So let's begin with Hashika Raj, Space Kids India. The floor is yours. Tell us about your journey to space and tell us specifically about Space Kids India and the Shaktisat program. I want to focus on Shaktisat, this fabulous global program, and why is it that you, such a small organization, has the audacity to think that they can change 12,000 girls from 108 countries to build a payload for a satellite that's going to navigate and circumvent the moon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Claire, and hello everyone. Hashika here. So I come from Space Kids India, a very small organization based out of the southern part of India. What we do is we make satellites. That's the only job we do here. And my journey into space sciences is, I got into an undergrad program in physics, and then I did a little bit of astronomy, and then I jumped onto space sciences, and now I'm here making satellites and also, giving pathways to kids, specifically girl students in India and across the globe to make a satellite. So the very special mission which I'm going to talk about is called Mission Shaktisat. So this mission is actually about bringing on board 108 countries, close to 12,000 girl students, 108 students per country. So it's going to be a massive global project wherein 12,000 students are going to study science and technology, engineering, mathematics, satellite system, and how to build them and everything in a 120-hour curriculum. And then later on, one student among the 108 country will be coming to India, Chennai, to build a payload by themselves. So Mission Shaktisat is as simple as that, but then it's a very ambitious project. And then next week, we are rolling out the curriculum, and the students from every single country in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, all of them are going to start studying this 120-hour curriculum. And we're very, very happy to have them join us for this. So you might wonder as to why we're doing this. 2 years back in India, there's this mission called Azadi Sat, wherein we brought in 750 girl students from across India, from every single state of India. all of these girls are not that privileged. It's very hard for them to get the basic education which they need. But then we made sure that they reach a stage in life wherein they take up education very seriously and also study sciences. So that is how Azadi Sat happened. Our satellite got launched through the Indian Space Research Organization's rockets, and it is in space right now and sending us data. So that is how it happened. With that motivation and the perseverance which we got through that mission, we are here doing Mission Shakti Sat. And Dr. Claire here is one of our advisors, and we're very, very happy to have her. And also we have Dominique from Jamaica, and also other members who are also part of Dr. Claire's association are a part of our team, and we're very, very happy to have them. So thank you, Dr. Claire, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Now, I'm happy you spoke because Ken Ruffin, who is on the board of National Space Society, I went to a Space Society conference in Texas. I went to two, but that's the last one I remember going to, maybe like the year before last year. And they have a junior, I don't know what, science thing competition. And there were students from, I think, India, I think somewhere from either Hong Kong or Taiwan or somewhere, and somewhere in Eastern Europe, and they were presenting research papers. Talk to me about what the National Space Society is doing to promote this K through 12 engagement, because ShaktiSat is focused on K through 12, well, in this case, 6 through 12, right? But talk to me about what NSS is doing to support K through 12 education.
No, thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Claire. There are actually two student contests that you saw the results of, those hundreds of students, as you mentioned, from different countries from around the world that were attending the conference. And those were the students, those hundreds were the winners of contests in multiple countries. There were, thousands of students who initially entered these contests, thousands, if not tens of thousands. And these few hundred were the actual winners. So National Space Society, even though the name starts with national, we've been an international organization since the merger of two smaller predecessor organizations back in 1987. We've been international all along. And with these contests, whether it's promoting space settlement, and space settlement could be people living in artificial settlements created in low Earth orbit. It could be settlements on the moon's orbit. Orbiting the moon, on the moon's surface, orbiting Mars, or on Mars. So these contests are ideas, or for students to come up with ideas for their plans for how people would live and thrive in these space settlements. And then there's also contests regarding space solar power. And these students have their projects, have their ideas for how space solar power can go from this concept, which has been since 1968, to reality. So yeah, that's what NSS has been doing. National Space Society, NSS, has been doing worldwide for many years.
Thank you so much. We're going to jump to Inanga Fale, who is the chairperson of the National Society of Black Engineers, NSBE for short, Aerospace Special Interest Group. Talk to us about the work that you have been doing also K through 12, because I know NSBE started out as a college student program. Then, of course, the people who graduated didn't want to leave, so they formed the alumni, now the professional part of the association. And let me just say, full disclosure, I used to be a member of the Alumni Association when I graduated, because when I was in school, there was no such thing as NSBE. So I became active afterwards. And since I've been involved in the space program, I've kind of reactivated my membership and my program working with Inanga Fale. So Inanga Fale, talk about your work, but focus on what you've been doing in Africa, because we want to talk about how do we develop the K through 12 pipeline in the African context in particular.
Most definitely. So, hello, everyone. One of the things I'm really passionate about is thinking about experiential learning as the pathway to really getting access to space and learning a little bit more. I actually joined NSBE because of space research. There was a project called the East Africa Spaceport Feasibility Study, really looking at what should be the landscape of space in terms of new missions, new launch locations, new vehicles, new education centers. And so I joined that team and eventually started to lead it, where we were really leading the study on East Africa spaceport feasibility that really grew for NSBE into an outreach program where we have partnered with a number of different organizations to really focus on that experiential learning. So the first part of that is of recent, and one of the major projects that we've worked on is a CubeSat project, really looking at how can we leverage space to solve the needs on Earth. One of the major things when looking at space technology and getting people involved in the space industry is really having that conversation about exactly how does space benefit people on Earth? Because the first question we start to get is why? We have these different societal problems. Why should I invest in this? So, for example, there was a locust issue in East Africa. And so between the US, we had students in New Jersey and students in Kenya formulated this project to build out a CubeSat to really learn about that technology, but then also to learn how we can leverage satellites to really look at the swarm patterns and understand that. We also have run an internship program that has included students based in the US, students in Africa, whether or not they're learning about space vehicles, visions for human space flight. And so within the NSBE Aerospace SIG, we have a lane that's highly focused on really looking at technical research. So how are we advancing that body of knowledge when it comes to what are the new technological advancements that need to happen for us to pursue going to Mars, to pursue getting different research happening. And then we have physical projects that people, like the CubeSat project that I mentioned, that people have an opportunity to work and build something to understand how some of their core engineering skills would be applicable to space technology. And so really those are the major things. We've also been on the ground supporting different projects. Just last year in Kenya, supporting a lot of their aerospace, their space conference, and then also in Senegal, doing some work there, work in Rwanda and Ghana, supporting different chapters. So across the continent, NSBE is engaged and really just focusing on that hands-on learning as a pathway to entering in the industry.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to bring up Dominique Campbell, who is on the other end of space. She's actually a budding astrophysicist and astronomer. But the show was also is a ShaktiSat ambassador. But talk to us, Dominic, about some of the challenges that you have in Jamaica and Caribbean at large that you're seeing in terms of getting people interested in space and seeing the value. And maybe as you have been listening, I want you to start to also think about for the next round, how do you see maybe a partnership with an NSS or a NSBE helping? And how do you see also the ShaktiSat project immediately beginning to create this awareness that we need? So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nelson. So far in terms of astronomy or even space, being on the Mission ShaktiSat project, I feel that most people, they hear space and they're like, wow, okay, that sounds interesting. But they don't really gravitate to saying, okay, wow, I see myself as a part of space, right? So for me, I think selling the vision that, hey, even though we are part of the Caribbean, and even though we don't necessarily have a space sector, this does not stop you from entering the field. This does not stop you from being a part of projects. because there are projects that go on. It's usually international projects. Now, the thing is, when a mission like Mission Shaktisat comes, that is one of the things that, you know, you expect, even as an ambassador, I expect that, wow, you know, they're having a free course. It is free and self-paced so that the children can learn on their own pace. And everybody just kind of feels like, it feels to me when I talk to the teachers, they're like, okay, the kids are somewhat interested. However, they have like their whole life and they have school and everything. So how is that going to work? And I always have to reinforce that, hey, you know, they just need to register and then they can take it on themselves to do the modules at their own time, in their own space, because they have, you know, it's from April to about late October, November, so they can, and then they kind of come around to it. But so I've been seeing where there's a small traction there for like students that are interested in joining the mission, but I feel a lot more like just the vision of our students and ourselves in space definitely needs to be sold one, because I don't feel like people really are gravitating to it as much as I would like. Maybe it's because I am interested in space, why I feel like everybody else should be on my level, and I'm like, yeah, what you mean? So I guess I'm assuming it's that, but I'm not saying that there aren't any other children out there. I feel like there's so much outreach that needs to be done. So in terms of the partnerships that you asked for, I would really like a NSB or a NSS to really come out here, interact with the students. If you even call me, I will come and just interact with the students, because this is not something they're exposed to on an everyday basis. This is not something they're exposed to on an every week or month basis, or even an every year basis. It's a once in a blue moon. You'll find that one person like Dr. Nelson that will come out here and give up her time and say, hey, I want to introduce you to space. And that happens like probably once every year with NCU. And that's it. They're not really having these people in the field that they can say, especially a Jamaican in the field. If you can get a Jamaican that went this route, they went into space, they're making their money, and it translates better in their minds to say, hey, that's one of us, you know, they made money, they're in space, okay, this sounds cool, you know. Anytime people hear money and, you know, them can make money, they're more invested into the cause. But out of just a passion and an interest, you'll find that there is probably just a handful that is really, really interested in space technology, or if it's not space technology, it's astronomy. But you don't find them at the hand, at the ready like that to say, yes, I'm picking it up and making sure that I am there. Probably if you have a passionate parent that's say, no, this is, you know, this is something definitely new, then they are making sure that their children is a part of it. But other than that, that's some of the challenges I face. That was the two questions, right?
Yes. All right. So Rudy Page, I'm going to bring you up next before I bring on Alana. You have kind of jumped feet first into the space agenda and reached out and said, hey, I'm going to be working to promote space in UK with minority groups in the UK who have been excluded. And, you know, I want to do something in Caribbean. And I said, wait, we have a Caribbean Space Society. Look no further. We need as much hands on board as possible. What is happening in the UK in terms of first of all, the engagement of communities in the UK that normally would not be at the table? And given that many of them are from African heritage or Indian heritage or Caribbean heritage or Pakistani, Bangladeshi, you know, the whole empire of the British Empire is back in England or in Great Britain. So how is that happening? And what are some things that you feel as now the convener of the Space Pathways ecosystem, you see being a part of this conversation, being a part of the Caribbean, being there in the UK, however, where things are happening, that an organization like yours can help us to accelerate the uptake in the Caribbean, in Africa, and even in India, because even though they're a big country and a lot is happening, they too can benefit from identifying partners back in the UK where there's so even the Prime Minister of England, UK, was once an Indian citizen at some point, or his parents were. So we're looking for partnerships. Talk about the UK perspective.
Thank you very much, and good day to everybody. Great information so far today. I've really enjoyed it. Just very quickly, my background, professional background as a management consultant. So my background being research, what we call research-based policy implementation. So urban renewal, community development, international trade, health systems. So for me, the movement from one sector to another is not unusual, because we take the information and skills, so the sector doesn't matter at all. And how I really got involved in the space sector, and exactly as Dr. Claire said, I was invited to World Space Week last year by Joel Singh. Now, Joel Singh is the head of GEC Space. You can look them up online, and they are building a space city or space cities. So a huge organization. They have now what's called the Canary Wharf Space Innovation Hub. And then also I became a member of the British Interplanetary Society, which is the oldest space body probably in the world, but at least in the UK, it's over 80 years old. So they've got all the information, the museum, the library, everything relating to space. Dr. Claire, you made a good point in terms of dealing with India. It's important because India is a member of the Commonwealth. So we are using the strength, the diversity and skills and knowledge from all communities here in the UK. I have a particular interest in the Caribbean because being of Caribbean heritage, and I must mention Montserrat and Jamaica. And I think it's absolutely important that the Caribbean, that we accelerate the processes of space as it relates to communication, creativity, education, networking, sustainability. And we've been working in the Caribbean, particularly Jamaica, for the last few years around sustainable development. And as the previous speaker mentioned, the importance of space as it relates to management of disaster management, environmental sustainability, monitoring, all those kind of things that young people and even the educators may not readily think of that as being space related, but of course it is, because space is tomorrow's economy. So it's important that we do accelerate the Caribbean. So it was heartening to hear what's going on in Africa as well earlier on. Yes, as Dr. Claire said, we have to make best use of the resources. So one of the things that we've put together, Space Pathways, we're going to have a Creativities Award in collaboration with the British Interplanetary Society. And again, we're looking at creativity. There's been a book written by a teacher from Montserrat called A Glitch in Time. And so we're using that book, the basis of that book, to focus on space education, public outreach to all communities. But that focus on inclusion is really important, regardless of background, status, or location. And we've been really fortunate, because of having the network that we have, is to really bring that message, that broader ecosystem. And in May, we will actually start our own radio series we have a radio station called Fresh FM Radio London. We have a lot of health and community development information on there. So every Saturday from midday till 1, we will actually have a program relating to space. And Dr. Claire, just to let you know, will be the first voice that you will hear on that program, because one of my other many hats I wear, I run a lot of Zooms and dialogues, and Dr. Claire and myself did a dialogue where she really spoke about herself in terms of the work that she's done. And most recently, in terms of Women's Month, International Women's Month, we did a great Women in Space program in collaboration with the British Interplanetary Society and the Canary Wharf Space Innovation. We had some amazing women on there, and the sector is really big, and you have to make best use of your existing resources, because at the end of the day, as we all say in urban renewal, if you don't make best of your existing resources, no amount of any other resources are actually going to assist you. So you have to make use of the talent, the networks, being open, collaborative, and absolutely inclusive. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you. So Alana Ali is in Trinidad and Tobago, and they also are part of the Shaktisat. But Alana has been focusing more on helping to develop the Caribbean Space Society. We have 3 chapters in the region, or 3 student chapters. That's only one element of what we want to do. So we had to start with what we have. So what we started with after having the launch in 2018 and realizing that nobody was taking us on at all, we decided, okay, let's go back to square one. And we actually spoke to presidents of 3 universities, University of Trinidad and Tobago, University of Guyana, and Northern Caribbean University in Jamaica, a very small university, very under-resourced. But all presidents said, hey, anything you can do to help our children think outside the box is fine with us. And so we started what we called Space Advocates Clubs. And so Alana was very helpful in sort of being an outside voice, helping the students in Trinidad reach out to corporate Trinidad. So I'd like to have her talk a little bit more about her vision, not just what she has done, but more so the vision of how she sees in the Trinidad context, where they're not as, let's say, cash-strapped as we are in Jamaica, or cash-strapped as, well, Ghana is no longer cash-strapped. They have a lot of money now, because they have all of the oil money. But other islands like Belize and, the Jamaica for sure, Haiti, which are cash-straps and much more underdeveloped in many ways. Talk to us about how Trinidad is doing. What has been the response from corporate Trinidad, for example, when you went around trying to get support? And how do you feel that we can accelerate and also broaden? How can a program like Shaktisat broaden awareness of the need to have this space literacy, I'm calling it, space literacy across all borders and boundaries globally? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Claire. Hi, everyone. So to answer your questions, I would say that the corporate response from Trinidad, within the private sector of Trinidad and Tobago, was warmly received, because I think the notion and the understanding that, satellite data is not restrictive to just weather forecasting. It's not just restricted to persons in the field of astronomy, astrophysics. It's now where satellite data is coming into urban planning and being able to identify, the areas in where we can actually have maximum agriculture, because as we see where the world is going and shifting, being self-sufficient in food and otherwise is important, which is quite in alignment with the vision that Dr. Nelson has had for the Caribbean Space Society. So I do believe that the private sector, the corporate side of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the importance of satellite development, the awareness of space, the understanding that space is not just a fantasy anymore, it's an actual reality. And that ties in very uniformly with the overarching vision that we want to be able to build a knowledge-based society. And in building a knowledge-based society, you have to be able to be aware of the demands for the future, because we're not building for today, we're building for tomorrow. So one of the key elements of how we are looking at is actually starting from the ground, which is the young talent, the untapped talent, the inspired only to a certain point. And when you realize that, you know that saying that I think all of us at one point heard growing up, the sky is the limit. You're seeing where the sky is not just the limit anymore, both figuratively and physically. And it's very important. Yes, Rudy, space is tomorrow's economy. And I would step away a little bit and look at the global trend and the direction in which the world is heading in terms of an economic direction. And you are seeing where nations are becoming very much involved in new sectors. And we see that from our African counterparts in this morning's session, where, I mean, I was completely blown away, even though I do follow space in Africa on LinkedIn and very aware of a lot of the developments happening throughout the different countries in Africa. You're starting to realize that we in the Caribbean have been lagging behind in so many ways. You know, a gentleman earlier this morning was talking about policy, So for Trinidad, and for by extension, the wider Caribbean Space Society direction is, while we need to be doing everything right now, at the same time, is understanding the key areas that need to be focused on. And it absolutely starts with inspiring and getting the next generation ready for tomorrow. Because in 15 years' time, when the space economy is a fully established economy, just like I don't want to say oil and gas sector because that's so old, but just like any of the modern sectors that were boosted in the last 20 years, you want persons from Barbados, from Belize, from the Bahamas, from Jamaica, being part of that knowledge pool that sits at the international table that makes the Caribbean relevant and very much at the forefront of the next horizon of mankind, of humanity. And that's and I say that from the understanding there's a Native American saying, we totally paraphrasing, we borrow this earth from our children. So, when you understand that everything that we do now is actually for tomorrow, and it's not just for the immediate future. So I just thinking, and I think that's just my little 2 cents to answer your questions, Dr. Claire.
Thank you so much. So I want to kind of, as we kind of wrap up the day's event, I want to sort of use this next 10 minutes to sort of ask each of you to just reflect on, as we are Futures Forum, right? We're not just here to talk about problems. We're here to actually pose bold visions. And Shaktisat is one bold vision that we think for sure that we have to use the Caribbean Space Society to use that global vision to move our local vision. And so as you think about this, I want each of you to think about a question. What does the Caribbean, what does Africa, what does the world, what does Asia, Pacific, what does the world look like by 2035, for example, 10 years from now, or even 5 years from now, because the SDGs 2030 comes to an end in 2030, right? And they're really thinking about what next, because we're not going to make all the targets we set. But we know from the Pact for the Future that we're even more close to planetary collapse. Nobody wants to talk about it because our brains have a tendency to avoid the negative, but the warning signs are clear. And so planetary collapse means that the funding that we're spending to do space has to be used in such a way to really educate people to see the planet as a whole, to recognize that we're already crossed many of the planetary boundaries. And so space has to almost be like a comic strip hero. Some of us who are astronauts want to be real astronauts, want to be on the moon. We shouldn't just be thinking about going to the moon just because we want to mine minerals. We should be going to the moon to say, okay, from the moon, we can actually observe Earth systems to see what's happening. If our outer atmosphere is at risk, even with the number of launches that we're doing, what impact is that on the ozone layer? How is that might affect climate change? We can't just assume, as we have in the last 500 years, that just because we throw one bottle of plastic in the sea, then nothing is going to happen. We saw what happened when we just put one bottle of plastic in the sea and where we are today. Now we are swimming in a bowl of plastic and plastic is swimming in us. Right? Our bodies are filled with plastic. So 15 years from now, 10 years from now, what is it that you're seeing? And for those of you who are listening, please drop some things in the chat that we can certainly use going forward. You're still on the call. Many of you have been here for the whole morning. You have ideas. You have been hearing. Please drop some things in the chat. I think I set up this site so that the start summary, the AI companion, if you've been listening, I started it late, unfortunately. I forgot to start it, but hopefully it captured some of the things so you'll be able to see this somewhere on your own side and take a picture and have your own kind of summary of what we talked about today and the action items. But for our panelists in this last session, which is the Futures panel, we're talking about the future. The Pact for the Future has a commentary on space. The UN last year started talking about futures generations commissions, asking countries to bring young people, asking them to think about people like ourselves. How do we become good ancestors? How do we in the space community, as we now move towards accelerating the space agenda, make sure we're designing for sustainability, the way we think about how we utilize space and how we share space? So I am going to start where I began the first time because Hashika has had time to think about this. ShaktiSat, a satellite to circumvent the moon. Huh? Seriously? Why? What is the vision of the outcome of that? So we've done it, let's say in 2026, ISRO again, once again, partners, and we actually launch it, and the satellite may be made to build for maybe to maybe survive for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years circumventing the moon. What is the vision you have for what success looks like in terms of this mission that we have begun in India?
A very brilliant question, Dr. Chair. The first thing which I see as a successful vision here for Mission ShaktiSat is that students across the globe will be using technology. Say, for example, internet, computers, laptops, and every other resource available to them to study more, specifically sciences. So there will be a lot of them who are going to get into sciences, and specifically engineering, space sciences, and satellite technology. So that will be the biggest mission of ShaktiSat. And also, as my CEO, Dr. Srimati would say, every time they look at the moon, they will have a piece of themselves on the moon, and they will think for themselves that I'm on the moon, so can everybody else. And they will inspire the other generation, the next generation, to come up in a way that they're well educated and also very aware of what science can literally mean for them. So this will be the mission of Mission ShaktiSat.
Yeah, I have to say that as an aside, when I was in India, I had the opportunity to speak to, I think, 4 schools or 5 schools in total, 4 of which were engineering schools. And in 2 cases, I spoke to girls in engineering, and there were quite a few people in those classes. And I really started thinking about India as a new powerhouse in the space community, and how the global South-South cooperation can be accelerated. We have a diaspora Indian communities in almost every country in Africa, certainly in every country in the Caribbean region. So it's not as if to say we don't know each other already, right? We all eat curry somewhere. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think, for us to really use space also to address SDG number 16, which is about peace. Because outer space from beginning has always been thought about, okay, if there's this one place in the world in which we can go in peace together, right? It was outer space. And so now that we're having every nation doing things, I think it's up to us as people to not follow the direction in which countries are going, where I'm going to have my own spacing and I'm going to have my own spacing and we want to kind of follow, to me, the pattern that was left by the ISS. The ISS was such an inspiration. When we used to watch Star Trek, we thought that Star Trek would be the outcome of the ISS. And we still want to believe that it's going to be possible for us to find a way to have a federation of Earthlings and eventually otherlings from other places that we don't know yet in the next 1,000 years, and have a way in which we can finally overcome our propensity to want to go to war. And this is why I think this is important. So Space Kids India, I also want to thank you for the work you're doing. And because I'm talking about Space Kids India, I want to jump straight to Dominic, who is a Space Kids India ambassador. What is your vision of why you signed up for Space Kids India?
Okay, so my vision and the reason why I signed up for Space Kids India was based on the opportunity. I can say in high school, I never saw any opportunity like this to say, hey, let us work on a satellite. There's nobody else that's doing that, especially a satellite that will actually be launched to the moon or lower Earth orbit. Nobody is doing that, not even in Jamaica on like a tertiary level. They built a satellite, but they didn't launch it. So that for me, as somebody that loves science and as somebody that studied physics, was first and foremost the best opportunity. So I couldn't say no right there. My vision after coming out of all of this is to really and truly come back with the student that we eventually choose to go to India, to come back, and that we can do more outreach, but it's more like, how do I put this? In the sense of that they can have a tangible person that looks like them to say, hey, this is the reality. We just did this. And to add to Hashika's comment from Dr. Kesan that said, you know, every time they look up at the moon, they can find a piece of them at the moon. It's like finding a piece of Jamaicans there, you know? We can say, hey, we did that too. We were there too. And the other thing I want to see is more of an integration between the islands. So normally there are conferences. As being a representative in the SJC, there's usually like a regional workshop every year. And then there's like the local events. Not many people push to put on a local event. So in terms of like events that people from the region would go to, those are usually the regional event for the year. So on a more small island scale, I'm thinking if there could be some event, not necessarily once per year, but like twice per year, that the students would look out for, especially now that it's not just Jamaicans going to Mission Shaktisat. It would now be like basically almost, how much countries were from Mission Shaktisat in the Caribbean? I forgot. But how many other countries we could start like this? We could start like a conference, not necessarily a conference, but we could build it out from there, whether it's a summer camp. Well, no, I wouldn't want a summer camp, but I'd want something that basically runs twice for the year, and it integrates both the ambassadors that went and got the hands-on experience. It integrates the people that we have contacts for in the space industry currently, and it integrates the students that we have on the ground to actually get them involved. So on a Caribbean perspective, maybe everybody can start sharing the same vision at that time, but that's what I'm feeling right now.
Thank you so much. Alan Ali, you're in Trinidad. What is your vision for the Caribbean region? And you are somebody who has worked around the region on a lot of high-level projects for the governments. You understand the policy space. Where do you see us being able, as a small Caribbean Space Society, being able to impact the policymakers and the private sector, so they do put some of their excess, not that they have much, but whatever excess they have, they put it into this space program? Your take.
Thank you, Dr. Claire. Okay, so where I see the Caribbean is very much plugged into the space economy's value chain. whether it is in the building of the satellites, whether it is creating launching pads, because where we are in the Caribbean, we are ideally located closer to the equator for launching pads to be established. And I know when I start speaking like this, some people think I'm crazy, but I often have to remind them that in French Guiana,
That's
there is
right.
a launch pad.
Yeah, for years. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So it's not impossible. And to circle back to the point of policy, this is the part that is absolutely critical for us because we, having worked extensively in public sector, you understand that policy drives change. Policy establishment may take a little longer for change to be realized, but with the advent of technology, and because we are operating in the technology space, it's a very symbiotic relationship. So as we develop the space economy, in parallel, the policies they develop. And our policies in the Caribbean absolutely has to be focused on not just the preservation of the intellect and the human capacity coming out of the Caribbean, but also from the environmental perspective, because I would say from January of 2025 to now, we've had 3 or 4 instances where pieces of rockets and shuttle debris has fallen back. And the reality is that we in the Caribbean, an archipelago of islands, is no different from the Pacific Ring of Fire islands, the Hawaiis and the Polynesias. And, you know, a backfire from a shuttle or space debris falling into a small village in Soufrière in St. Lucia, or a small town in Jamaica will have massive impacts for us. And policy is not just about establishing rules and regulations just because, it's also being designed agile enough to deal with the changes that are coming every day. Because I think we can all agree that the current state of where the world is heading, it's quite volatile in so many levels, in so many ways. So when it comes to the policy side, it is something that I believe will work in parallel and in tandem with the establishment of a space economy in the Caribbean.
Thank you. All right. So Rudy, from your perspective, Space City.
Right.
The fact that you were invited by Space City says something about the way they're thinking about the future.
Yeah.
Now that you're at the table, how do you see us ensuring that our perspective as people from the Global South is now brought to the fore in their design of the Space City project that they're working on?
Right. And I'm very hopeful for us in the Caribbean because in our minds, we're talking about the development of a Caribbean space skills hub. And by utilizing the current systems that we have access to in the UK, it's not difficult for the knowledge transfer, start creating communities of practice, focus on leadership, resource management, implementation. So I just think as Caribbean people, we're very competitive. And I believe the new generation coming up are not going to be inhibited. We're going to work on the educators. That's important, of course. And so I'm very clear that we will be competitive. And the other quick thing in terms of our communities as well, we always have to remember in terms of Caribbean people, we're made up of African, European, Asian, lots of us are a mingle of each of these different cultures. And that's why in our work, we're always talking about, and I learned this from working in Singapore years ago, you make best use of the skills that you have of everybody, and you do that by being inclusive. That's why we always talk about inspiring, inclusive, peaceful, caring, enterprising neighborhoods. So that helps with the whole competitiveness. So the building relationships is really important. And the Commonwealth is a great lever still an important institution that we can use. The Caribbean has a major say if there's collaboration, and of course there will be collaboration in the Caribbean. It's very easy now to collaborate across platforms because we have the technology and the platforms to do that as well. So I'm very positive.
Yes.
And in fact, with the work that you've done as well, Dr. Claire, if you think about the Caribbean Space Society, we're talking about capacity building now. The skills and the people do exist. We're now talking about communication. So we also say the means of communication may be different, but the needs are the same. So again, you know, we've got a group that were put together recently to start to think about the means of communication, because we do have the platforms, and there is a lot of interoperability with the platforms. We do it with music and culture. So that's why we're starting the space program to say, well, actually, we should be doing it with space programs. We can create small digital files, MP3 files, 10, 15, 20 minutes, share them across all our networks. So I'm very positive that with the level of collaboration and the infrastructure that you've built and the network that you have, and then again, with our African counterparts, the Caribbean has an important role to play there again, and vice versa.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, within the context of what's going on in terms of the global south as well. So there's already a big catalyst boom there in terms of what's going on there. So we just got to jump on board.
Yes, I was going to say from that, Nesbitt Aerospace in Angafale has said that they have an aerospace in Caribbean initiative. So
Right.
to her to probably close out by saying, what is her vision of how that could look in the near future now? So I know we're talking far future, but because we want to leave her with an action item,
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
love to have a near future thing that we can leave to do. So Miss Fale, if you could, soon to be Dr. Fale, Miss Fale, if you could to end on your note on how do you see Nesbitt Aerospace in Caribbean in the near future doing something that advances some of the or impacts on some of the challenges that we've heard from both Alan and Dominic.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. So I would say that that's a tiered approach is needed. The space industry, the numbers are always fluctuating, but it should grow to around $1 trillion by 2040. And what does it mean to be ready for that industry? It's impacting biotech. It's impacting looking at how we will manufacture. Algal culture was brought up earlier. And so there's every single industry, there's a possibility that it can be impacted by space. And so the question is, we have projects that we can do to get kids excited about space, but there are some foundational skills that are really important to have upstream of even before you get to space projects. So some of the stuff that we've been doing in the Caribbean is looking at some of those core engineering skills and talking about those transferable skills, having conversations about curriculum. I was recently in a conversation where they started talking about, should we change when we are teaching kids about microgravity and that research? Are some of the subjects that we wait to learn in college, is it too late? And so I think one of the things that can really help facilitate and support your question is looking at that pre-college really early on. When do we start introducing those concepts that really get people positioned to think about technology different, about some of the core disciplines needed to solve these tough problems different, and bringing space technology, weaving it in to the curriculum a lot earlier. And I believe all of our organizations have really great projects that really ignite that experiential learning, but we also need to look at some foundational aspects as well very early on, because the future workforce and the skills needed are shifting. And so when that shifts, that means we need to shift how we educate and how we engage people. And that's been one of the major conversations that we've been having in NSBE. There's a goal to look at bringing the CubeSat program that has been happening across the U.S. and Africa to the Caribbean. One of the things I will highlight, someone mentioned about materials. And so SALA, which is another organization that NSBE partners with, really kind of forced the idea of teaching space with the materials that are unique to the environment. And, you know, it's really great when you can put together a model and simulation and kind of teach people all the details of building a CubeSat and satellite technology, but also looking at the communities that you're targeting, what resources are in that community, and how can you cultivate those resources to send the same message. So I remember we did a project where we had some students that did not necessarily have access to all the computing technology. So we did CubeSat technology transfer and training with building out cardboard boxes and different drafting just to learn those concepts. Our other students had different resources. And so just being very innovative and making sure that we can still teach those concepts regardless of the community that we are engaging in, and really being innovative.
Thank you so much. And the floor and the conversation with Ken Ruffin from National Space Society. As you said, certainly the oldest organization in the United States of America, I believe, to talk about space and have a massive K-12 programming. What is your take? My dream when I went to the last program was like, oh my God, I'd love to see some students from Africa and the Caribbean here. I don't know when we're going to make it, but I'd like you to tell me when we're going to make it. What is your vision for NSS reaching to these parts of the global south? You're very active in India. How can we get to the next space?
It's one of those things that's easier said than done, because what you probably also saw was basically 0 students from the United States at a conference in the United States. I mean, you were at the conference in the Dallas area, which is where I live, at least for the time being. So it's complicated. It's not just a matter of interest and people being aware. I mean, of course, that's a part of it, but it's also a matter of the school schedules for the year. I mean, that's the problem in the US. By the time the conference is held, usually it's Memorial Day weekend at the end of May, and this year is the middle of June. So end of May, many schools or many students are preparing for final exams. And then June, many students are on vacation for the summer. So, you know, it just hasn't worked very well in many cases. For some countries, but obviously not for all. So it's an individual thing that has been discussed year after year after year. I've been with National Space Society for 15 years now, and it comes up every year. Someone brings it up, hey, what can we do to get students from this location and that location? So got to look at it country by country. There are people with National Space Society where that's their focus, and input would be appreciated just to make that to like wrap up that part of the conversation.
Thank you. I see that our folk are back from the hackathon. I'm presuming that they're closing it out soon. Certainly, we have come way past our time, so we're going to wrap up this session. I want to thank everybody here for joining us. Hashika Raj, Spaces India, Inanga Fali, National Society of Black Engineers Special Interest Aerospace Special Interest Group, Alana Ali representing the Caribbean Space Society, Dominique Campbell representing the Caribbean Space Society, ShaktiSat Jamaica, and Space Generation Advisory Council. Jamaicans have to have 3 jobs. I should also say she's also on the board of the Astronomy Association of Jamaica, which makes it 4 jobs. And the first person who had me see the rings of Saturn, so I have to give her credit for that. Until she showed me through a telescope, I'd never seen it. I couldn't believe I was actually seeing the rings of Saturn. And then Rudy Page from Space Pathway Ecosystem. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your information. We're excited about the possibility. I'm happy that we have an opportunity to partner with Nesby Aerospace in the near future. And I'm sure between Alana and Dominic and myself, we'll be with a conversation with you, Ananga, talk about what that might look like. I know we're coming to the end of a school year, but we certainly want to prepare for September to make sure we have something ready to hit the road then. Definitely, I think, and I'm glad you put that in the chat, because what we're asking for Shaktisat, we need help with what we call in technical mentors. I've already gotten that concept approved by Dr. Kisan. I sent her a text saying we definitely need that. In our meeting with the African ambassadors, they have a great need for technical people who can go through the material and have like office hours and be available. We'll have like 2 or 3 office hours a week in French and in English, if possible also in Spanish, because we have people from Latin America as well. And then if we can have even 2 hours per week from each language, we're able to have the students go there online to answer questions, because as you heard, they are a very small organization and we cannot have 12,000 students calling everybody at the same time if they have a problem. That's not going to work. So we're going to put some structure in and create this almost like a learning lab, a living lab online that has specific hours, also location sensitive hours, because we know some of the kids don't have computers at home, so they can only use a computer at school, after school, or on a Saturday morning. So all those things we have to take into account in designing a program where we're trying to reach underserved young people around the world. So thank you all. I'm so excited. I'm innovated and I feel very hopeful. My word for the day is hopeful and optimistic. Thank you all. So we're going to end on that note and move forward to our next session, which is going to be on I'm just putting a marker here, so when we want to break this up, we can find the material. And we're going to get ready for our next session, which is the session that will look at the presentations of the hackathon. So those of you who need to take a bio break, go and take your bio break. We're going to be bringing back Miss Timmy and Mr. Daniel and Mr. Ayotunde to talk about what it is that they have been doing and hear from our students and see who shall be winning a scholarship to attend our first Analog Astronaut Bootcamp webinar. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, thank you.
All right. I have a message in the chat in case anyone hasn't seen it. They might want to take a look and reach out if you have any questions or comments. So thank you, and I'm logging off.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so Alana, I think you had said you had stay on and be a judge, so I'm going to leave you there. I think Mr. Ayotunde wants to join. I'm not sure if Rudy had acted to be a judge, but then I didn't get an answer. I'm not sure if you could stay on or not, but certainly from a communications perspective, that's your area. If you can stay on for an hour or so.
Yeah, I certainly can.
Okay, we'd like to stay on, be a judge as well. So if you could be on, I would ask them to send you the rubric. Or if you send me the rubric, I'll make sure to send both of them the email with the rubric for the judging, so they'll have access to it. And I'm going to bring you up MD to talk about what has been happening in the hackathon. And yeah, we're here. Mr. Ayotunde Fasanya.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Claire. So a lot has been going on with the students in the hackathon room. So I think we give them just about a bit more for 5 minutes to wrap up the Ignite talk presentations, and we should have the rest of the team in 1 second. I feel they're helping the students to, to fine tune one or two other questions they were asking. Some of them wanted the logo of the Futures Forum, and they asked some general questions.
So they wanted extra time, even though they were given their 2.5 hours. They want extra time.
No. So we are closing the
When are we going to start presentation?
So I think we're about to start now. I'll just ask
So
the
please
team
bring
to
them
come.
back. Bring them.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm so sorry. For some wonderful reasons, my internet went off, so I had to switch that service provider. But here I am. I'm just going to switch on my video right away. And yes, the presentations are about to start. And the participants have already started submitting their.
No, but they need to be in this room. They need to be in this room to do the presentation.
Yes, they are going to be in this room anytime from now. I've already sent them the link.
Okay, fabulous. All right. This is exciting. I'm really excited about it. So, Mr. Fasanya, while we wait on the students, and those of you who need to have a coffee or a tea, so they can take 5 minutes, we'll be at 10 minutes before we get started. So let's say we'll start, we're going to be late. So let's say we're going to start at 11:30 for sure. That's 12 minutes to get our act together. Mr. Fasanya, if you could if you could just give us some background now. So now, let us be prepared. We know, if you could tell us what the rules were, so we know what we're listening to, because the audience doesn't know all the rules. Is there a way to put that in the chat or put them somewhere so we can go over what the rules, so we know when they come in, we're prepared to hear them, and we don't have to do that at that point in time?
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and drop a little write-up on key considerations for the presentation itself. The plan is for the crew that will remain on the surface of the moon for 30 Earth days, with conclusion on the crew stay on the moon, they will return to Earth. But for this historic mission, the African Space Foundation, in partnership with Futures Forum, has been tasked with food and water preparation for the mission. So we're expecting the participants to accurately determine the amount of food and water required for a round trip to the moon. Furthermore, be responsible for determining what type of food the astronauts will be provided, as well as a proper possible storage solution for the duration of the mission. The key considerations is any storage solution devised for the mission must not violate any UN outer space mandated treaty or resolution, especially Article 9 of the treaty. The amount of food available to the astronaut must provide sustenance for duration of the trip, from the moment the spacecraft leaves Earth's orbit to its safe splashdown. All food made available to astronauts must provide sufficient nutrients, must take advantage of their regional palates, and must not affect mission performance in any adverse ways. So, and then we have a rubric that kind of help us score the participant based on the criteria. First is the structure and organization. We expect that the ideas are very well represented and organized, and that the explanations are logical. The second is the second criteria is the delivery and engagement. We expect that the speaker is highly engaging and incredibly clear and confident in delivery, so that everyone listening can be able to pin out the point they're trying to make. The third criteria is the viability, to make sure that the solution is highly viable, scalable, and has significant real-world potential. The whole concept of it is that while we're trying to do this now, we're looking at the future of space, especially in the continent of Africa. And so we need to look at what our creatives and who are the futures, can also bring to the board. Then we expect that another criteria is that it should be innovative and solution-driven. It must demonstrate a high level of creativity and efficiency, and make use of the current technologies available. Just to cite a few, expecting, to take advantage of the new the new level of evolution and technological advancement that we currently have, talking about the latest gadgets, AI, all of that. And then the final criteria is the adherence to the Ignite presentation guidelines, which is 5-minute presentation, long with at least 20 slides, no more. And advancement is seen every 10 to 15 seconds to be able to cover every point put in their slide. So I believe these are the major criteria for all of the participants, and I wish them good luck in their presentations.
Thank you so much. If anybody on the call who has been listening has any question, any comment you want to make, any reflection, now is a good time to do so before the students come on. So feel free to put up your hands and I would recognize you. If you have been on the call, have been attending and have a comment or question, feel free to put up your hand and I will call you. Looking in the chat, thank you, Marufa, for staying on. Great panel. I'm glad you enjoyed the last panel. I'm sure we can benefit from what you've been doing with the kids at High Seas. Obviously, having a program like a place like High Seas in Hawaii, which is a group of islands, it's not just one island. You have to deal with the challenge of moving kids from the other islands who don't have access to the act, so there's a lot of additional intentionality you have to make your program inclusive to a broad range of children. But what is important from a Indigenous people's perspective that I think we certainly want to benefit from also as we start to work with the Pacific region, coming out of the UN Small Island Developing States Conference, we want to push out what we call Space for Small Island Developing States. Pacific region has a lot of ocean to cover, and the only way they can manage that successfully is from space. So they have to really quickly ramp up capacity. And they have one regional university, which is spread out across the islands. And then some of the islands have small technical colleges. So we're going to have to really look to the technical colleges and the last 2 years of high school as serious, almost like a tertiary institution in terms of the level of skills that those students have to support the traditional knowledge that they have about managing the ocean and, managing the challenges they have with plastic waste and illegal fishing and all the other things that are happening in the Pacific region. So I am really happy that also we have Mauritius in the call because they're on the Pacific Island, but they had an oil spill a couple of years ago. And for islands, we're really concerned about things like managing the sea and using satellite data for the sea so we can see oil spills and understand the impact on the ocean, the spread, and measure in have a much more accurate way of measuring and managing that information within the domestic sovereign data context. So there's a lot of, I think, risks and opportunities likewise that make this now an imperative for the Alliance of Small Island States, which is a regional intragovernmental political policy grouping with the United Nations to begin to push out for that. And so having Mauritius, for example, actually launched a satellite a couple of years ago, participate is really important to sort of demonstrate it to the Caribbean that, hey, there actually been a small developing island that has done this work, and we have an opportunity now to do the same. So thank you again for that, Daniel. Anybody has any question or comment, the floor is open. Otherwise, if you don't, I'll see if I can find the video from the Jamaican astronaut. Well, maybe he wouldn't call himself an astronaut, but certainly the Jamaican young man that actually literally he was a mission control specialist for Virgin Galactica and actually was able to prepare the mission that went up that took the Antiguan, the space tourism project that they did. He was active on the last test flight before that happened. So we are very proud of him. We're very happy that we can say we had a Jamaican in space. And he was certainly somebody, as an engineer, somebody worthy of our paying attention to in terms of being used to ignite interest from the Caribbean and other small island purposes. Any questions or comments? No? All right, maybe everybody's gone on a bio break. Please let them know it's 3 minutes. We have to get started.
Yes. So I think while they are preparing to get started, I'll just quickly read the bio for all our judges, and then afterwards, we would start the presentation.
Yes.
So very quickly, I think Stephen, you're on the call, so I would just like you to project the bio for our first speaker, so everybody's well aware of who they are. So we're having 3 speakers plus a bonus speaker on the call. I said speakers, so sorry. Judges, I mean judges. 3 judges plus a bonus judge on the call, and I'm just going to quickly introduce them. So I think Stephen should be sharing his screen anytime now. And I would first of all, I would reintroduce the Director General of Africa Space Foundation, Mr. Ayotunde Fasonya. So he is okay. So I think the slides will be projected very soon. But then again, he is the Director General of Africa Space Foundation, and then he also runs Globe Takers Foundation, where he is very intentional about the growth of children, child care growth. And the next person on the call is Mr. Lasisi. Okay, I'm just so sorry, please. I think Stephen should be projecting this by now. I wouldn't want to be reading off the top of my head and summarizing their lengthy years of experience because they deserve the merit. But aside Mr. Lasisi, and the next person we are having is on the call is Mr. Mani. I don't know if he is currently back on the call. I'll just quickly confirm that. And then our bonus judge. So I think I'm Dr. Claire. How about you introduce our bonus judge? And I would
okay, so bonus judge is Mr. Rudy Page. He is a communications person. So I thought having him particularly focusing on that, I may be able to give some good feedback on that end, having heard heard presentations, because this is also going to be a learning experience for those who have never done this before. And we want to hone our skills because we know that there are a lot of global hackathons that exist around the space agenda. And so Alana, Ali, both of them are members of the Caribbean Space Society Board of Directors. And they're going to be joining us in terms of the judging process. So we're going to be bringing back the people that are drifting in now from the other, from the cafe. I would love to hear more about what was happening over there. They needed extra time. I'd love to hear some of the questions that they were asking extra help on. So while we wait for them to come back, they're coming in. As we wait for them to come in, I'd love to hear from you, Timmy, if you were talking to them, or whoever was from Daniel, whoever was talking to them, what were some of the questions they had challenges with? What are some of the help that they needed? So we can get some background before we get into the presentation. Who wants to take that question?
Okay, so I think Daniel, I'll say he was at the forefront. He's one of our forefront.
Okay, let me see if I see him here.
Persons. So we're moving from room to room, trying to get their questions. So Daniel, please.
I am seeing if I see him. I see your name many times, but I'm not seeing Daniel. I'm not seeing Daniel. So he's not online at present. He might be over there herding people. Yeah, he's not online at present. Steve is online, but I'm sure if he was involved. Steve, Ogugwa. I'm not sure if he was involved in being a mentor on the call, but he's online. And Laura, I'm not sure if she was a mentor, but she's also online as well. All right. The last time we tried to do this online thing, it didn't quite work as well as we wanted it to work, I have to tell you. When we did the first hackathon was 2023, we discovered to our shock and awe and dismay that data is just so expensive in Africa that if we're going to do a real serious Pan-African hackathon, and I'm thinking about the idea of doing a virtual mission, right? What it could look like. What a virtual mission could look like is, because a mission has to have the issue of isolation as one thing and an experiment. So a virtual mission would have to be something like people are given a simulation exercise where they're probably, let's say, you know, that was happened recently where they went up to space and then they were trapped for like 9 months and couldn't come back home. We could have something like, you know, maybe they were space tourists and they were supposed to have been going up to space for just 2 days and come back, and then now something is wrong and they can't come back, right? Some version they can't come back. I don't know what, I'm just making this up. So let's say an ISS mission, they were supposed to go up and come back, spend a week or whatever, come back, and now they are not there. And they would have to literally be online, literally for maybe even 12 hours nonstop to demonstrate that they're able to endure some kind of a distance or hardship, or we'll have to come up with some other experiment that could maybe be a Mars simulation where we use some kind of software to send a message, but they don't get the message till 8 minutes later. We have to think very creatively as to how could we possibly simulate some experiment that is real time, but allows students from Africa and the Caribbean and other emerging space countries for World Space Week to participate in an online virtual analog that mimics one challenge area that we will face. And maybe, as I said, maybe it will be something to do with communication, because that's a real problem that they have in these countries. And maybe we can turn that into an advantage for a hackathon and turn that into the mission. Because typically, as I said, they can't afford to be online for a whole 12 hours, that's for sure. The data is too expensive. In some instances, even if they're online, the connectivity is bad, they fall off, they come back. So maybe that could be almost like a challenge area. So can you imagine if you are on the moon and the communication system is not working and you still have to do something, right? So we could actually use the problem that is a real problem to test out a way of working and measure something different, and maybe measuring the ability to think outside the box. So, and then maybe this simulation could be the rules change every hour. All right. So Timmy is ready to speak. I'm not seeing you online, and there's several of you, so I will have to turn on your screen so I know which one your name appears many times. So which one?
Can you see my screen?
No, we're not seeing your screen, and I'm not. There are many people with your name. So which one is you?
Yes.
All right, here you are. Finally.
Okay.
All right. So now
Thank you so much.
You are a co-host, so you can share screen. So go ahead and share screen.
Okay, that's fine. So I think I'm Daniel. I think Daniel too has made a co-host, because I think I would like to reintroduce the judges. Like I said before, me summarizing what they said doesn't do justice to their years of experience. So I think Daniel is sharing the bio of the judges right now, if I'm correct. So I will just go ahead and start introducing as Daniel starts sharing now. So earlier on, I introduced Mr. Ayotunde Fasonya. I think that should go up on the screen right now. The Director General of Africa Space Foundation. And I think just before I introduce the judges, Daniel was actually, we have our technical persons that we're moving from room to room on this calls here. So how about they just say, one or two things of the questions that were asked, and then I would introduce. I think then the whole.
He has to turn on his camera.
Yes, please. Yes. So I think Mr. Doran, Daniel, you were there you were part of the technical people moving from room to rooms. What were some things, some questions that were asked? What were some things that you experienced? Okay, I personally, I think one of the things that because I was in a couple of rooms, and one of the things that they were quite concerned about was I'll use the word reading in between the lines, because especially when it has to do with the African palette. The African palette, to be very honest, is diverse from region to region. So there were questions surrounding that, but I think that question got resolved, and it was really, I'll use the word exciting to watch the participants brainstorm through. So Mr. Doran and Daniel, how about you go ahead? A couple of things that, a couple of questions that were asked that you would like to share just before I reintroduce the judges, please.
Okay, I think quite fascinating was when they were trying to brainstorm on the meals in each region. So I think that stood out for me.
I know it was fun trying to figure out, okay, in West Africa, what's the most popular food in West Africa? In North Africa, what's the most popular food in North Africa? I think that part was really fun. Daniel, how about you, please?
I think I just generally enjoyed the thinking process. You could definitely see that they were brainstorming, they're trying to find different ways to come up with solutions. If you were actually watching the participants in the beginning, a lot of them were experimenting with some very different modes of thinking. They're trying to see, okay, what works, what doesn't work. And when they found something that didn't work, they quickly changed direction. They were trying to figure out, okay, what can we do to fix this? What can we do to make this better? And I really loved watching them use as much of I really love watching them communicate and trying to find out the best solution to a problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Daniel. And I think the screen is on. I'll just quickly read through. We are a little behind time. So yes, Mr. Ayotunde Fasonya, he's the current Director General.
Everything. It's too long.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't read everything, it's too long. Just say the main important thing.
Yes. So yes, Mr. Ayotunde Fasonya is the current Director General of Africa Space Foundation, an NGO geared with vision to promote development of space science. So he also has background in finance, over a decade experience in grant management, and yes, he also runs Globe Takers Foundation. I think I'll just go ahead to the next person. Thank you, Daniel. Yes, the next judge, please. Yes. So we have Mr. Mani Pam. Oh my goodness, forgive me for not knowing how to pronounce the name. I think I'll just go with Pimenta. Yes, so he's an electrical engineer, and I think a very fun thing about him that I actually that got me fascinated was that he runs the virtual, if I'm very correct, the Lunar Explorer virtual reality simulation, and I find that very, very, very fascinating. But yes, he has he's an electrical engineer with a computer science master's degree, worked most of his professional life in electric utility, and he has worked in airborne radar systems for major defense contractors. And I'll just quickly rush over to the next person, please. He has a very, very vast experience. So if you wouldn't mind, dropping maybe your LinkedIn handle, a communication handle that people can always reach out to you just after this session, please. And then I'll go ahead and introduce Engineer Lasisi Salami Lawal. So he is a distinguished engineer with academic experience too. So he deals he's a satellite technology expert with over 24 years of multidisciplinary experience, holds a BSc from electrical engineering. I think I'll just quickly quickly rush through that, and let's just get straight into the sessions. Thank you so much for deciding to be judges at this hackathon. It's really a great pleasure. So we would quickly go over to the next person. Thank you so much, Mr. Thanks so much, Mr. Mainet. Oh my goodness, Mr. Mani. I think I'll stick to that for the information. And then Engineer Lasisi, if you wouldn't mind going ahead, dropping your contact information in the chat box for everyone. So the first team on the list, is I think Team Ayur. So how about we just have their presentation on the screen and then they go ahead and start presenting. Team Ayur, please.
Okay, wait a minute. Just making sure before we start, very quickly. Do all the judges have the rubric? Do my judges have it?
Not yet. Hasn't come through.
You could just send me an email, please. I can send it to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Judging screen. Thank you. Just send me an email on the back end.
Thank you so much, Dr. Claire. So
okay, so one last thing, one other thing I need to let you know while we're waiting for that to be sent. The team names that we chose for this hackathon are different names of the moon in different languages, different tribes. Again, remember I said earlier, we're trying to, as much as possible, indigenize some of what we're doing. And so we decided to, so Mwezi is the word for moon in Swahili, which is the AU official language right now. So when you see me do hashtag Kwamwezi, I'm saying to the moon, as opposed to just writing to the moon. And when you see me say Kwaniota, that's instead of saying Adastra. So I'm trying to make sure that we just to add some new, new things, not just Latin and Greek the whole time. Let's mix it up and make space more inclusive to different cultures and see what can stick. We throw up some stuff and see what sticks. Certainly we want this Swahili to stick. So don't start yet because we want to make sure the judges have everything. So give me just 30 seconds to make sure that I get this email in from you guys to send to please send me the rubric for the judges. Alana also needs it. I'm waiting for it. It hasn't come as yet. Please send it, please send it, please send it. It hasn't come as yet.
It's sent.
Somebody should send it to my email.
Yeah, I sent it to your email.
Okay, I haven't seen it yet for some whatever reason. Anyway, okay, if you could go ahead and start now, because maybe it will come in 30 seconds. And just pay attention, both of you, to make sure when you get the rubric, it's there. My email is nelson.claire@gmail.com. That's my Okay. All right. All right, go ahead. You can start. I have it, and I'm sending it out now.
All right, so Bukola, let's start, please. You can start with the presentation, Team Ayo.
Who is keeping time? Oh, it's sorry, it's automatic. How could I forget? It's automatic.
How long have they got?
Pardon me?
How long have they got each presentation?
Well, first of all, if you're asking that question, that's a challenge because Ignite is a particular format. So you should have researched that or asked that question. So the Ignite format is a particular format. You have 5 minutes to go through all your slides. And points are taken away. I'm going to make sure I have my clock on. So you should have asked, what is an Ignite style if you didn't understand it? So that's a point off right there. Don't follow instructions.
Is the team ready? Mr. Paul?
Yes, we are.
Okay, you're ready. Okay. So just give me a moment to set the timer. And 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvester Agose, representing Team Ayur, and our title is Mwezi-1, Africa's first lunar mission. And our aim is to feed the future and sustain the vision of Africa being on the lunar surface. Now, the mission overview. The mission overview is simple. We want to take 12 astronauts through a journey of 36 days, 6 days for transitioning to the moon, 30 days on the lunar surface, and 1 historic leap for Africa. It will be 1 historic leap for Africa. And our goal is to celebrate the African Union's 30th anniversary with science, unity, and innovation. And now, what would this crew be composed of? Now, we'll have 2 astronauts, each from an African region, and 2 diaspora representatives. Then, what are the critical requirements for this journey? Now, we would need to have food, water, and compliance with the United Nations Outer Space Treaty. From our calculations, the astronauts will be needing 790.6 kilograms of food and 1,641.6 liters of water. And of course, the mission has to be compliant with the United Nations Outer Space Treaty, Article 9. Our nutritional strategy is that each astronaut needs to consume 3,000 to 3,500 kilocalories per day. And our food has to be high in calcium, vitamin D for bone health, and moderate sodium for microgravity adaptation. Now, we need to incorporate regional cuisine into our food, and our menus have to reflect Africa's diversity. So for the West African zone, we would need to incorporate foods that represent them, and one of them is freeze-dried jollof rice. It has to be freeze-dried because of it's going to space, of course. Then North Africa, we are going with thermostabilized tagine, and for South Africa, we have biltong, which is dried meat, and this regional dishes would help foster inclusivity across the different African districts. Then next, we have diaspora flavors. We have space food tech, rather. So we'd need to freeze dry our food to make it lightweight. And we also need to thermostabilize our food because there'll be no provision for refrigeration in space. We'd also need to incorporate fresh produce that the astronauts can consume for the first 7 days of their trip to the lunar surface. Now, what are solutions? Now, we need to understand that NASA already has some technology provided for this, as 98% of the water we'll be using will be recycled via NASA's ECLSS system. Then we'll also need to incorporate UV decontaminated storage, BioWise for water as well. Then off to waste management, right? We'll be incorporating what we call the zero lunar disposal, as all waste will be compressed and returned back to Earth. Then for legal compliance, I would have to ensure our technology is compliant with the United Nations Outer Space Treaty, Article 9, which basically states that there'll be no contamination of the moon and Earth, and there'll be full transparency with international partners. Then we'll need to also have storage, right? So would incorporate vacuum sealed and multi-layer packaging, and also lipid mesophase systems for lunar water storage. Now let's talk about quickly the cultural impact. Now we'll be fostering unity among different districts through our cuisine. We'll share Africa's flavors in space, and that would help foster pride and collaboration among African nations. Then off to sustainability, would be incorporating a closed loop system where we'll be recycling things we've used. So there'll be water recycling and there'll be waste to resource innovation as well. Off to the next slide, we'll be having emergency reserves, would make provision for 10% extra food and water for contingencies in case of storms, in case of delays. And then we'll also need to focus on the astronauts' mental health, right? Because comfort matters. And so we can incorporate comfort food and provide fresh produce and familiar flavors that will help reduce the stress they are most likely going to face in space. And of course, we have to collaborate. We can't do it on our own. The African Union will have global partners like NASA and ESA to ensure technical and legal success, because, I mean, everybody needs to put in their hands and work together to make this a success. Then the challenges we're going to overcome will be weight limits by ensuring that our food is processed and stored in the right way, would ensure compliance with the Space Treaty to prevent contamination risks. And of course, there'll be cultural inclusivity by ensuring every single district of the African continent is involved. Now, what legacy would this project have? This project would pave the way for Africa's lunar research base by 2040. So it's a very futuristic and very bold step that will be taken. And our call to action is that everybody should join Africa's space journey to innovate, collaborate, and inspire as we all work together and join hands to embark on this project, on this Mwezi 1 project. Thank you.
Great work, HIO Group. Any of the judges or questions? Well, proceed. No, don't.
One quick question for me. Very nice and clear presentation. I didn't see anything about risks, potential risks, and how that would be handled.
Ailton, can you respond, please?
All right, so as regards risks, we accounted for 10% extra food and provisions for the astronauts in case of delays, and we believe that would account for some minor delays due to risks they would face, and also through our technological incorporation into this project would ensure to prevent as much risks as possible, and ensure that the health risks posed by occurrences like lunar dusts would be accounted for with our space vehicles, and then would have things like sealed airlocks, and we would also remove things like electrostatic precipitators, UV cleaning, all of that. We incorporate all of that to ensure that the astronauts stay safe. And in case of any delays, there's extra food and provisions for them to stay a couple of days or weeks before returning back to Earth or before proceeding on their mission. And would also try to mitigate against as many risks as possible, ensure the astronauts are properly trained to adapt to any risk situation, and yeah, try to prevent as many human factors as possible. We also accounted for our comfort food that would help the astronauts stay in a stable mental state and keep them focused on the journey. And also with our partnership with organizations like NASA and ESA, would go through rigorous testing before the mission is carried out to prevent such risks. So the whole mission is designed to mitigate against as much risks as possible. But if they happen, which we do not hope for, the astronauts have enough food to remain calm and remain wherever they are until the ground station can figure out the next step to take, and then communicate that to the astronauts. I don't know if I was able to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was, well, it sounded to me quite a comprehensive answer, that it had been thought through previously.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Any other comment from the judges?
Yes, just one short one. Good presentation there. But I was just looking at, was there provision? I saw your contingency and all of that, but was there any mitigation against any of the astronauts falling ill? What provisions do you have for that?
Hello?
I'm here.
I just want to say this. I don't want other people to be kind of distressed because they have to wait too long. So it has to be a specific question on the presentation, because we don't want other teams to get stressed out waiting. It's very anxiety inducing. So if you have a comment, could we have that after all of them have given their presentation? All right. And we want judge only ask one judge. Each judge can ask one question. If the question is the similar, don't extend the same question. It has to be a different question. Thank you.
All right. So I think we can just put down the question. And for the judges, we have a live scoring link on the email sent. You can score every team. Their names are already in the link. So you can click on their names, score them, submit, and refresh for another person. Just to put that in. All right, we have the next presentation for storage and preservation. Either please introduce yourself as a team and please go ahead. Daniel, which team is this, please? Can you invite them?
Team Nizi.
Okay,
Please,
Team
do you have any
Nizi.
participants from second team ready to go?
Team Inze. Team Inze, are you ready?
It seems that they are not.
But
If they are not
submitted.
ready, please, is team 3 ready? Team Dayat.
Team
Hello, sorry,
Dayat.
That
can
team
I be
2?
here? Sorry, can you hear
Pardon?
me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
we can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Are you ready?
Network problems. Okay, yes.
Okay, let me start my timer. You have 5 minutes. All right.
Sorry, which team is this?
Team Dayax.
No, Team Nizi.
That
That was
please,
it.
if you could put it in the chat so we all can know what the team is.
Okay, Team Inze.
And where's that name from? Where's that word from? What country is that word for the moon from?
Pardon?
They don't have their team on their slide, so we don't know. Could somebody write it? Because these are all new words for us. What is the name of the team? Could you put it in the chat?
Inze.
Inze. Okay, what tribe is that, please?
It's from
Write it.
the DRC. It's in the Sango language.
Fabulous. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it Inyaga? Because I'm just looking at the Rubik sheet here. There's no. Is it Inyaga something?
No,
What did you call
Inze.
it?
Z-E. Inze.
Oh, Inze. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody please send the scoring link to Mr. Pimenta directly, but not to all of us, just directly to him in the chat. He said he wants it online here in the chat. All right. Thank you.
All right, Team Inze, please go ahead.
No, is the time set? Who's keeping the time for them?
Daniel, can you reset the time for them so that they can start?
Yes, I've reset the timer.
All right, please start, please. Thank you.
Okay, so can we move to next slide? Talking about storage and preservation ideas in space. Okay, now so like the objective of we all know that space is our long distance friend, and there are some challenges that it has posed in the past, ranging from food storage ideas. This was actually not a problem for the early days of like the first astronaut. It wasn't a problem because they were just one or probably two, so they were used to their normal food like steaks, like eggs and the rest. But now, as the number of astronauts that are being moved to space using SpaceX, using the space design that are being made by SpaceX and NASA. So there are needs for us to look for more food storage ideas for it to be able to go through them. Next slide, please. Okay, now, so according to what we have been given, we have to look at 12 astronauts, and we have been told that they hail from the African region. So we want to take a look at the food that will be applicable to them. Next slide, please. So we're looking at traditional African dishes like normal jollof rice and swallow and the rest. We also look at the ready-to-eat meals. That's the pre-cooked meals, which can easily be heated, like the suya, the groundnut stew, etc. Next slide. Okay, we're also looking at like a mix of like international dishes like
We're having
the
sound,
spaghetti, like the fries, are also
having sound problem.
Next slide. So these are normal food ideas for those astronauts, which comprise of the basic balanced diet, and this will give the astronaut the ability to take or to have their normal nutritious meals, even the normal meals they eat on Earth, even while they undergo their space missions, will not deny them of their nutritious meals. So we're looking at how this food can be stored. This is actually the main idea. So we're looking at these 12 astronauts, and normally their mission is going to last for 30 days. Now, adding the days that they'll take to the moon and out is exactly 36 days. Next slide. If we look at the water, if we look at their water intake too, that's about 2,400 liters. So the main question is, how is food and water preserved? Next slide. So after much brainstorming in my team, we have come up with with most research, we've come up with a particular idea we're looking at. That's the biodegradable containers and pouches where they can place these foods and prevent it from being spoiled or contaminated. Next slide, please. So the word biodegradable is not a new word in the science and engineering space. It refers to materials and substances that can naturally break down in the environment. They can naturally they can break down naturally in the environment into simpler and non-toxic compounds. Next slide. So you might be wondering why we decided to work on, we're looking at the biodegradable pouch and containers. This is because of this particular type of containers will be made from materials that can easily be broken down naturally in the environment, reducing waste, and minimizing environmental impact in space. So the general benefits of this idea normally is going to be, there will be no need for waste management because waste generally will be reduced. The aim is to leave space better than we met it. Next slide. And minimize it will make the environment to be more conducive for the astronauts. So how can these biodegradable pouches help these astronauts? This is a fantastic question. So the first thing that these biodegradable containers and pouches will contribute to sustainability. These containers and pouches can easily be reused rather than when used initially, it can be reduced by the next set of astronauts, and it will aid sustainability rather than engaging in waste. Rather than looking for method of waste management. So if we look at the next one is reduced waste management. If you make use of this biodegradable materials, there'll be no need to explore supplies. So the main question is how we can transport these biodegradable containers to the moon. The first one is through spacecraft design. We can make use of designing of spacecraft that can accommodate these containers and pouches. Packaging and protection. We can make use of resistant biodegradable pouches and containers. That is, as you move to the moon, because of radiation, you have to look at a more they don't just look at preservation. They also their benefits can also be looked in the aspect of waste removal. And by utilizing these containers, we are going to create a sustainable environment, not just for food packaging, but also for supporting the long-term goals of space exploration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim Nze. Coach Manuel, do you have anything to say? All right. I'm not sure I can still see you. Judge Manuel, do you have anything to say, sir? Any comments?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my comment is your focus on the biodegradable packaging I thought it was
No comments. No comments. Questions. No
Okay.
comments. Questions for clarification. Comments are when you have done your judging, and then you can comment about everybody. But I don't want comments one by one, please. You're going to distract the other people who still have yet to prepare. So if you could just ask a question, if you have, more so than telling them what didn't work. Just ask a clarification question.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering why you're focusing so much on the biodegradability packaging.
Okay, so for Team Z, why was the focus on the packaging, given the challenge? What was your decision? What do you hone in on that decision?
Yeah, because based on the question, like how we were able to interpret the question, they were asking for how these fruits can be moved to the moon, and how these various fruits can be preserved for them to be able to to use it for what are the foods that they will be so packaging stuff, so various foods they need for nutrition, so it can be sustainable for a long without getting stuff.
Okay, so you're breaking up, but basically from what I'm understanding, her interpretation of the instructions. So I'm asking the judges to look at the instructions very carefully. Is there a way in which we were flawed in the way we wrote it? Therefore, it could only be interpreted in that one way. Because again, sometimes you write something, it's clear to you in your head what you intended, but could that interpretation have been a solid interpretation? If that is the case and the judge is determined to be a valid interpretation, then their judging has to be against the quality of that correct interpretation and not whether or not we thought that we wrote the question in the right way. Does that make sense for the judges? So when you're judging, okay, thank you so much. All right. What is this team, please?
This team is INZE, the last team. So the next team, Daniel, which team is this?
Team Dayax.
Okay, this is Dayax. Okay, please, you can set the time and let them go ahead.
Share that, please, and put it in the chat so we can learn something new. It's not on their slide. Where is that tribe from? What tribe uses this word for the moon?
Team Dayax. Translated, it is the Somali word for moon.
Thank you. Fabulous.
Okay, are the team members ready?
Is the team ready? Raise your hand, please, so we can know.
Team Dayax, I repeat, are you ready?
I think we can move to the
I
next
see a hand up, but I see the name is.
I'm so sorry. No, that's a mistake from me. That's a mistake from my end. I'm just going to lower the hand down now.
All right. I repeat, is Team Dayax ready?
Okay, so the team member presenting is not here. Is that it?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
So how about we just give them 1 more minute? Let's see if
no,
they
let's
can.
move. Is this the last team or is this another team? We can move to the next team instead.
This is the last team.
The last team. Okay.
Okay, Team Dayax is ready.
Okay. Please, can the team member who is presenting respond?
We can't hear you. If
I'm not. Is this? If you turn on your camera, I'm seeing a name. I'm seeing 2 names with Timmy's name. I'm seeing 4 names with her name. I have no idea which one is Team Dayax. So if you could put up your hand, if you're a representative for Team Dayax, I'll know at least which. Thank you. That's you. All right. So now I'm going to rename you, right? Because that's not your name. That's another name, Team Dayax. I'm going to change that. And now you have the floor. Let's see if we can hear. Try again, please. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you. So you may have to go out and come back in. We're not hearing you. Your speaker is not working. Your microphone is not working, rather. Now, as we sit here and wait, I want you to imagine if you were on the moon or in ISS and your microphone failed and all the microphones failed at the same time. What would that possibly mean? I think he or she is rejoining.
So is that a question for everyone?
Yes, please feel free to ask the question.
I'm representing Team Dyax.
Is she or he back?
Please, is the representative for Team Dyax ready?
Yes, I'm representing Team Dyax.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me just sort this out here.
Two devices. Two devices are too close to each other.
Okay, so yeah. So turn off your device, please.
Okay, yes, I've turned it off.
All right, here we go. Okay, there we go. You may go ahead.
All right.
Wait until wait until you're giving your time cue.
Okay, so we start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Moimi Chinta. I'm representing Team Dyax. So the mission overview is Umezi 1. Umezi 1 mission food and water logistic plan in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the African Union. So I'm going to go to the mission overview. The mission name is Umezi 1. Launch date is 4th April 2032, and the duration is 36 Earth days, where we have 3 outbound plus 30 lunar and 3 return. The crew member are meant to be 12 astronauts, 2 from each Africa region, 2 from the diaspora. Next slide. The life support summary is we are to sustain 12 astronauts with food and water for 36 days. The responsibility, Africa Space Foundation, key needs, water for hydration and food prep, nutritious compact food, safe long-term storage. Next slide. Daily requirements per astronaut is each astronaut requires 3.0 liters. Then the food for one astronaut each ranges from 2,500 to 3,000 kilocalories, which is approximately equal to 2 kilograms daily, and the volume is 0.025 meter cube. Next slide, please. The total mission requirement is 36 days. Then the water is 1,296 liters plus 15%. 50% is added as an extra in case of any emergency. Probably there is a delay by the return team or stand tower. There could be 15% extra for them to survive for the remaining days. Thus making a total of 1,490 liters for the water. And for the food is total of 864 kilograms plus additional 15%. That gives 994 kilograms. Then the volume is the total volume for all the astronauts is 10.8 meter cube plus 15%, and that makes it 12.4 meter cube. Water requirement, the astronauts in the water for drinking, each requires 3.7 liters per day. Food validation and preparation, 1 liters per day. Hygiene is limited in space, whereby because the main purpose of mission following the United Nations standard is to keep space clean. So hygiene limited in space is actually 0.5 liters per day. Total per astronaut per day, we're having 5.2 liters, and total water needed by astronauts is for 36 days, that's 4.3 liters for one, that gives 187.2 liters. For 12 astronauts, we are looking at 2,246.4 liters. That's approximately 2.25 meter cubed. The storage solution, we are using water recycling system like the International Space Station, ISS, ECLSS to recover. This LSS is environmental control and life support system, whereby we have the WRS water recovery system, and to recycle urine, to recycle sweat and water. There is the OGS as well, which is the oxygen give water system, whereby the electrolyte water gives oxygen. Prepacked water containers, solar for efficiency, backed up reserves in case of cycling system failure. Food requirement: astronauts required 2,500 to 3,200 kilocalories per day, depending on activity levels, and total food needed per astronaut for 36 days, that's 2.5 kilograms per day, including packaging. For the total of 12 astronauts, we are looking at 1,080 kilograms. The food type and storage packed, we have chef-stable meals that is going to be thermostabilized. First, it has to be freeze-dried or irradiated. Variety from African cuisines, e.g. jollof rice, which majorly belong to the West Africa. Injera belongs to the East Africa. Couscous for the South Africa. Plantains and dry meat. Fresh food supplements limited for the first few days, e.g. fruit with long life gel to for the astronaut to have a better nutrients in their body. We have the storage solutions, a vacuum served and the nitrogen flushed packs that prevents spoilage. We have modular storage racks, which is organized, made type a day, and refrigerated unit if possible. The water management and sustainability, we have the water recycling, urine and sweat that give us purified water, food waste compaction that minimizes volume, then biodegradable packaging where possible. Next slide, please. The risk management and redundancy is 15% surplus food and water, which is meant to be extra in case of any delay in the return of the astronaut. The extra 15% is meant to keep the astronauts to enhance their survival while they wait for return board. Balanced nutrition, labeled inventory, backup eating and hydration system for them to keep their food bomb based on the mission duration. So the summary and recommendation: each astronaut needs 3 liters water and 2 kilograms of food daily. So the total food for the mission, we're looking at 994 kilograms, which is approximately 12.4 meter cube. The total water for the mission is amounting to 1,490 liters, which is approximately 1.49 meter cube. So we are using freeze-dried and thermostabilized meals, preferably with African culinary inspiration. This is not going to deprive the astronauts their right to well-prepared food and their local food from each diaspora each of them came from. We use vacuum-sealed pouches in radiation shielded container. So we pack 15% extra for emergencies, like I said earlier. Thank you. And this is presented by Mwami Shoyinka and Magdalene Tansu.
All right, thank you. Judge Lasisi, any question for clarification?
Yes, thank you very much. Good presentation. If I may ask, can you clarify on how you want to recycle sweat? I saw you put in sweat there, urine. Throw more light on how you want to recycle sweat. Thank you.
Please, sir, I can't hear the question very well, sir.
Make provision for water. You intend to recycle urine and sweat. That was what you presented. Sir. We're clear on urine. How about, can you throw more light on how you want to recycle sweat? How is that? Can you just explain briefly on how you want to collect and recycle sweat?
Okay.
It was in your presentation. I saw that.
Yes, the astronaut sweat is designed in such a way that it is a specialized wearable devices or garments, and they are often equipped with absorbent materials or sensors. So those garments or absorbent materials are the ones that are used to collect moisture directly from the skin. So there are some systems that are equipped with sweat absorbing pads or fluid capturing materials that are also integrated in the speed suits or other clothing. So these are what is going to be used to recycle the sweat, and it is going to be filtered and purified with the WRS water recovery system, and the sweat will be treated using multi-stage filtration to remove contaminants like salt, bacteria, and other organic materials. So the process often involves using UV ultraviolet radiation or microfiltration, and sometimes distillation to ensure the water is purified.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tim. Tim Dyax. I will proceed to the next team now. So that we'll try and move as fast as possible. I will take the general questions and clarifications immediately after all the sessions are over. So Daniel, which team is next?
That was the final team.
Oh, okay, great. So judges, if you have your questions now, we can have all the teams in
Well,
the group.
actually, what we're going to do now, the better order is for the judges to kind of go into their breakup room now and do their judging, and then the comments will be given along with the scores. So they will decide how to present, how to give feedback, etc., etc. So they can go and do a deliberation, the official deliberation. Those of us here who have questions, however, can now ask the team whatever questions we have while the judges go and deliberate. So I'm going to open the breakout room. Judges Alana Ali, Lasisi Salami, Manuel Piment, and Rudy Page. Is there anybody that's a judge that should be moved over?
Okay. So one thing, Dr. Claire. So they have been writing their judgment live. So one of the things that I would do is I don't know how we're going to do it, but we are currently collecting their judges their judgments rather live. So, but then again, it's for them to go ahead.
The judges need to go on this. The judges need to actually discuss stuff, right? So let them. If you want to go over there and talk with the judges, I'll put you over there as well. Okay?
No problem. Kindly do that.
Huh?
Kindly do that.
Okay. All right. So let me do this again because I had done it before now. So you want it also. Who else needs to be in the judge's room? Let me do that now. So I'm going to assign Alana Ali, Ayatunde, Fasania. We are going to put Manuel Lasisi Salami, Manuel Pimenta, Rudy Page. Have I forgotten anybody? And you have several names with you here. I'm not sure which is you. Many people have your name, so I don't even know which one is you anymore. If you could maybe change your name to me. Just change your name to me right now. Because I don't know. There's several versions of you.
That's fine. Let me adjust it right now.
If it's possible, I don't know if it will actually show up. Because I think I have to do it at one time because I'm assigning.
So yeah, you can try this now. You will see I removed my last name.
All of them have your last name on it. So
No, there's one that is only warranting me without the.
All right, so if I have put you in a room, please go. Okay, and you here, I'm going to assign you as well. I see now judges. All right, there you go. All right. So the judges are going to move over. I am going to bring everybody so we can see each other. And everybody can turn your screen if you want. This is time to have fun. To get some talk about what we saw, what we heard. I'm actually quite fascinated. Again, if Daniel, if you want to put up, since you're here, what the rules were, what the instructions were, because I was surprised. I myself was surprised at the reading of the second group only focused on storage. That was a valid question. So I'd love to see what the rules were. So we can all kind of weigh in and see where the rules are unclear. Because if we're designing an analog astronaut mission, right, and this is why hackathons are important. No knowledge is wasted. If we're organizing and designing a mission, a hackathon mission, and we are not given very clear instructions, right? Like right now, for example, Dr. Mensah, who is on the call, he should be paying attention. Dr. Andrew should be paying attention. I should be paying attention because we are designing an experiment to give to the analog astronauts in the world biggest analog to put our equipment out in the field. So we're asking, hopefully, Habitat Marite, Mars Desert Research Station, and the other one that's out in the sun, because we don't want the other ones in the cold weather, to do our research. We have to be very clear on those instructions because there's no room for error. So, Daniel, if you're on this call and you can put up the rules or put them in the chat or something, I'd love to see what it is that they actually saw, because that was such a different reading of the question. Was it really a total misreading, or was it that there really was room for doubt in the way the question was understood? And if that was the case, were they given an opportunity to ask a clarification question? And if you clarify the question and then they still saw it that way, then how do we, what do we learn from that process of communication and miscommunication in terms of giving guidance, but still leaving room for let's say, for the acquisition of critical thinking skills? That's what came up for me as a big, I guess, response to this, that the group 2, which is, I don't know the name of the group right now, they have a completely different understanding that I thought. Also, when I read it yesterday, I thought that the group 1 and 3 were what we were asking for. But of course, we also wanted what group 2 talked about, but it should have been part of a total whole. If anybody else also, Daniel, I'm not sure if I'm seeing him. Is he here? Or he left? Okay, he seemed to have left. Did anybody else have any particular immediate feedback in terms of what you saw, what you heard, what you like? The students are here. I'm sure they want to get some feedback. It's a learning opportunity for all of us.
Hello, Dr. Claire. Can I talk?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So for the last team, Team Diax, I would say that I was quite impressed by the calculations and, trying to manage their informations properly and not just making assumptions based on, whatever they see online. Because I believe that in most cases, making approximations through calculations actually help you to predict things much better, and it helps you to provide at least a more accurate answer. So in my own opinion, I think what Team Diax did was a very, very nice approach, and I think it's a very good way to maximize efficiency on the moon if one is trying to consider food supply and food management and basically supplies in the moon. So yeah, basically, let me say that's my observation, and yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? For the students who are here on the call who actually participated, we'd love to hear some feedback. Did you find it very stressful? I mean, you had a short period of time to work. You only had what, from 7:30 to, let's say, 11 o'clock. What did you find particularly stressful, and what was enjoyable about the process? Any of the students who are here who participated? Yes, Muhammad, the floor is yours. We are lighting up. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. We're not hearing you now, like you're coming in and out. If you're speaking, we're not hearing you. Was anybody else on that team? Okay, try again. No, you're lighting up, but we're not hearing you. There might be an issue with your microphone. We're not hearing you. Is anybody else from that team that person was on? Okay, let's try again. Something is going on. You light up and we hear you for like 5 seconds, 3 seconds, and then you disappear. So that could be a connectivity issue. Anybody else in the meantime? Anybody else?
Can I share mine?
Yes,
From
please.
Team Ayur.
Yes.
All right. So what we found particularly difficult was getting indigenous foods that, as I like to put it, were space compatible or are space compatible, right? Because Africa's food is majorly soups and all of those exotic dishes, right? Because you also have to factor in the storage procedure before you can take these foods to space. And also you need to focus on the fact that space comes with its own specific deficiencies, right? Because the astronauts are exposed to a lot of things. So you have to provide foods that will help them cover for those deficiencies, right? So it was in the whole process of doing our nutritional analysis and selecting the proper foods and the right storage methods that I found really difficult. And interesting thing, I enjoyed most about this hackathon was working with people I have not met before, right? It was really interesting. And I'm very happy that I've made 2 or 3 new additional friends today. And hopefully this relationship will grow into something bigger and better for the space industry in Africa. So yeah, it was a fun experience. It's something I would do over and over and over again.
Well, I certainly would have to say that, you know, I think you're right. We have to look at the fact that most African foods, at least was the ones in the cities anyway that I've been to, which is not everywhere. I've only been to like 8 African countries. But I mean, you think about it, yeah, a lot of like liquids and yes, we have the dried thing you can buy. You don't have to pound the yam from scratch anymore. You can buy the flour or the mix, but then you have to have water to mix it. And then, but it's always with a soup. So you would have to figure out how to use water effectively. Certainly, if you are on the actually traveling to space, you're in no gravity, you can't have water and soup floating around in a spaceship, right? So that's a problem right there. If you're on the moon, maybe you can have a compensation energy system or a gravitational field system that changes the gravity, that does something to the system that you are in, if you're actually physically on the moon, right? That you can have, I know things are lighter on the moon, but in this case, if you have some kind of a gravitational system, and then you have to make an assumption about once you're on the moon, what are you wearing in the habitat, right? So these are some assumptions that you have to make, that you actually have use of your fingers and you're not always having to wear a glove, right? The way you have to wear a glove when you're outside, for example, doing repair work on the ISS. So there's a lot of assumptions that I think, obviously, if we had like a whole day or 2 days to do this, we'd have a different expectation in terms of the detail. But overall, I felt like, especially for groups 1 and 3, answering the question, they took it from different angles, but they both tended to focus on, okay, let's at least know the measurements. Group 1 definitely focused in on the what they call it, the issue of the weight, to some extent, right? And they mentioned the fact that they know that there was technology ready for converting the waste water of urine into water, clean water, and they took the time to actually go and look it up and put it. So that was actually, from my perspective, in terms of the ability to have a problem, critically think about it, form a team, and respond, I think has really showed a very kind of a great thinking style, and that somebody on the team has experience in thinking through a problem from beginning to end. So, I mean, you had a time crunch, so clearly you couldn't put everything in there. But I do think the fact that you had to first form a team, know whose strengths are what, how to trust that person's opinion, these are all skills that are critical in any kind of science research. I can tell you from what we've been doing at the Futures Forum, we have a small research fund, very small grant. Dr. Andrew is a part of that grant, and he's been very helpful in helping us move through some of the challenges we have had, because he's almost ended up to being like the PI of the project, because he has spent more time helping us solve the problem than originally intended. But also, all of us kind of said, oh, this guy knows something like he knows what you're talking about. We're not going to second guess his idea. We just go with it. So there's this rapid way of which your brain processes information to be able to assume, yeah, this person knows what they're talking about. We're going to trust their judgment and move along in their direction. So even those kinds of skill set, there's a science called team science. And the team science process is not a really robust area. But if we're talking about international research, international space research, international water research, international climate research, we definitely have to get better as a species at team science across different cultures and genders, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that this project and what you said, was it Stephen? No, Sylvester. What you said, Sylvester, was really a very powerful statement, that you appreciated an opportunity to kind of just be thrown into a pool with people you don't know and have to still come up with something. And I think that actually for all of you is, first of all, the best testament of your own ability as young people to be adaptable and agile, right? You didn't get upset and walk off. Somehow you found a way to work with the different personality types. If you recognize that somebody was more the talkative type, you still found a way to get your point across so you can get an end product. But there was your emotional intelligence, I would say, must have been pretty much on point to be able to do that as part of your 4 hours, right? Or your 3 hours, because many hackathons, you come with your team, right? So you already have a way of working, you already have a way of, who will solve what, who will do what, but you had to do that all at the same time. So that was really impressive for me, that you're able to come up with something. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes. You see, do you have 2 things on? You sound like you have 2 things open. 2 windows.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, all right.
No.
Go ahead. Okay. The floor is yours.
Based on the fact what you talked about right now is team science, it's really a good idea, because in engineering, it is part of the ability to co-work with each other, either each other or not, and the ability to convey your idea really matters a lot. For example, in my team, we actually 3, and the third person said he was actually indisposed. So we need to have a way to balance the presentation, and the 2 people had to cover up for him, which is really and somehow necessary in the part of this mission, as the astronauts are going to go on board. They know how to leverage for one another in case of any situation. I'm also opportuned for the fact to meet another international student, which is not really from my country, and we are able to work together in hand to hand to give the best result. The only challenge we faced was actually how to and narrow our points down without having to make it okay, have a limited slide just to contain key things and getting the calculation approximations to it. And also the food aspect of it, the mode of preservation, and we have challenges in having to the water sustainability of water, as the water on space majorly they are 98% purifiable and healthy, safe for drinking as well. So the methods we need to carry out our research on is really part of those challenges. But it's really a nice thing having to work with another international student, getting to know how things work as part of being a team.
Yeah, thank you so much. I had fun, quite frankly, just observing. I found it very educational, just kind of thinking, oh, okay, this is it's a different approach. This is one of what they were thinking. So I think there's always learning to be had. One thing about the analog astronaut community, this is why I'm active right now, is that they were very much before doing stuff on their own. So, Lunaris would do stuff, HI-SEAS would do stuff. I'm not talking about the government runs one, so like what NASA does or ESA does or Roscosmos or China or India. I'm talking about what the civil society run organizations do, like a Habitat Mariti, like we heard from, or HI-SEAS, which is also a non-profit organization, Lunaris Research. All of these groups are like individually, independently owned non-profits, some of them with some support of their government, but they're not government agencies. And so if from an African and Caribbean perspective, and maybe even Pacific as well, and other, let's say, not as active space emerging countries, then Maldives, for example, went ahead and started a space organization and already have had 2 conferences. I'm not sure they're having one this year, but they had 2 conferences because of the whole Blue Economy agenda. How are we going to have standards that will be taken seriously? So it's very good that the Analog Astronaut Foundation is establishing these standards, right? That says, here's what a good analog research station would have. Here's what a good analog research should look like. And here's some standards that we need to be thinking about. I see the judges have come back, so we can definitely get ready to hear from them now. And this is exciting. So I give the floor over to whoever is going to be the chairman of the judges to begin to prep the findings. Who is speaking for the judges? Okay, you need to unmute.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Claire. So we met, the judges have met and we had discussions. I think every judge has some observation that I'm going to quickly point to in 1 minute. I'm going to start very quickly, just point to the 3. And then we have the scores also aligned and averaged already. So we have a winner score, which will be announced by our special judge for the day. So I'll start from DIACS. Great presentation, covered a lot of what is expected. A little bit on the presentation could have been better and more detailed and more pictorial to give clarity, and also to have more in-depth research that covers the whole of Africa and not just one major region. In there also, I think the presentation could be better. The focus, as mentioned, could be placed on this creative solution, for the 30 days, and the target should be how to keep the astronauts alive, and and what they're taking, and that focuses on their whole development for those 30 days and for their return back to Earth. Great presentation from IL Group in RAISE 1. A lot of work was put into your presentation. Just the point of is the time frame in which it will take to research, because your cuisines covered the South Africa, the Northern Africa, and the West Africa, and which means that you might need to have a broader team to work in those regions to be able to properly create preservation for this food mentioned for the 30 days and to be ensured that it doesn't also impact the health of the astronauts negatively. So I think that's a bit for myself. I'll pass it over to Mr. Manuel and then Mr. Manuel, you can go ahead.
Yes, I'm on. Thank you. Yeah, overall, very good presentations. I thought Team IOR had the better presentation in terms of structure and organization and delivery, as well as the design of the presentation itself. So very little to offer there in terms of improvement. You did a great job. For Team NZE, I thought there was too much of a focus on the packaging side of it, which took up too much of the presentation time and didn't allow you to get into details about what, in my opinion, should have been more of the focus of the presentation. Also, your slides, I think, it could have been more visual, less text and more visuals and diagrams. That would have improved the quality of the presentation. And for Team Daiwa, again, a very good presentation overall. And the only comment I had or question that I had about your presentation was I wasn't clear if the amount of water needed. You worked out the logistics and the requirements for the requirements for the daily needs of the astronauts and so on, but it wasn't clear to me how much of the water was to be shipped and how much was to be recycled. There was an interesting question to be addressed that I thought you could have addressed.
Thank you.
Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. We'll now go to Mr. Rudy.
Thank you very much, and I'd support what the judges have said already. And overall, I think it was good, given that this was the first time this particular competition. I guess the couple of points that came out to me would be to maybe in these sort of presentations that we would get a sense of what the priorities are and maybe what research and development evidence may have informed some of the decisions that have been outlined, and then probably some thoughts around the environmental impact, whether there'd been any kind of assessment around the environmental impact. And obviously that can be multiple different things when we say environmental. So that might have been interesting to hear about, particularly for people who may not have a specific interest and knowledge around space. So that would be my general comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. Mr. Lasisi.
Keep my camera close. It's not too clear, and besides, my network is not too good. But I must commend all of the three teams, looking at their level of education and experience. It's quite commendable when you compare it, like I said earlier, to their counterparts. I do similar thing with high school students and university students with American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. So they've done well, considering also the amount of time they had to ideate. You get it? I don't want to be sure they have idea of this topic before now. I'm sure it was just within these 4 hours. Then you could give it to them. But however, there's room for improvement. You get it? But I restricted my judgment to the rubrics about structure and organization, delivery and engagement, viability, innovative and solution-driven, adherence to presentation guideline and all of that. But there's room for improvement to actually look at adaptation and adoption of some of the solutions, indigenous solution from the continent, particularly African food. A colleague of ours pointed out the need to actually also experiment to be sure some of these food don't become even poisonous. So there's need for trials, you get it, before they become space-proven food for astronauts and all of that. So by and large, they're good. But when you look based on the rubrics, I'll give it to team one, team Ayo. I think that was Ayo, the first presenters. I'll give it to them with just a very slight edge over others. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we have Alana?
So my sentiments are echoed from all previous judges that spoke. My one comment though was but before I say that, I think everyone did a stellar job, extremely innovative. There is no idea that's a bad idea. It's always about the feasibility and the practicality of it, and especially given the nature of the task that was presented, it was certainly an interesting one to have, your think tanks going. So that brings me to my one comment that covers across all teams. While other judges went through quite granularly in certain aspects, my one comment is that considering that we live in an earthbound structured with certain gases and our bodies respond differently because of gravity, a force that does not exist on the moon, I thought that there should have been some consideration given to research, R&D, research and development, and in terms of the types of foods that will sustain us when we're on the moon. And it is a natural human propensity to want to take the luxuries and the comforts of our home to a foreign land. But considering all the exogenous factors that comes with being in the moon's orbit, etc., the innovation on the types of food that we would eat, even down to when you are planning for food outside of the normal status quo. When you look at the military that operate in an earthbound structure, they have their own unique foods designed specifically for when they're out on mission, etc. And let's say that we were designing this system for a habitat establishment or a communal establishment on the moon, or even a base setup with scientists or whatever. You have to even consider the entire ecosystem of that existence, the infrastructure. So how does human waste degrade? We'd have to think of that entire, that entire ecosystem as well. So that's just my general thoughts on it. But beyond that, because I guess we can go further and further drilling down on what could and should and to be considered, and to say that this exercise being the first round was a very telling one, that the ideas and the imagination, there are no bounds, but we just have to be able to be a bit more pragmatic and think of the entire ecosystem and not just the one thing that we are tasked to do. So a more holistic approach, rather, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But congratulations to everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before we hear the final scoring, I just want to say something about the actual exercise from our perspective. So as you have heard me say before, and maybe the students weren't on, we are planning for the Omni-Africa Space Exploration Analog Simulation Mission, OASIS mission, in October of this year. The world's biggest analog mission is in October, and also World Space Week's theme is living in space. So we want to make sure we have some kind of a practical experiment of living in space during World Space Week to actually have a launch of the OASIS mission during World Space Week. And one of the tasks on our team, we have a team being developed for that mission. And we're now actually recruiting people to help us identify these already preserved foods coming from different parts of Africa. We're going to need to prepare a menu chart for the analog astronauts who will be on this mission for a week in Kenya. We're trying to design it around a week, then we can actually add on if it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but a week of meals, a week of what will the astronauts need, water, the whole shebang, the human factor well-being of the food and nutrition system. So this exercise was really, for me, a good way to see, okay, how do we really identify the kind of a skill sets within people who are engineers from the packing side, then people from the food and nutrition side, and people from the food processing side, to identify a team that could really be a technical team that would support the food and nutrition needs of designing analog astronaut missions as a first case. And then obviously having them working an analog astronaut mission, having those foods be also now be further defined and developed for a real literal space mission. So it was very useful. I want to thank you all for doing it. This is probably a hackathon that will be repeated. These rules are similar rules because we do actually need to get to some ideas that are usable to come up with what we actually are going to put in the rules for our first mission in October. And if any of you have some spare time and want to join the team, we have somebody from Ghana who is an expert in functional foods, Dr. Newton Amaglio. He has already making products with Gary, which are fortified Gary. And so we already asked him to be on that team and to be a co-lead with somebody in Machakos. And we're happy to have students join as well if you have some free time and want to be engaged in doing some exercises, actually working on what we're going to actually use and eat in October. That would be very wonderful to have you join. So please reach out if it's something that interests you. But thank you all for the time and energy. I enjoyed listening to it and I enjoyed the presentations. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Claire. It's been an engaging session with the student and participants. And to do us the honors of announcing this course, I'd like to welcome Alana and Ali to do the Alana, you mute. You can hear you.
Well, I'm muted, Alana. Are you supposed to be speaking?
Okay, so I'll just, sorry, just a second, please. Apologies.
So we're going to get this course?
Yeah, in 1 second, please. All right, please, you can go ahead, Alana.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so coming in again, congratulations to everyone. Everyone's a winner, in my opinion, and I think the judges and collectively, I say that. So coming in at third place, we have NZ at 12.25. Then at second place, we have Dayax at 14.5. And our winner is obvious, it's AUR at 16.
Thank you so much, Alana. So Dr. Claire, those are the teams and you have your winner. I can take it from me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so we are delighted to have, first of all, congratulate the three brave presenters separately. And to the three brave presenters, I would love to have the three of you meet with me on a one-on-one exercise on futures thinking. I do coaching, so that's my personal gift to you for volunteering to present. Many people always shy away from that, so that's my personal prize, individual prize. And then for the teams that participated, we are developing, along with our support from people like Marufa, Jess, and the other people who are on this call, an analog astronaut boot camp online training, because we actually are trying to have analog astronauts from Africa ready for October. It's going to be a hard pull, but again, since we're not doing a hardcore, very challenging mission yet, and we have to start from somewhere, we can certainly learn from people like Marufa, who have been on mission, Mary Patience, who was here earlier, and some other people I know in the space. And so please know that team number one, you have been selected for those trainings. So please make sure that we have your names. Make sure that I attend the, but I think they have your name and your email address. We'll be in touch with you. We'd like to begin in May, because this is going to happen in October. And as I said before, for the others of you who did not necessarily place first, but want to participate, you are also welcome, if you have the time and interest, to be involved in the, let's call it the human services part of the project. Or quite frankly, there are other teams as well we're forming. We have an energy team. That's the one that Dr. Andrew Morden is in charge of, the energy. We have to build an off-grid system. We have to do a water system. So we're actually forming teams to actually help us design what will be the first test system we're going to be using in Kenya. So it may be that we don't find what we need in Kenya. We have to go elsewhere and get it from Africa. So we really wouldn't mind hearing from you or having you participate in some labs with the design team from Machakos. So with that, thank you all. Thank you so much to the team from Africa Space Foundation. We did it. I'm proud of us. We are half an hour over. That's not too bad. We thought we'd finish at 12:30. So 1:03 is not too bad in terms of being a little bit over time. But thank you so much for your effort, your work. It was a delight working with you. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in Nigeria. We have work to do to get to Nigeria. Those of you who can find, we don't have any funding, unfortunately, but if you're not in Nigeria and would like to come to Nigeria, make sure you start saving those pennies or selling those bottles or whatever you do to hustle to make money. And I think if you actually get to Nigeria, we can give you a scholarship to actually stay in Nigeria for the time of the conference. We promise that. If you can get there, we'll find a way to house you while you're there if you are not living in Nigeria. So thank you all, one and all, for your participation. Folks, thank you for
Dr. Claire, I just want to mention that for the winners, we'll also be reaching out to our partners in Arizona State University School of Earth Science, and we'll be enrolling the winners for a research course with the student at Milo Institute in Arizona State University. So congratulations to the winners again, and we'll be in touch with you for that engagement. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it, because I've been in Arizona in 3 weeks. So I will stop by and meet with them while I'm there. So let's have a talk about that to make sure that we can fine-tune the deal. So if you could all, for even a couple seconds, I would like to have a screenshot of all of us on this call, if we can. Could you please just do a quick, if you can turn on your cameras, if you can, so we can get a screenshot. Whoever could turn the camera on, whoever can turn their camera on, just turn it on for a brief moment. Whoever can turn their camera on. I'm going to hide those who can't turn their camera on. So I'm going to say hide non-video participants. So all the people can turn their camera. All the people can turn their camera. Quick. Let's go. Won't keep it on for too long. Just get this picture. Okay. You're sideways, Stella Mahora. You're sideways. Okay. You're upside down. Turn it on. There you go. You're sideways. Eniola, you're sideways. Turn it the other way. Eniola, you're sideways. Eniola, you're sideways. All right. Today, turn on your camera. There we go. Yes, all right, here we go. All right. Somebody, I can't take a screenshot. Could somebody take a screenshot, please? This is lovely. Take a screenshot, please. Take another one. Somebody else just joined. Take a screenshot, please. There you go. Take a screenshot.
Okay.
No screen sharing.
Okay.
No screen sharing, just a screenshot. Thank you. Thank you. We can get as many people as possible. Alana, where are you? Manuel Pimenta, he's there. Where are other judges? You have all the judges? Yes. Salami, who else is missing? Alana went out. There you go. All right. So we have all the judges. We have some of the team leads. Where are all the speakers? Every team lead speaking is here? Yes? Okay, good. Somebody take a screenshot, please. I'm always bad at it. All right, take a screenshot, please. Thank you so much. You can turn off now if you'd like. I'm going to leave the floor open. Anybody want to say any last words before we shut down? It's fine. I'm going to put back up the...
Yeah, Claire, Dr. Claire, it would be good if yourself could come on and we'll do a dialogue with the team members and anybody else you think should come on. Because I think, again, part of the space education to explain what has been done today, I think will
to
be
be
really
on
good.
your show.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
And
All right,
it fits well in terms of the space education and public outreach. It's a good topic.
Awesome. So we'll plan that. We'll plan a time to have a taping of that.
Yeah.
So the team leads for each of the 3 teams you would like and the organizers. Is that what you want?
Yeah, we could do that. And I think you give the context and that broader understanding of why we're doing this sort of thing and the importance of it. Because it is path breaking.
Okay, awesome. All right. So thank you again, one and all. I know I've kept some of you for the whole day. Marufa, thank you. You did your man's work because I don't know what time, Hawaii is 6 hours behind. So you came on like at what, midnight? And so you go to sleep. So, this is amazing. Really, really appreciate that kind of support. I think Dr. Margaret from Machakos, you see what you're up against. This is the space ecosystem and development across the African continent. And I'm really delighted to have found a partner in Africa Space Foundation and made connections with Professor Salami and Professor Pimento.
Yes.
Virtual Moon.
Let me, if I must say this, man.
Yes, please go ahead.
I must comment the initiators of this, and particularly the choice of theme. The choice of theme was so fantastic. It's really, really, really interesting. You know, food, the kind of food, we have varieties of food here, just like the Chinese. Currently, the Chinese too are experimenting in their Tagon station, the kind of food that could be used for astronauts, you know, preservation and all of that, so that they don't even become poisonous. So we can take this to the next level. They've done so well, just like we discussed at the judgment. They've done so well, but there is room for improvement, experimentation, trials, and all of that. And I think that's where I may come in terms of linking them up with for those who will be experimenting on African food. You know, they do have provision for space agencies in Africa to bring in prototype of foods, you know, like the Gary, the potato, and all of that, so that they could experiment, do trials, and see effect of such food in space. Thank you so much for the choice of theme, and also this very foundation, adding value to what space is all about. We truly appreciate, particularly in Global South countries. Thank you very much.
Mr. Salami, I'm inviting you officially to be a speaker at Space Ungana in Nigeria. Plan to be there. Clear your calendar, July 21st, 22nd, and 23rd to be there, because on day 3, we talk about space settlement. So day 1 talks about foundational capacity. Day 2 talks about space for the SDGs. And day 3 talks about space settlement and sustainability. And so Dr. Newton Amaglo, who's at Kwame Nkrumah University, has basically said, yes, he's interested in supporting. His lab already does this. He already has a lab. Ghana has a fledgling space agency. So, and the Innovation Center, which is in the engineering school, has said verbally they're open to being an official partner of this project in Ghana in terms of the build up. So we do have the beginnings of some networks that can be formed around the space settlement. So Oasis, as I'm saying it, although we're going to be running out of NGOs like Africa Space Foundation, the Futures Forum, etc. We in every country we are, we'll at least have one university partner, preferably more than one, because there's so many different angles we have to research. But we know the challenge sometimes in Africa that universities and academia get bogged down in their detailed work. So having an outside leg to pull them forward will be critical. And so that's what we're modeling. And we certainly hope by the time we get to Ghana, to Nigeria this summer, to have both an official partner in Nigeria and an official partner in Ghana in the room so we can get this thing really moving. So by October, even if they all won't be there physically, there will be some presence of Nigeria in Kenya and some presence of Ghana in Kenya physically, and then we do some kind of virtual shared data information sharing. So we start the way we mean to go on as a Pan-African idea. So that's what we're doing. Oh, thank you again so much for being here, everybody. It was well worth my morning. Dr. Mensah, you showed up. I'll be a little bit late, but we did call your name as the other person working with us on the energy project in the project. So again, please reach out to us. We're going to have a debriefing. If any of the students want to participate in any of the working groups, energy, water, waste management, food and nutrition, please, and the astronaut development as well, analog astronaut development, 5 different working groups. Oh, and how could I forget? Communications is another one, and then the digital twin model is a 6th one. So there's 6 working groups we're formulating. Please let the people at Africa Space Foundation know, and so we can get you plugged into when we're meeting and having our online working groups. Okay? Thank you all. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of the evening. If you are in Mauritius, it is now 9 o'clock or thereabouts. If you are in Nigeria, it's 6 something. If you are in Ghana, it is 5 something. If you're in Kenya, it is 8 something. So wherever you are, Kwaheri, Yakoanana, until we meet again. I am going to stop the